This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 565. The small black hole produced by the self-explosion of the meteorite Leviathan, which has the power to control gravity, collapsed and disappeared rapidly after a few seconds. Zhou had a confused look on his face. He went forward to check. The 9 meteorite Leviathans, and the 9 meteorite treasure chests that should have been floating in the universe were not left. If you want to self-explode, then self-explode. Why do you deliberately destroy all my things? After confirming that there was really no meteorite treasure chest left, Zhou felt angry. He worked hard to run back and forth more than a dozen times, but it was all in vain. At this time, the energy of the white horse Leviathan in Zhou's body was almost gone. Just when he was about to end his journey and return to his stomach wall space, his mental power, which had been unfolding, suddenly surveyed something in the dark space. The location was right where the small black hole had collapsed and disappeared. Zhou's expression changed, and he immediately spread his mental power over there to carefully check it out. But strangely, his mental power could not clearly observe what it was, and could only reflect the outline of a walnut-sized sphere. What is this? Zhou looked closer, and found that it was a dark round ball. In the dark background of space, it would not be found if it were not for mental power detection. Considering that a small black hole had just formed here, Zhou did not dare to touch it directly with his hand. With a thought, a toothed steel long knife appeared in his hand, and then he extended the toothed steel long knife over to touch the dark round ball. In Zhou's mental detection perspective, the black sphere was pushed by the tip of the toothed steel long knife, but the sharp tip did not pierce the surface of the black sphere, and the toothed steel long knife was not damaged. Therefore, it can be preliminarily judged that the black sphere is not dangerous. Zhou stepped forward and held the black sphere in his hand, and then the system prompt sound came to his mind. Ding! Obtain collapse factor X1. It turned out to be the material for making the energy cube condenser. Zhou's face turned into surprise. Energy cube condenser. Zhou previously speculated that it was a device used to make rainbow cube. As long as this machine can be made, he will have endless rainbow cube in the future, and then the white horse Leviathan form will not be opened at will. Alright, using 9 meteorite treasure chests to exchange for the material of an important device, at least I didn't return empty-handed. Zhou sighed inwardly, and then ended the journey, and returned to the stomach wall space. Not long after returning to the stomach wall space, the white light on Zhou's body began to fade, and his body gradually returned to normal from the energy state, and the 3 attributes of the character were no longer question marks. Although the white horse Leviathan form mainly consumes the energy in the body, the terrifying increase in strength still puts a great burden on the body. As soon as this powerful form ended, Zhou collapsed. Zhou had expected this situation a long time ago, so he had already made the bed when he returned with his companions. After the form was lifted, he lay directly on the bed and fell asleep instantly. At this time, in the World Communication Channel, the survivors were discussing the white light creature fiercely. Oh my god, the white light creature is so awesome. It can fight 10 at once. What kind of creature is that? Haha, I survived. 10 Starfall Leviathans are dead. Finally, I don't have to run for my life. I saw the Starfall Leviathan illustration sent by President Chen before. The introduction said that the Starfall Leviathan is an Emperor-level Leviathan, and the white light creature can easily kill the Starfall Leviathan. Is it a Leviathan that is more advanced than the Emperor-level Leviathan? I guess it should also be an Emperor-level Leviathan, and it is the natural enemy of the Starfall Leviathan. Otherwise it would not come here specifically to deal with the Starfall Leviathan. The white light creature flew from the front before. Maybe it is a creature in the Endless Sea. However, we have not yet reached the Endless Sea, and we have already encountered an Emperor-level Leviathan. How dangerous is the Endless Sea? Yes, I don't know how many of us can survive after entering the Endless Sea. It would be great if that Emperor-level white light creature could become our guardian. I think it's better not to encounter white light creatures again. This kind of creature is too powerful. If we don't get along well with it, we may bring disaster to ourselves. Okay, don't think too much. It's good luck to survive. Hurry up and collect the items in the meteorite to exchange for seaweed with King Jiang. As soon as they saw this message, the survivors began to collect the items in the meteorite. The experience of being chased by the meteorite Leviathan just now made them further understand the importance of seaweed. If the transformed Leviathan does not have enough food, it will not even be able to escape when it encounters danger. On the 128th day, Zhou woke up from his bed. After spending most of the day and a night, his physical weakness had been alleviated a lot. The next step was to inspect the stomach wall space as usual. When Joe was inspecting the biological area, he found that the body of the small diamond crystal sea snake sleeping in the corner had some changes. The dark scales before were now turning into a crystal clear and transparent state. Is it turning into diamond? Joe would observe the scales on the small diamond crystal sea snake. Some of them had completely turned into crystal clear and shining diamond scales. What was strange was that these diamond scales also emitted a faint white light. The small diamond crystal sea snake entered a dormant state a few days after swallowing the white light factor. According to the previously obtained diamond sea snake biological illustration information, the scales should have to enter the adult body to turn into diamond, which is 100 meters, but now the small diamond crystal sea snake is only more than 30 meters, which is far from 100 meters. Joe guessed that it was because of the swallowing of the white light factor that the small diamond crystal sea snake began to turn into diamond in advance, and the diamond turned scales would also emit white light. Maybe it would eventually evolve into an energy creature. I wonder if this evolution will reach the Leviathan level, Joe said with some anticipation. Judging from the current state of the small diamond crystal sea snake, it should take a long time for the evolution to be completed. Joe used his mental power to scan the body of the small diamond crystal sea snake. After confirming that there was no problem with the state of the small diamond crystal sea snake, he began to check other creatures. After a while, Joe inspected the stomach wall space, and then fed Huanling with food. He took out the only meteorite treasure chest he got yesterday and opened it directly. Ding! Obtained the falling star meteorite crystal X3. Ding! Obtained the gravitational factor X1. Ding! Obtained the gene chimera X1. Ding! Obtained the mecha bar X1. Ding! Obtained the emperor positioning card fragment X1. Chapter 566. Of the 5 items in the meteorite treasure chest, 4 had been obtained before, only the emperor positioning card fragment was encountered for the first time. Moreover, Joe knew roughly what it was used for by looking at the name of the item, but he still took it out to check the specific information. Ding! Emperor positioning card fragment. Collect 10 fragments to synthesize an emperor-level Leviathan positioning card. It's really a positioning card for emperor-level Leviathan, but why would I position an emperor-level Leviathan? Looking for death? Joe suddenly felt a little funny. The strength displayed by the king-level Leviathans show, when encountered, was extremely terrifying, not to mention the emperor-level Leviathan. Now he only fights the emperor-level cub such as the meteorite Leviathan. If he positions a newly born emperor level, he is willing to try it. If he positions an adult emperor level, what is the difference between that and looking for death? After putting all these items away, Joe continued to rest because he was still weak. Feeling a little bored, he opened the world communication channel to check the messages sent by the survivors. But after a rough check, he didn't see any useful information, which meant that the current waterspout in Area 10 was very peaceful. So Joe opened the regional communication channel. The atmosphere in the regional communication channel was completely different from the atmosphere in the Area 10 communication channel. There was chaos inside because the 1,000-meter Leviathan creatures in the waterspout, where they suddenly began to attack each other. But it was normal to think about it. These 1,000-meter Leviathan creatures entered the waterspout on the 120th day, and today was the 128th day. They were equivalent to being hungry for 8 days, so for their own survival, these 1,000-meter Leviathans began to devour each other. But it is not easy for them to devour each other, so many kilometer Leviathans turned their attack targets to the Metamorphosis Leviathans, resulting in a large number of survivors' Metamorphosis Leviathans being eaten. Huh? Joe looked at the situation of the survivors in the other 9 districts in the regional communication channel, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Then he checked the communication channel of District 10. Strangely, no one sent a message about being attacked by the kilometer Leviathan creature. Not only Joe was confused, but some survivors in District 10 also looked at the current situation of the survivors in other districts in the regional communication channel, and they were also a little confused. In fact, the reason is very simple, because the kilometer Leviathans in the area where the survivors in District 10 are currently located have almost been killed, most of which are Joe's credit, and Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian led the guild members to kill a lot. In the eyes of the 3 of them, kilometer Leviathans are all prey, and those kilometer Leviathans that do not run away when they encounter them are basically killed. Yesterday, because of the pursuit of the meteoric Leviathan, the survivors behind were forced to flee for their lives, and they happened to enter the waterspout section that the 3 of them had cleared, so there was no kilometer-long Leviathan attacking the survivors. However, in the entire waterspout, the kilometer-long Leviathan groups in the front part began to fight each other like other areas. Some defeated kilometer-long Leviathans began to swim to the back of the waterspout, trying to find weaker opponents, and then met Jiang Haitao's team who were hunting kilometer-long leviathans everywhere. Those large leviathans with a body length of 10,000 meters did not attack other leviathans, because the tidal leviathan did not allow it. The diameter of the waterspout was only 50,000 meters. If these large leviathans with a body length of 10,000 meters also started to fight, the waterspout would be difficult to maintain. Moreover, the large leviathan is huge and has more energy stored in its body, so it is not a big deal to be hungry for 10 days or half a month. When the time on the system interface came to the afternoon, Zhou Wen's physical weakness was basically eliminated. He left the stomach wall space and came to the seaweed space, then took out a piece of the body of the golden leviathan, obtained a drop of cerebrospinal fluid, and then fused heterobrain factor and gene chimera. Ding. Obtained golden leviathan gene potion X1. Golden leviathan gene potion also has the effect of absorbing gold elements, but can further convert them into golden elements in the body. After Zhou Wen sent this bottle of golden leviathan gene potion to Jiang Haitao, he asked Huanlin to take him away from the algae garden leviathan. He wanted to continue hunting speed-type leviathans and increase his own speed attribute to the upper limit. But the number of speed-type leviathans is very rare. Zhou Wen could only search ahead of the waterspout. In the process, he encountered only 5. After killing them all, he cut off some of their flesh and blood to plant blood veins, and gave the rest to the jellyfish to take away in exchange for seaweed. Slowly, Zhou Wen entered an area where the sea water was blood red, which was caused by a large number of 1,000-meter leviathans fighting each other. Continuing to swim forward, Zhou Wen found many speed-type leviathan creatures in this blood-red area. Perhaps because of their speed advantage, these speed-type leviathans survived the fight and ate other leviathan creatures. Suddenly, the blood-red sea water in front of him fluctuated violently, and a leviathan creature with a body length of about 500 meters and extremely fast speed rushed towards Huanlin. An hour later, Zhou Wen obtained more than 20 kinds of speed-type leviathan flesh and blood, and also obtained more than 20 kinds of speed-type cores, but most of them increased the speed attribute by 1 time, and only 5 increased the speed by 2 times. Zhou Wen gave 3 of them to Lung Liang, Bai Lan, and Zhang Dongyang, and put the remaining 2 into the deep blue treasure chest. After moving forward for a distance, the bloody sea water gradually became clear, and huge bodies appeared in Zhou Wen's vision. Zhou Wen should have come to the front of the waterspout, where almost all large leviathans were. In order to confirm safety, Zhou Wen asked Huanlin to try to swim back and forth in front of these large leviathans several times, and only continued to move forward after confirming that these large leviathans would not attack. After that, Zhou Wen and Huanlin followed the siphonophore, and came to the location of the Abyss Leviathan. In addition to the Abyss Leviathan, there was also the huge brain maze creature that participated in the underwater maze trial for the first time. At this time, several abyssal leviathans were extending their tentacles deep into the algae-covered brain of the brain labyrinth creature, pulling up the algae and bringing them out, and then putting them into the umbrella-shaped body of the tube jellyfish that they had split. Going further, you can see the tail of the tidal leviathan, where several abyssal leviathans are transferring their energy to the tidal leviathan. Next, after searching among these giant creatures for a while, and not finding any new speed-type leviathan creatures, Zhou Wen prepared to return. But at this moment, a huge head suddenly stretched out towards Zhou Wen. The head was all gold, and the surface was still flashing with dense bright golden patterns. Then, a huge eye slowly opened, and Zhou Wen and Huanlin were immediately enveloped by a golden light, which was emitted by the huge pupil, and looked like a golden sun from a distance. Chapter 567. Zhou Wen instantly became nervous. Although he couldn't see the whole appearance of this huge creature, he knew it was an adult Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan just by looking at the bright golden pattern on its body. Before, Zhou Wen killed a newly born Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan in the Golden Sea. He also had the genes of Huangjin Sea Dragon in his body. He didn't know if the newly born little Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan had any relationship with this adult. If so, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, there was no danger. This adult Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan just stared at Zhou Wen for a while, and then retracted his head. There was no anger in his eyes that exuded golden light, but more confusion. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly asked Huanlin to leave here. If Huangjin Sea Dragon Leviathan really attacked him, he could only fight it by activating the White Horse Leviathan form, but if it really came to that, Huanlin would probably have a hard time surviving. After a while, Zhou Wen returned to the seaweed space of the Algae Garden Leviathan, and encountered several speed-type Leviathan creatures. At this time, he had a total of 30 types of speed-type Leviathan flesh and blood in his hands. After entering the stomach wall space, Zhou immediately planted these 30 types of Leviathan flesh and blood into blood vein fruits, and then ate 14 of them, directly increasing the speed attribute to the upper limit of 700 points. Now all 3 of his attributes have reached the upper limit. Zhou 1, Abyss Hunter +1, King of Survival. Bloodworm Gene. Tungsten Snail Gene. Explosive Gun Bubble Shrimp Gene. Brilliant Gold Sea Dragon Gene. Black Flame Dragonfish Gene. Normal human attribute is 10, Intelligence, 23, Upper Limit, Concussion Attribute. Impact Attribute, Strength, 700, Upper Limit, Burning Attribute. Blood Vein Attribute. Explosive Attribute. Black Flame Attribute, Constitution, 800, Upper Limit, Tungsten Gold Attribute. Copper Diamond Attribute. Brilliant Gold Attribute. Luminous Attribute, Speed, 700, Upper Limit, Arc Light Attribute. Brilliant Attribute. Shadow Attribute. 3 attributes, Evaluation, a humanoid Leviathan whose 3 attributes all exceed the limit of the second stage. Should I remove this light attracting property? Zhou looked at the character attribute panel that had reached the upper limit, and then looked at the light attracting property that he had just applied to attract photon mayflies. After hesitating for a while, he decided to keep it for the time being. Photon mayflies are creatures of the endless sea. This light attracting property may be useful in the future. Then, Zhou used his mental power to check his body again. He thought that his body should be normal, but he found that the roots of the White Horse Leviathan seeds that had merged into his body had inexplicably shrunk. What's going on? Zhou frowned deeply. This was related to his ultimate life-saving trump card. After thinking quickly, he seemed to have thought of something. He immediately took out a portion of White Horse Leviathan egg liquid and used it on himself. After absorbing the egg liquid, he transformed the body and formed a group of White Horse Leviathan energy again. With the energy of the White Horse Leviathan in the body, the White Horse Leviathan seed roots that have been integrated into the body gradually became full and returned to normal after absorbing some of the White Horse Leviathan energy. Well, these roots still need to be nourished by the energy of the White Horse Leviathan. I should have kept some energy in the body yesterday. After doing this, Zhou sent the remaining 16 Leviathan blood veins with acceleration attributes to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, 8 each. After 2 days of hunting the 1,000-meter Leviathan creatures, their Leviathan Hunter title has also been upgraded to Abyss Hunter. The Leviathan Hunter title has increased the 3 attributes of the 2 of them by 90 points each. With the blessing of these 90 points, Chen Xian's strength instantly reached the upper limit of 500 points, and the speed attribute also broke through the upper limit of the first stage. After Zhou sent Chen Xian a speed bubble, Chen Xian's speed attribute broke through the upper limit of the first stage and entered the second stage. Then he ate the 8 speed-type Leviathan blood veins fruits, and his speed attribute directly reached more than 400 points. Jiang Haitao's strength also reached the upper limit of 600 points, and his speed attribute also broke through the upper limit of the first stage and entered the second stage, which was about the same as Chen Xian's, more than 400 points. After improving the attribute points of the 2 subordinates, Zhou took out the Rainbow Heart from the locker. When fighting with the survivors in Area 6 before, he used up the 3-color energy in his body. Without the 3-color energy, the 3 characteristics could not be used. The 5-fold speed increase was still very important to him. Zhou touched the Rainbow Heart with his hand, wanting to see if he could obtain the 3-color energy by touching it. After all, the 3-color energy was produced by the Energy Rainbow Tree. As the seed of the Energy Rainbow Tree, the Rainbow Heart might be able to obtain the 3-color energy in this way. However, Zhou was disappointed that no energy entered his body, but this was also normal. Just as he was about to put away the Rainbow Heart, several bright white mutant triangular fireflies flew over and began to circle around the Rainbow Heart. Can these mutant triangular fireflies absorb energy from the light emitted by the Rainbow Heart? Zhou said with some surprise. In order to confirm it, he decided to do an experiment and directly hung the Rainbow Heart at the center of the top of the stomach wall space. Since the little diamond sea snake swallowed the white light factor, these mutant triangular fireflies have not come out for a long time. If the Rainbow Heart can provide them with energy, then hang it up as a lighting object in the future. Maybe after a long time, it will mutate into rainbow-colored triangular fireflies. Zhou said with a smile. Later, Zhou had nothing to do, and was looking for speed-type Leviathans everywhere. Soon the time came to the 130th day. In the past 2 days, Zhou hunted some speed-type Leviathans, planted blood vein fruits, and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, increasing their speed attributes to the upper limit. But because the intelligence attribute did not reach the upper limit, all three attributes were reduced by 100 points. However, in the waterspout, the two of them did not have a way to quickly improve their intelligence, and could only wait until they entered the endless sea to find items that increase intelligence. Huh? Outside the algae garden Leviathan, Zhou and Huanling were about to continue hunting Leviathan creatures. Today, he was going to find those special Leviathan creatures that could use energy attacks to see if he could get some better cores. But suddenly, the surrounding seawater began to flow faster inexplicably. Zhou immediately asked Huanling to take him to the edge of the waterspout. At this time, the colorful light wrapped around the waterspout suddenly became much richer, and outside the waterspout, the planet in front of him could no longer see its outline. Obviously, the tidal Leviathan was entering the interior of the planet. Ding! About to enter the deep sea. Chapter 568. The deep sea? Isn't it the endless sea? Zhou was slightly stunned when he heard the prompt of the world system in his mind. But the world system would not answer Zhou's doubts. At this time, the flow speed of the seawater around him became more and more turbulent. When he was in space before, the seawater in the waterspout was almost still. Only the outer part would flow at a high speed because of the existence of the colored energy of the tidal Leviathan. And now, as the tidal Leviathan enters the planet in front, the originally weightless seawater is once again pulled by gravity and begins to flow in the direction of the planet, causing the waterspout to have a large head and a small body. However, for this reason, the survivors behind the waterspout just took advantage of this descending water flow to approach the front of the waterspout, saving a lot of effort for their transformed Leviathan. The algae garden Leviathan was also pushed forward by the surging water flow, and Zhou did not stop it. Anyway, the large Leviathans at the front of the waterspout would not attack each other. Before entering the deep sea completely, there should be no danger. Zhou followed the algae garden Leviathan and moved along the water flow to the front of the waterspout, while also observing the changes in the scene outside the edge of the waterspout. Whoosh whoosh. After a while, there were gusts of howling wind outside the waterspout. The originally dark background of space was replaced by the rapidly passing fog. It was obvious that the tidal Leviathan had entered the interior of the planet. But because there were no stars in the current area of the planet was dark, and the fog outside could only be roughly seen by relying on the colored energy wrapped by the tidal Leviathan on the surface of the waterspout. After observation, Zhou found that the fog was extremely dense. Even with the light of tidal Leviathan's colored energy, its visible range was still no more than half a meter. The survivors heard the world system prompt in their minds, and knew that the abnormality of the current waterspout was because tidal Leviathan was entering the deep sea. They all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the sudden abnormality of the water flow of the waterspout still made them very uneasy. The days of flying in space are finally coming to an end. The transformed Leviathan can finally find food by itself. This is not right. Didn't we say to follow tidal Leviathan to the endless sea? Why did the world system prompt the deep sea? Is the world system wrong? Or did tidal Leviathan fly in the wrong direction? Why bother so much? Do you have a way to change the route of tidal Leviathan? It's just a waste of worry. Wait, this planet has been flying for so long, it has long left the previous star system. Are we going to live on a planet without light? After seeing this message, many survivors also realized this problem, and came to the edge of the waterspout, looking at the dark fog outside, where not even a little light could be seen. Just as the survivors began to discuss how to survive in a world without sunlight in the World Communication Channel, a red light suddenly appeared in the dark fog. The red light was just a line at first, then slowly turned into an ellipse, and finally into a circle. The red light covered a very wide range, with a diameter of at least 10,000 meters. Under the illumination of the red light, the surrounding fog was dyed blood red, just like the sunset in the evening sky. Because the water in the waterspout flows forward, many survivors who follow the water flow gather together, so many people see the red light that suddenly appears in the thick fog. But most survivors are not happy to see this huge red light. On the contrary, a suffocating fear rises in their hearts at this time. Some survivors start to urge the transformed Leviathan to leave the moment they see the red light. At this time, the red light began to move slowly, and the thick fog outside the waterspout became more and more scarlet under the red light. Obviously, the red light is approaching the waterspout. Gradually, the scarlet light gradually shines into the waterspout, making the sea water turn blood red. The survivors seemed to be in a sea of blood at this time. The survivors in the area covered by the red light were so nervous that they knew something terrible might happen next. But just when the huge red light was about to touch the edge of the waterspout, it suddenly disappeared. Before the survivors could breathe a sigh of relief, a huge black shadow directly covered the waterspout with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Boom! A terrifying loud noise came from outside, and then the seawater in the area where the survivors were located seemed to be squeezed by a huge force, and instantly rushed to both sides. At the same time, a terrifying water pressure suddenly tilted on the bodies of the survivors, and some survivors with lower physical attributes were immediately pressed to bleed from their 7 orifices. The Phantom Leviathan noticed that his symbiote was injured, and immediately opened his mouth to swallow the symbiote into his stomach. The Phantom Leviathan's body can withstand strong water pressure, and this sudden increase in water pressure will not cause any harm to the Phantom Leviathan. Zhou knew about the events that the survivors encountered through the World Communication Channel. It was obvious that the red light must be the eyes of some giant creature. The sudden increase in the strong water pressure in the waterspout should be the creature biting the waterspout. Fortunately, the waterspout was protected by color energy. Although the giant beast deformed the waterspout, it did not break it. As long as the survivors stayed in the stomach wall space of the transformed Leviathan, they would not be harmed. What kind of creature is so big? Is it a king-level Leviathan? Zhou guessed. The diameter of the waterspout is 50,000 meters. Even if the water flow begins to gather forward, causing the diameter of the waterspout behind to shrink, the diameter of the waterspout behind should be 30,000 meters, when the tidal Leviathan increases the release of color energy. And the creature that can bite a 30,000 meter diameter waterspout directly with its mouth is definitely not smaller than the tidal Leviathan, so Zhou guessed that it was a king-level Leviathan. I encountered a king-level Leviathan at the beginning. Zhou murmured in a low voice. His face looked not good. He felt that the deep sea they were about to enter might be much more dangerous than the previous survival planet. Whoosh! 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 Just as Zhou was guessing the danger level of the deep sea, a large number of black shadows appeared outside the waterspout in his area, and then flew together on the surface of the waterspout. Zhou carefully approached the edge of the waterspout and found that the black shadow was not big, only more than 100 meters long, and its appearance was similar to that of a sea cucumber, but its surface was smooth and without spines. It was black and transparent, with serrated fleshy fins on the back and tail, and a circle of tubular mouthparts at the front of the head. Chapter 569. At this time, a thin white tongue stretched out from the creature's dozen tubular mouthparts, and the tongue probed into the colored energy at the edge of the waterspout. Then the colored energy actually flowed into the creature's body along the white tongue. The dozen white tongues were also rendered into color because of the colored energy. Through the creature's translucent body, one could clearly see the colored energy flowing into its intestines. Is this creature absorbing the energy of the tidal Leviathan? Zhou immediately looked at other parts of the waterspout. At this time, the outer part of the waterspout was almost surrounded by this creature, and it was all densely packed with black shadows. They were maintaining the absorption of the colored energy outside the waterspout. Bang! Suddenly, the colored energy in one part of the waterspout was absorbed, and a large hole suddenly appeared on the surface. In an instant, a large amount of seawater shot out from the hole, just like the hull of a spaceship traveling in space was damaged. Zhou was almost washed out of the waterspout by the impact of the water flow. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately activated the arc light feature, then swam in the opposite direction of the water flow. Huan's scale also transformed its scales into the golden mode, and then swallowed him into its stomach to resist the impact of the water flow. As these creatures continued to absorb the energy of the tidal Leviathan, the waterspout became riddled with holes, and lost a large amount of seawater in a short period of time, which caused the diameter of the waterspout to shrink rapidly. Some large Leviathans, with a body length of 10,000 meters, were even washed out of the waterspout by the water flow and disappeared in the dark fog. The situation of the waterspout was getting worse and worse, and the outside world was filled with thick fog. It was impossible to determine how far the current location was from the deep sea. If those creatures continued to absorb the energy of the tidal Leviathan, the waterspout would collapse sooner or later, and I am afraid no one would survive. Just as Zhou was about to activate the White Horse Leviathan form to clean up these energy-absorbing creatures, a large amount of black energy rays suddenly shot out from the front of the waterspout, which looked like a rain of arrows. These black energy rays were very thin overall, with a length of only a dozen meters, but they could easily penetrate the energy-absorbing creatures outside. For a time, the creatures outside the waterspout were killed in large numbers. The number of energy-absorbing creatures decreased suddenly, and the colored energy at the edge of the waterspout was immediately replenished, making the waterspout that was about to collapse gradually stabilize. However, Just as the black energy rays killed a group of energy-absorbing creatures, many more appeared in the thick fog. Buzz! At this time, a mental shock wave spread rapidly, covering the waterspout in Zhou Wen's area, and all the black shadow creatures outside that were close to this mental power exploded. Then, another white energy halo flew into the thick fog, and a large number of black shadow creatures died wherever it passed. Is this the Abyss-class Leviathan attacking? Although Zhou Wen had never seen the black slender energy light and mental power impact, he had seen the white energy halo many times. It was the attack method of the Abyss-class Leviathan. With these Abyss-class Leviathans cleaning up the black creatures that absorbed energy, the waterspout quickly returned to normal, and Zhou Wen and other survivors breathed a sigh of relief. But when Zhou Wen looked for the Algae Garden Leviathan, he found that the Algae Garden Leviathan was gone, and suddenly a bad premonition rose from his heart. Could it be that it was washed away by the water when the waterspout broke just now? Zhou Wen's expression changed. He took a look at the control of the Algae Garden Leviathan in his system interface, which had disappeared, indicating that the Algae Garden Leviathan was indeed dead. It's over, my neural algae bubble. The other seaweeds were fine. Zhou Wen kept some seeds, but he planted almost all the neural algae bubble seeds in the seaweed space of the Algae Garden Leviathan, and there were only 3 left in his hand. Just when Zhou Wen felt his heart bleeding, the dark fog outside the waterspout suddenly rolled violently, and then huge black tentacles quickly stretched up from the bottom and hit the waterspout heavily. Loud noises sounded in the waterspout, and waves of water shaken by huge forces spread to the surroundings. The waterspout, which had just stabilized, shook violently again. A large number of black tentacles entrenched on the waterspout, and then began to squeeze hard, and the water pressure in the waterspout suddenly increased. Suddenly, the tidal Leviathan at the front of the waterspout burst into colorful light, and the brilliant light dispelled the surrounding darkness, and the thick fog became colorful under the illumination of the brilliance. Buzz! A colored light column with a diameter of 1 kilometer instantly pierced through the darkness below. The terrifying energy spread rapidly around like a storm. In an instant, the thick fog that blocked the view in front was completely dispersed, revealing the dark ocean below that looked like oil. The colored light column with a diameter of 1 kilometer shot into the ocean through 10,000 meters. The next second, it set off an energy water tornado, which quickly turned bloody, accompanied by a large amount of flesh and blood. These flesh and blood were the bodies of the black tentacles that had just wrapped around the water tornado. The body died, and these black tentacles also lost their power, and fell into the dark ocean. The deep sea was right in front of him. Tidal Leviathan changed from a straight flight state to a spiral flight, and the water tornado behind him also turned into a spiral. Soon, the tidal Leviathan rushed into the deep sea, but the sea surface did not raise too much waves. The huge body of 200,000 meters long quickly coiled together, and shrank into a ball, with only the head exposed. Driven by the tidal Leviathan, the waterspouts behind also coiled up in circles, completely wrapping the tidal Leviathan in the center, and finally formed a huge water ball. Ding! We have arrived at the deep sea. At this time, the world system prompt sounded in the minds of all the survivors, confirming that their arduous space journey has finally ended. However, after experiencing the danger in the fog above just now, the survivors did not have too much joy in their hearts, because they had a certain understanding of the degree of danger of this planet. Brothers, now that we are all gathered together, why not team up? Indeed, there is strength in numbers. Then how to gather? Do you have anything that can be identified? When the survivors were looking for their companions, and preparing to explore the sea together, the Leviathan creatures that entered the waterspout quickly swam out of the huge water ball formed by the tidal Leviathan, and disappeared in the dark sea water. Several abyssal Leviathans also left one after another, and only the abyssal Leviathan stayed, slowly landing its body on the huge body of the tidal Leviathan, and then stopped moving. Chapter 570. Brother, are you alone? Do you want to join us? At this time, a team of 5 people swam to Zhou Wen with their transmogrified Leviathan. The equipment of these 5 people was pretty good, all steel scale armor. The leading man asked Zhou Wen. Just when Zhou Wen was about to refuse, a team member next to the man looked at Zhou Wen, frowned slightly, and then spoke. Where is your transmogrified Leviathan? As soon as this team member asked, the other team members also reacted, looking around Zhou Wen, but did not find Zhou Wen's transmogrified Leviathan. The leading captain also glanced around, and after confirming that Zhou Wen did not transmogrify Leviathan, the enthusiastic look on his face immediately changed. He had originally taken a fancy to the other party's armor. Although he could not tell what biological material the other party's dark armor was made of, he could tell that the armor was not simple at a glance, so he took the initiative to invite him, but he did not expect that the other party had lost the transmogrified Leviathan. Then the 5-man team took their own Phantom Leviathan and left directly, without even a polite word to Zhou. In their opinion, a survivor who lost his Phantom Leviathan had no value at all, even if he might have been a strong man. That's good, so I don't have to find a reason to refuse. Zhou curled his lips and said. His Phantom Leviathan was right beside him, but it had entered a stealth state. When it was motionless, the survivors who could not release their mental power could not find it at all. The length of the Phantom scale has reached 320 meters, while the Phantom Leviathan of ordinary survivors has not been full for 10 days, so the length is still about 150 meters. The difference is too big. Once the survivors see it, it will definitely cause an uproar. So as soon as Tidal Leviathan entered the deep sea, Zhou put Huanlin into stealth mode. After a while, many teams that had already formed teams began to leave the water ball formed by Tidal Leviathan one after another, and each guild was calling for guild members to gather. Although the previous guild was a guild, it was difficult for guild members to gather together. Now that more than 2 million survivors are together, it is natural to gather all together and become a real guild. Zhou Junyang and He Yue both sent invitations to act together, but Zhou refused. He still likes to act alone. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian also gathered their own guild members to act together. Zhou gave them some scarlet seaweed and bamboo sea mushroom roots. If they encounter creatures or areas where seaweed can be grown, they will grow these two types of seaweed. There is no need to give the seeds of the Golden King algae, as they both have them. Zhou did not leave in a hurry, but swam to the front of Tidal Leviathan first, wanting to obtain the current biological illustration information of Tidal Leviathan, but Tidal Leviathan formed a circle of colorful energy barrier around it, and he could not get close at all. Just as Zhou was about to leave, Tidal Leviathan, which was huddled in a ball with only its head exposed, opened its eyes, and looked at Zhou, then spit a colorful energy ball at Huanlin. The colorful energy ball flew very slowly, floating like a bubble, and did not look dangerous. When the colorful energy ball touched Huanlin's body, it immediately turned into a stream of energy that wrapped Huanlin's whole body, and then Zhou felt a might emanating from Huanlin's body. King's might? Zhou had also seen other king-level Leviathans, and knew immediately that this might was the king's might of the king's Leviathan. The king's might of the king's Leviathan can actually be bestowed on the Phantom Leviathan. Zhou said with some surprise. But why did the Tidal Leviathan give the Phantom scale king's might? Zhou had a question in his mind. But when he looked at the Tidal Leviathan had closed its eyes again, and he could not get an answer. Zhou did not stay here any longer, and began to swim upwards. Before leaving, he wanted to see what the surface of the deep sea was like. The water ball formed by the Tidal Leviathan had a radius of about 100,000 meters, which means that the location of the survivors was 100,000 meters away from the sea surface. This depth should have a huge water pressure, but the survivors did not notice it. This should be because the Tidal Leviathan used its own ability to eliminate the water pressure. The distance of 100,000 meters was not far. Zhou was brought to the sea surface by Huanlin very quickly. However, the farther away from the Tidal Leviathan, the darker the sea water became. When he reached the sea surface, the surrounding sea water was already pitch black. Bang! Then, there was a loud noise on the sea surface, and Huanlin emerged from the water. Zhou stood on Huanlin's back and released his mental power, but found that the surroundings were filled with thick fog, just like what he had encountered in the air before. Zhou was shocked and immediately asked Huanlin to dive a little deeper. None of the creatures he had encountered in the thick fog before were good people. If Huanlin was attacked by the creatures in the thick fog, it would be troublesome. After that, Zhou simply asked Huanlin to dive below 10,000 meters, and he stood on the water wearing a wave-walking suit, and then asked Jiang Haitao to send him an invitation to go with him. As long as a creature suddenly appeared in the thick fog to attack him, he would teleport away directly. The surface of the deep sea was extremely calm, without any wind or waves. Zhou stepped on the water wearing a wave-walking suit, just like stepping on flat ground. Only when he walked, the sea surface would cause tiny ripples. The thick fog was not completely close to the sea surface. Although it was very low, it was still about 10 meters away from the sea surface. Zhou took out a strong headlamp to illuminate the thick fog above, and it felt like the sky was only 10 meters high. Zhou turned on the strong headlamp and illuminated the dark front. The released mental power paid more attention to the thick fog above. Soon, he walked to the edge of the water ball formed by the Tidal Leviathan, where a faint trace of colored energy could be seen from time to time. What's going on in this seawater? Zhou's mental power covered the seawater outside the water ball, but found that there were many extremely small creatures in the seawater. He used a strong headlamp to illuminate it at close range and found that it was a very small black insect, similar in appearance to a blood-sucking insect. Suddenly, Zhou Wen's expression changed, and he immediately retreated from his current position. The next second, a fish creature about 100 meters long, with black scales all over its body and a pair of blood-red eyes, rushed out from where he was before. In fact, facing ordinary 100-meter creatures, Zhou Wen's current strength does not need to dodge at all, but this fish creature is different, because its teeth emit red light. It looks like blood energy is attached, so Zhou Wen dare not be careless. With a thought, a large calicary knife appeared in his hand. Zhou Wen did not intend to kill this fish creature directly. He was ready to try whether its teeth glowing red were energy attacks. Chapter 571. Swish. The sharp blade of the black flame sword easily cut open the belly of the black-scaled fish creature, and a large amount of blood spurted out, slowly spreading in the dark seawater. The black-scaled fish creature died completely after struggling for a while. In order to test whether the teeth of this black-scaled fish creature belonged to energy attacks, Zhou Wen had previously experimented with the Keeley sword. The Keeley sword was bitten off in one bite. Although it was not as easy as cutting tofu with a steel knife, it was not much different. You should know that the material of the Keeley sword is made of the Keeley of the special Leviathan creature, with a body length of 300 meters, the red copper crystal armor Leviathan, and the black-scaled fish creature is only a 100-meter creature. It can directly bite off the Keeley sword, which also shows the destructiveness of its teeth. A 100-meter-long creature has an energy-type attack organ, so wouldn't the armor and weapons made from the materials obtained on the survival planet become waste? Zhou Wen frowned and thought, I hope there aren't many of these creatures. With a helpless sigh, Zhou Wen put away the black flame sword in his hand, then changed his wave-walking suit, dived underwater, and prepared to touch the black-scaled fish creature to obtain the biological illustration information. But when Zhou Wen approached the corpse of the black-scaled fish creature, a vigilant look appeared on his face, and then he immediately put on the abyss scale armor, and then used a strong headlight to illuminate the blood flowing out of the corpse, and then he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. The blood was full of black tiny bugs that he had seen in the seawater outside the water ball before. Zhou Wen was now in the water ball formed by the tidal Leviathan. Because there was colored energy to isolate the outside seawater, there were no such black tiny bugs inside the water ball. In other words, these tiny black bugs existed in the blood of black-scaled fish creatures from the beginning. Faced with this unknown creature, Zhou Wen did not want to contact it, so as not to be infected inexplicably. But now there is another serious problem. Most of the survivors are in a hurry to find food for the phantom Leviathan, and they have left the water ball at this time. If these tiny black bugs are everywhere, causing a large number of survivors and phantom Leviathans to be infected, I don't know how many people will die. Zhou Wen stayed away from the corpse of the black-scaled fish creature, then opened the system interface and checked the number of survivors in each district. When the districts were just merged, except for District 10, the number of survivors in the other 9 districts was more than 10 million, and District 5 was even more than 20 million. However, after this 10-day space journey, the number of people in each district has decreased by 30%. Through the regional communication channel, Zhou Wen learned that the other 9 districts have also landed on this planet, and fortunately, they did not encounter any dangerous creatures during the landing process. Just as Zhou Wen closed the regional communication channel and opened the world communication channel, preparing to check the situation of the survivors, who went out in Area 10, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian sent a message. Brother Wen, Tidal Leviathan also added a layer of king-level pressure to my abyss. Boss Zhou, my crystal oscillator also has king-level pressure. It seems that my phantom scale is not the only one that can obtain king-level pressure. After phantom scale obtained the king-level pressure of Tidal Leviathan, Zhou Wen sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, asking them to try getting close to Tidal Leviathan. Now it seems that as long as you get close to Tidal Leviathan, you can get a layer of king-level pressure for the phantom Leviathan. Zhou Wen thought he was special, so Tidal Leviathan took special care of him. But why did Tidal Leviathan add a layer of king-level pressure to the phantom Leviathan? Zhou Wen thought quickly, then raised his hand and made a gesture. Soon Phantom Scale, which had dived 10,000 meters below, detected the gesture and immediately swam up. As soon as Phantom Scale came to Zhou Wen's mental power discovered that the tiny black bugs in the blood of the black-scaled fish creature seemed to have sensed something terrible, and immediately drilled out of the corpse, moving away in groups like black fog for hundreds of meters. So it's used to drive away these black bugs. Zhou Wen asked Phantom Scale to try to get close to those black bugs, and found that the king-level pressure of tidal Leviathan could drive these black seeds away by 100 meters, which means that as long as they are within 100 meters around Phantom Scale, they don't have to worry about being invaded by these black bugs. Then, Joe used his mental power to scan the body of the black-scaled fish creature, and after confirming that there were no small black bugs in it, he touched it with his hand and obtained the illustrated information. Blood-tooth black-scaled bream, body length, 100 meters. Weight, 8,000 tons. Food type, meat. Introduction. A small fish that lives in groups in the deep sea. It is ferocious, and its teeth can be used to make weapons. Can't be eaten? Joe murmured, but his 3 attributes are full at the moment, so even if it can be eaten, it can't be eaten, so it doesn't matter. But strangely, the introduction did not mention that the blood-tooth black-scaled bream has energy attacks. Afterwards, Joe put the corpse of the blood-tooth black-scaled bream into the system interface, and then returned to the stomach wall space. Juan Scale dived to below 100,000 meters at the fastest speed, and came to the front of the tidal Leviathan. Joe came outside, swam to a deep abyss Leviathan attached to the body of tidal Leviathan, and then placed the blood-tooth black-scaled sea bream out. As expected, the tentacles of the deep abyss Leviathan moved, stretched out the colorful energy barrier formed by tidal Leviathan, rolled up the corpse of the blood-tooth black-scaled sea bream, and threw it into the mouth of its umbrella-shaped body. Then a relatively small ball of colorful energy light appeared on the surface of tidal Leviathan, and floated to Huanling's body, restoring some of the slightly reduced king-level pressure on Huanling. It seems that I need to offer sacrifices to tidal Leviathan frequently in the future before I can move in this sea area. Joe now figured out how to survive in this deep sea. I wonder if my King of Survival as kingly power can dispel those black bugs. Joe suddenly thought, although Huanling will not be eroded by those black bugs after he has the king-level pressure, but the range is only 100 meters, and the distance is too short to be convenient for exploration. Joe was ready to give it a try, so he let the phantom scales lead him to swim towards the edge of the water ball. Just as he was about to leave the water ball, a large number of phantom leviathans rushed into the water ball from outside the water ball. They were the phantom leviathans of the survivors, who had left in a team before. At this time, most of these phantom leviathans were injured, as if they were bitten by some creature. Some were seriously injured, and their bones could be seen. The scales on their bodies seemed to have no effect at all. The mouths of these phantom leviathans opened, and the survivors came out, but many of them were in poor physical condition. Ahem. Don't go out. The sea water outside is not right, ahem. One of the survivors shouted loudly, but his condition was extremely bad. While talking, he was still coughing violently, and there was a sound of choking in his throat. Chapter 572. It's not just the seawater that's wrong. There are red dots all over the outside, densely packed. It should be some kind of creature. My phantom leviathan was almost bitten to death. Another survivor said. Indeed, the seawater is too dark. I can't see clearly that it's a creature. The teeth are glowing red. The steel scales on the surface of my phantom leviathan can't defend it at all. It's too weird. Many survivors followed suit, and soon after they went out, they encountered many fish creatures with red eyes. If they hadn't run fast, they would have been eaten without even a bone left. At this time, the survivor who said the seawater was wrong coughed more violently, and some survivors came forward to show concern. Brother, what's wrong with you? Cough, cough. Not just fish, cough, cough. There's also seawater, in the seawater. Cough, cough. The survivor's cough became more and more severe, and finally he couldn't even speak clearly. Are you injured? Take off your armor quickly. We'll see if we can help you get treated, a survivor said. The survivor put away his armor, but when the people around him saw him, they all stepped back a distance. At this time, all the 7 orifices of this person were bleeding, and the blood that flowed out was black, and there were things twisting frequently in the black blood. A closer look showed that it was densely packed with small black bugs, and even his eyes were full of wriggling bugs, which made his eyes completely black. Such a weird scene made the survivor's scalps numb. Zhou expression moved, and he secretly gestured to the invisible Huanling. Huanling slowly swam to the vicinity of the survivor, and then those black bugs drilled out of the survivor's body, and quickly moved away. What Zhou didn't expect was that the survivor's condition did not improve after losing these black bugs, but worsened, and he died after a while. What are those bugs? The survivors were all scared. They had all entered the deep sea. If they were like this, they would all die. These black bugs shouldn't be everywhere, right? I don't seem to be in any trouble, a survivor said. No, these black bugs are everywhere. Look outside the water ball. A survivor who observed more carefully came to the edge of the water ball, and the deep sea shone the light of his headlamp, and then he could see that the sea water outside was full of black bugs. Fuck. I'm not infected with these ghost bugs, am I? Thinking of the large number of bugs in their bodies and the miserable death, the survivors who had gone out felt a sense of fear in their hearts and checked their bodies one after another. What are you doing here? At this time, a majestic voice came from behind. The survivors looked back and found a burly man wearing black armor and a blood-red crown. King Jiang? King Jiang, are you going out? You can't go out. There is a kind of black bug in the seawater outside. If the black bug drills into your body, you will die soon. A survivor advised. King Jiang is the king of their District 10, and he can't die in vain. Jiang Haitao's current image of wearing abyssal scale armor and a blood-red crown has been spread in the World Communication Channel because of the alien brain invasion incident that happened to the mountain Leviathan before. Therefore, many survivors know that the person coming is Jiang Haitao. Black bugs? Jiang Haitao asked in confusion, and then came to the edge of the water ball to check. The careful survivor immediately used his headlamp to illuminate the black bugs. Suddenly, a solemn pressure emanated from Jiang Haitao's body, but the target of this pressure was not the survivors, but the black bugs. So the survivors saw a shocking scene. The black bugs outside the water ball suddenly moved away from Jiang Haitao. The originally dark sea water suddenly became clear, forming a semicircular clear area in front of Jiang Haitao. This? How did you do this? I don't know, I only know that King Jiang is awesome. Not only did the black bugs in the seawater outside the water ball move away from Jiang Haitao, but even the black bugs in the bodies of the survivors, who were enveloped by Jiang Haitao's kingly power, came out, but the number of them in their bodies was not large, so it did not cause any harm to their bodies. At this time, Jiang Haitao released Wang Wei and confirmed that these black bugs could also be dispelled by his Wang Wei. He turned around and left to gather his guild members, but as soon as he turned around, someone hugged his thigh. Jiang Wang, you have a way to drive away these black bugs. Can you take us out to find food for the transformed Leviathan? Get out of here, Jiang Haitao said unhappily. Please, Jiang Wang. The man still didn't want to let go, and the survivors around him also asked together. Go find Tidal Leviathan. After saying this, Jiang Haitao swung his thigh violently, shook the man off, and then left quickly. Looking for Tidal Leviathan? The survivors around looked at each other, a little confused. Since King Jiang has said so, let's go and have a look. The survivor who just hugged Jiang Haitao said. Yes, let's go and have a look together. Then, the survivors all took their own transmogrified Leviathans and swam towards the Tidal Leviathan in the middle. But the survivor who hugged Jiang Haitao did not go, so the survivors invited him to go together. You know, King Jiang is famous for his mood swings. The guy who dares to hug King Jiang is definitely a big shot. You go first, I'll look for my transmogrified Leviathan. Ah? Your transmogrified Leviathan is missing? Yes, it was lost in the waterspout before. I don't know if I can find it. Yes brother, yes, you can take your time to look, we're leaving first. The survivors who had originally wanted to invite them to act together quickly left with their transmogrified Leviathans. This reason is useful. The survivor who was holding Jiang Haitao's thigh said with a faint smile when he saw everyone leaving. This person was naturally Zhou Wen. Jiang Haitao had already tested that Wang Wei, who was titled King of Survival, was indeed effective against those black bugs. Then Zhou Wen took out a core, which was the lightning core of the king-level Leviathan Thunder Leviathan. He wanted to see if the king-level core had any effect on dispelling these black bugs. After the lightning core was moved towards the black bugs also quickly moved away, but the range was not as large as Wang Wei's range, with a radius of only 50 meters. This should be the reason why the core could not fully release the king-level pressure. Zhou Wen thought about it, and sent this lightning core to Chen Xian. Chen Xian did not have the title of King of Survival. Although Tidal Leviathan could give the transformed Leviathan king-level pressure, it was not safe after all. Chapter 573. Give the lightning core to Chen Xian temporarily. If the Phantom Leviathan moves away from you, you can use this core as an emergency measure. Then, Zhou Wen took out the Flame Ion core of the Meteoric Leviathan and tried it. It also worked, but the range was smaller. It could only drive away the black bugs within a diameter of 10 meters. However, this was normal. After all, the Meteoric Leviathan had not yet reached the king level. After a while, a message that energy protection could be obtained as long as you approached the Tidal Leviathan spread in the World Communication Channel. A large number of survivors took their own Phantom Leviathan to obtain energy protection, and then formed small teams again and left the water ball. Although there were many dangerous fish with red eyes in addition to black bugs in the deep sea, they had to leave the water ball because the Phantom Leviathan had no food. Before, in the waterspout, they could still use the items obtained from the meteorite to exchange seaweed with King Jiang, but now those abyssal leviathans have almost all left, and there is no seaweed for them now, so they can only go out to find it. Zhou was also ready to leave, but before leaving, he asked Huanling to dive to the bottom of the water ball, which was 200,000 meters from the sea surface, but what surprised him was that in such a deep area, there was still no seabed. This is very abnormal. On the previous survival planet, even in the abyssal sea, the depth of the seawater was only about 50,000 meters, but this abyssal sea has reached 200,000 meters. This planet won't have no seabed. Zhou suddenly thought of the land base obtained from the meteorite before. A large amount of land base can be used to build an island in the seawater, and it may be used in this abyssal sea. Since his conjecture could not be confirmed for the time being, Zhou stopped thinking about it and followed Huanling to the top of the water ball, then randomly found a direction and left the water ball. Because Huanling's body was protected by the king-level pressure of the tidal leviathan, the black bugs in the seawater all moved away, but as soon as he left the range of the water ball, Zhou suddenly felt a squeeze. The depth here is only more than 100 meters from the water surface. Why is the water pressure so high? Zhou felt that the water pressure of 100 meters could at least reach 100 times the normal water pressure, that is, a depth of 10,000 meters. Zhou simply returned to the stomach wall space and let the Phantom Leviathan find food by himself. If the algae garden Leviathan was still there, he would not have to leave the water ball so quickly. Although he had some seaweed stored in his hands for Huanling to eat, it would only be a waste of money. I don't know if there are any supply boxes in the sea of this planet. In the stomach wall space, Zhou handed a floating factor to a triangular firefly with a red line on its body. Since Zhou hung the heart of the rainbow in the stomach wall space, the triangular firefly mother has hatched some mutant triangular fireflies, each with a different color of energy line, flying in groups in the stomach wall space, colorful and beautiful. And I don't know if it's because of the constant exposure to the light released by the heart of the rainbow, he actually condensed some 3-color energy in his body, but the amount is very small, not enough for him to activate the 3 characteristics for 10 seconds. Why don't you condense some white horse leviathan energy for me? Since the heart of the rainbow can provide him with 3-color energy, it should also be able to provide white horse leviathan energy. After all, the rainbow cube can. Hate it. At this time, the voice of Huanling sounded in Zhou's mind, and then the space of the stomach wall trembled violently. It was obvious that Huanling began to swim faster, and it should have encountered a group of blood-toothed black-scaled bream. However, Huanling swam very fast, and it was not easy for ordinary creatures to attack Huanling. The reason why the transformed leviathans of those survivors were attacked was because they had not eaten for a long time, and had no strength to swim faster, so they were caught up by the blood-toothed black-scaled bream. In the following time, Zhou began to absorb the golden core, and condense the golden energy in his body. About 3 hours later, Zhou heard the sound of Huanling finding food in his mind, so he immediately put on his equipment and let Huanling float to a position closer to the sea surface. He wanted to show up to see the food Huanling found. There is no way. The creatures in this deep sea are very strange, and there may be no seabed. But the problem is, without a seabed, how can the seaweed needed to transform Leviathan grow? After Zhou left the stomach wall space, he activated Wang Wei and dispersed the black bugs in the seawater. These black bugs are called dead blood bugs. After entering the body of an organism, they will replace the blood of the organism, and then absorb the nutrients of the organism. The illustration information of the dead blood bug was sent to the World Communication Channel by a survivor infected with the dead blood bug. According to the introduction in the information, in fact, as long as the physique is strong enough after being infected with the dead blood bug, it will not die immediately, and it can even establish a symbiotic relationship with the dead blood bug. The dead blood bug will also provide the host with dead blood energy. The biological illustration of the blood-toothed black-scaled bream that Zhou killed before did not introduce that the blood-toothed black-scaled bream had energy attacks. At that time, he felt strange in his heart. Now that he has obtained the illustration information of the dead blood bug, his doubts have been solved. Although energy attacks can be obtained after establishing a symbiotic relationship with the dead bloodworms, no survivors are willing to do so at present. The reason is very simple. The king-level pressure of the tidal leviathan will disperse the dead bloodworms, and the dead bloodworms will replace the whole body blood of the survivors. If the human body loses all blood instantly, it is almost certain to die. After dispersing the dead bloodworms around, Zhou-Wen's seawater within a radius of 200 meters instantly became clear, and then he saw a large number of red light spots in the darkness ahead. The surface of the red light spots was wrapped with many twisted black silk threads, and the overall look was like a bunch of red eyeballs. Zhou-Wen frowned and swam forward to check, and found that these red light spots were luminous spheres with a diameter of about 10 meters. The black silk threads wrapped on the surface of the luminous spheres looked like some kind of root system. And below this luminous sphere, there is a long black trunk connected to it. The trunk has leaves like kelp leaves. It looks like algae. Zhou-Wen touched it with his hand to obtain information about this algae. Ding! Obtained red light algae X1. Ding! Red light algae. Edible, but long-term consumption will cause red light algae to grow in the body. Long-term consumption will cause red light algae to grow in the body, meaning that it will be fine as long as you don't eat it every day, Zhou-Wen said uncertainly. Although the introduction information of this red light algae is very strange, in order to survive in the deep sea, the transformed Leviathan must eat. If only this red light algae can be eaten, the survivors have no other choice. So Zhou-Wen plans to collect some, and then give it to the survivors whose transformed Leviathan needs food, let them eat it for a few days, and if there is nothing abnormal, give it to Huanlin. Chapter 574. Zhou-Wen looked into the distance. In the dark and turbid sea water, there were dense red light spots, like scarlet eyeballs staring at him. The area of this red algae forest is very large, but before letting Huanlin harvest it, Zhou-Wen needs to dive to the depths to see. If the deep sea really has no seabed as he guessed, then where do these red algae grow? Putting on the crystal scale armor, Zhou-Wen put his hands on Huanlin's body, and then gestured to let Huanlin start to dive slowly. The water pressure of the deep sea is too strong, and he dare not let Huanlin dive too fast. Zhou-Wen's current physical fitness is 800 points. With the crystal scale armor with excellent pressure resistance, without opening the tungsten gold characteristics, it should be able to withstand a water pressure of about 50,000 meters, but in the deep sea, it can only withstand a water pressure of about 500 meters. Huanlin slowly dived down, while Zhou-Wen used his mental power to detect the surrounding situation. At this time, a fish creature entered his mental power detection range. The fish creature was not big, only about 30 meters long, and it was biting the leaves on the black trunk of the red light algae. But what made Zhou-Wen frown was that the body surface of this fish creature bulged with fist-sized red vesicles, and some even grew on its eyes. The red vesicles growing on the eyes had grown out of the eyes, and the bottom was connected to this black trunk. When the fish creature swam, these red vesicles swayed slowly, and it looked as if the eyes of the fish creature had fallen off. This is the result of long-term consumption of red light algae. Zhou-Wen thought to himself. The red vesicles on the surface of the fish creature are red algae, and the ones in the eyes have grown out of the body. Although I had guessed this result long ago, it still makes people feel sick to see it with my own eyes. In this red algae forest, there are many fish with red algae growing on their bodies, but these fish creatures are not aggressive, and should be algae-eating creatures. After a while, Huanlin dived to a position of 500 meters. The surrounding water pressure has made Zhou-Wen a little uncomfortable, but he still hasn't reached the bottom of the red algae forest. Looking at the dark sea water below that looks like the abyss, Zhou-Wen had to give up the idea of exploring it, and return to the stomach wall space to let Huanlin start harvesting these red algae. The trunk of the red algae is only about 30 centimeters in diameter, and the texture is not tough. Zhou-Wen cut one with a black flame broadsword, and the inside is still hollow, so Huanlin can easily tear it apart after biting it. Zhou-Wen only needs to stay in the stomach wall space to swallow the red algae into the deep blue treasure chest. During the period of collecting red algae, Zhou-Wen had been wearing the strongest defensive abyss scale armor, just to worry about some strange creatures following these red algae into the stomach wall space. However, until the time in the system interface came to night, Zhou-Wen did not encounter any creatures, and the process of collecting red algae was very smooth. After about half a day, Zhou-Wen collected 1,000 boxes of red algae with a deep blue treasure chest. A deep blue treasure chest can collect 200,000 copies of red algae, and 1,000 boxes are 200 million copies. He sent it directly to Jiang Haitao and asked him to sell it to the survivors. Before dusk, Zhou-Wen took a look at the World Communication Channel. Many survivors who went out basically returned empty-handed. Not only that, their transformed leviathans were all injured. Only a few found food for the transformed leviathans, and it was also red algae. At this time, the information about the red algae has been sent to the World Communication Channel, which has aroused discussion among the survivors. Can this red algae be fed to the transmogrified Leviathan? It is said in the introduction, but it cannot be eaten too much. But the problem is that the transmogrified Leviathan has nothing else to eat besides this. It is good to have some to eat. If you think it is dangerous to feed your transmogrified Leviathan, then send them all to me. My transmogrified Leviathan is now so hungry that it can hardly swim. I was bitten by those red-eyed fish when I went out just now. Yes, at least you found edible food. I didn't find anything. Don't give it to me. Originally, the transmogrified Leviathans of most survivors have been in a state of hunger during the 10 days of space travel, and now it is even more serious, which is equivalent to being directly out of food. If they can't find food to feed the transmogrified Leviathan, their road to survival will come to an end. Just when the survivors were worried about the food for the Leviathan, Jiang Haitao sent a message in the World Communication Channel about trading red algae. The price was very cheap, and 100 pieces of stone could be traded for 1,000 pieces. For a while, a large number of survivors came to Jiang Haitao to trade red algae. As for the consequences of eating too much red algae, they would not consider it at all for the time being. They would first let the Leviathan eat enough and return to normal swimming speed so that it would not be attacked by those red-eyed fish. As for the stones used for trading, the survivors had a lot of them in their hands. They were all obtained when collecting meteorites in space before. Meteorites were broken into stones, so they collected a lot of them. Jiang Haitao's price of exchanging 100 pieces of stone for 1,000 pieces of red algae was almost the same as giving it away for free. Soon, the red algae and 1,000 deep blue treasure chests were traded, and Jiang Haitao obtained 20 million pieces of stone. Those survivors, who also found red algae, also sold them at the same price at this time. But the red algae forests they encountered were very small, and collecting 10 million pieces was considered a large area. Zhou Wen was able to encounter a large forest of red algae, because Huanlin swam fast and explored a wide range. Afterwards, Huanlin collected the entire forest of red algae, and Zhou Wen harvested another 200 boxes. It was already night, so he directly let Huanlin start to return. The king-level pressure that tidal Leviathan gave to Huanlin was not permanent. It would slowly dissipate over time, so it was necessary to return to the water ball in time and continue to obtain the king-level pressure by giving tidal Leviathan biological meat. Huanlin switched the scales on his body to the flowing gold mode, and his swimming speed increased instantly. It only took 1 hour to cross the distance that took 3 hours before. But Zhou Wen did not let Huanlin go back directly, but first hunted some blood-toothed black-scaled breams to be used as biological meat for the tidal Leviathan in exchange for the king-level pressure of the tidal Leviathan. Zhou Wen hunted these blood-toothed black-scaled breams living in groups at the fastest speed, and in about half an hour, he hunted hundreds of them. After a while, Huanlin arrived at the edge of the water ball formed by the tidal Leviathan. Zhou Wen came out of the stomach wall space. Huanlin entered the invisible state, and then entered the water ball. When he came to the middle position of the water ball near the tidal Leviathan, it was empty before, but now a huge island appeared. The island is circular with a diameter of 10,000 meters. It is built with land and a large amount of stone foundations. The people who built this island are the people of the Jiangge Guild. Chapter 575. After Zhou Wen discovered the red algae, he realized that it would be difficult for the Transfiguration Leviathan to find normal food in this sea area. Since there was no normal food, he built land and planted it himself. This giant island with a diameter of 10,000 meters was used by Zhou Wen to plant seaweed. Not only Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian also asked his guild members to build islands. Seeing this, other guilds followed suit, because the built islands were not only land for planting seaweed, but also a gathering place for guild members. When the survivors found that the king-level pressure on the Transfiguration Leviathan would gradually dissipate, they also knew that this water ball would not be able to leave for a long time in the future. They had to return from time to time to find the tidal Leviathan to replenish the king-level pressure, so ordinary survivors also built their own islands. But because they had too few, land base, and stone foundation, they could only build a small island of about 100 meters. It was definitely impossible to plant seaweed in large quantities. They could only give their Transfiguration Leviathan a place to sleep and rest. The survivors who lost their transformed Leviathan in the waterspout have now been recruited by the guild, and their job is to grow seaweed. The island of the Jiangge Guild has been almost built. After laying a thick layer of soil, they can start growing seaweed. The types of seaweed grown are the same as those in the seaweed space of the algae garden Leviathan. The outermost is ordinary seaweed, the middle is scarlet kelp, the innermost is golden king algae, and the bamboo sea mushrooms are evenly distributed to allow the ghost light insects to spread out. However, the number of ghost light insects is not large now, only about 100, because the large number of ghost light insects that were bred before were lost with the death of the algae garden leviathan. These remaining ghost light insects are still kept in the stomach wall space by Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian in a crystal sea view box just in case. In addition to building an island with a diameter of 10,000 meters for growing seaweed, the guild of Brother Jiang also built a circle of small islands, with a diameter of 300 meters on the periphery of the island by its 1,500 guild members. These small islands will be the residences of the guild members in the future, and they can also protect the grown seaweed from being stolen. At this time, Zhou swam to Jiang Haitao's island, which was larger than the island of the guild members, with a diameter of 500 meters. Brother Wen. Jiang Haitao greeted Zhou when he saw him coming. Well, the other 200 boxes of red light algae have been sent to you. Will you sell them later? Zhou nodded and said. After that, Zhou and Jiang Haitao had a brief chat, and then let Jiang Haitao go about his business. He came to Jiang Haitao to find a place for Huanling to rest, because there was no seabed in this sea area, and Huanling had no place to sleep. After a night without incident, Zhou woke up in Huanling's stomach wall space. It was already the 131st day. After a brief inspection of the stomach wall space, he directly crushed the seaweed and golden king algae leaves and fed them to Huanling. After feeding Huanling, Zhou left the stomach wall space and came outside. After a night, the island of the Jiangge Guild was already full of various seaweeds, but because it had just started to be planted, the seeds or roots of the seaweed had not yet sprouted, so the island looked bare. At this time, Huanling's king-level pressure had dissipated, but Zhou did not go directly to Tidal Leviathan to exchange for the king-level pressure. Instead, he brought Huanling to the edge of the water ball first, and then let Huanling enter the sea water full of dead bloodworms outside. Huanling's scales were in the flowing gold mode, and his whole body was smooth without a single gap. Even his eyes and mouth were sealed by the fused scales. The scales of his whole body were integrated into one, like a drop of water, without a single flaw on the surface. After Huanling entered the sea full of dead bloodworms, those dead bloodworms rushed towards Huanling, trying to get into Huanling's body, but they couldn't get in at all. It seems to be okay. Zhou used his mental power to scan Huanling's body, and after confirming that there was no dead bloodworm in Huanling's body, a smile appeared on his face. In order to obtain the king-level pressure of Tidal Leviathan, Zhou needs to return to the water ball frequently, which will seriously affect Zhou's efficiency in exploring this sea area. This experiment is done so that he will not return in the future. The flowing gold mode can well resist the invasion of dead bloodworms into Huanling's body, and even if Huanling accidentally lets dead bloodworms enter his body, Zhou can also expel those dead bloodworms from his body by releasing the king's power. After confirming this, Zhou asked Huanling to come back, and then went to the location of Tidal Leviathan, found a relatively remote abyss Leviathan, and took out the 100 blood-toothed black-scaled green corpses hunted yesterday. After the abyssal Leviathan ate all the flesh of these creatures, a colorful energy ball, with a diameter of 100 meters appeared on the surface of the Tidal Leviathan's body. After floating to Huanling's body, it instantly wrapped Huanling's whole body. A colorful energy ball with a diameter of 10 meters can last for about 1 day, and a diameter of 100 meters is equivalent to 10 days. In the next 10 days, Zhou does not have to worry about Huanling being accidentally invaded by dead bloodworms. Afterwards, Zhou met with Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, briefly explained the situation, and left the water ball with Huanling. Huanling in the flowing gold mode swam very fast, like a shuttle flying through the deep sea at high speed, while Zhou absorbed the golden core energy in the stomach wall space. Zhou had already planted the remaining 3 types of neural algae bubble seeds in the crystal sea view box, hoping that more seeds would grow in the next period of time. Just when Zhou felt bored and was passing the time by checking the news of the survivors on the World Communication Channel, he found that Shi Kongyun had started writing erotic novels again. Still alive, Zhou said with some surprise, and then began to criticize Shi Kongyun's erotic novels. But after a while, the stomach wall space that was originally illuminated by the light of the rainbow heart into a colorful color suddenly appeared with a dim white light. The white light was emitted from the corner of the biological area. Zhou looked and found that the source of the light was the small diamond crystal sea snake that had been sleeping for a long time. At this time, its whole body was emitting white light, and the scales on the surface had begun to transform into diamonds. The originally dark scales turned into crystal clear diamond scales at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body of the small diamond crystal sea snake seemed to fade in an instant, and the diamond scales also faintly emitted a faint white light. Is this light too dim? Is it because the white light factor contains too little energy? Joe thought as he looked at the faint white light on the surface of the small diamond crystal sea snake. Crack! Suddenly, the body of the small diamond crystal sea snake cracked, and a bright white light emanated from it. Gradually, the cracks on the surface of the small diamond crystal sea snake's body became larger and longer, and finally spread almost all over the body, and dazzling white light emanated from the cracks. Chapter 576. As the snake's skin covering the light fell off piece by piece, a snake-like creature covered with crystal scales and emitting dazzling white light appeared in front of Zhou. At this moment, the entire stomach wall space was illuminated by the white light and lost its color. The next second, the volume of the white light snake-like creature began to expand rapidly, and its body length soared from 30 meters to 50 meters, and its 2-meter-thick body also grew to 3 meters. After a while, the body of the white light snake-like creature stopped growing, and the dazzling white light on its body slowly converged, gradually revealing its dazzling diamond body. At first glance, the whole body looked like it was carved out of crystal stone, extremely delicate and shining, like a work of art. Swoosh! The little diamond sea snake evolved, and the slender snake body covered with diamond scales suddenly twisted and drove in front of Zhou, and then wanted to wrap its body around Zhou as before, but was slapped back by Zhou. You want to strangle me to death, Zhou said unhappily. With a current body length of 50 meters, it would be easy for him to strangle him if he did not use his special features or weapons. The little diamond sea snake tilted its head, as if it was listening to what Zhou was saying, but it did not understand. After spitting out its tongue, its eyes were attracted by the rainbow heart on its head, and then it stared at the rainbow heart in a trance with the same eyes it had used to look at the white light factor. You can't eat this. If you eat it, I will pry your mouth open and dig it out of your stomach, Zhou warned, but he knew that the little diamond sea snake did not understand the meaning of the words, so he also made a gesture of prying its mouth open with his hands. The little diamond crystal sea snake was very scared of Zhou's action of opening its mouth, and immediately coiled up its body, and hid its head in the middle of its body. Zhou couldn't help but find it funny when he saw the little diamond crystal sea snake's action. It was just a blood draw before, but it was still scared. Then, Zhou touched the body of the little diamond crystal sea snake with his hand to obtain the current biological illustration information of the little diamond crystal sea snake. He opened the biological illustration panel and found that a new biological illustration appeared. Brilliant Leviathan stage, juvenile. Body length, 50 meters. Weight, 1,000 tons. Food type, diamond, meat. Introduction. The white light energy mutant of the diamond crystal sea snake, which evolved into the Leviathan level. The brilliant scales on the surface of the body have extremely high defense power, and can also emit white light energy with certain destructive power. It really evolved into a Leviathan creature, but it seems a little weak. According to the biological illustrations, the brilliant Leviathan can only release destructive white light energy on its body surface, but it has not acquired the ability of the abyssal Leviathan to spray white energy beams. Let's eat. Zhou took out some diamonds from the supply box, and then took out some Leviathan creature meat from the system interface. The little diamond crystal sea snake has become a Leviathan creature, and can eat Leviathan creature meat. As soon as it saw food, the little diamond crystal sea snake immediately poked its head out, and then began to eat it in big mouthfuls. Since it has become a Leviathan creature, it can no longer be called a little diamond crystal sea snake. Just call it a brilliant sea snake. Zhou was used to the 2-word sea snake, and the 3 words Leviathan were too common and sounded weird, so he compromised and took the name of a brilliant sea snake. After the brilliant sea snake finished eating, Zhou drove it to a corner and coiled it up. However, due to its increased size, the area occupied by the brilliant sea snake in the stomach wall space was also larger. The current length of the phantom scale is about 320 meters, so the side length in the stomach wall space has also increased a lot, reaching 22.5 by 22.5 by 20.5 meters. But even if the brilliant sea snake coiled up, it almost occupied a 10 by 10 meter platform. If it continues to grow, it will not be able to be placed in the stomach wall space in the future. When the brilliant sea snake rested, the surface of its body unconsciously emitted a faint white light, which immediately attracted the attention of the triangular fireflies that had mutated through the white light factor before. So these mutated triangular fireflies flew around the body of the brilliant sea snake and began to hover. The sound of the mutant triangular firefly flying disturbed the sleeping brilliant sea snake. It opened its eyes and glanced up. After finding that it was a triangular firefly, it could only close its eyes helplessly. After all, the brilliant sea snake and the triangular firefly were very familiar with each other, and it was impossible for them to attack. Soon after, through the vibration of the stomach wall space, Zhou found that Huanlin's swimming speed slowed down, and then Huanlin's voice sounded in his mind. Huanlin slowed down, because he found a large red algae forest. Zhou was ready to appear again to check, but when he was about to enter the esophagus, he thought of something and turned around to call the brilliant sea snake. Then, a man and a snake swam out of Huanlin's mouth. Huanlin just glanced at the brilliant sea snake lightly and retracted his gaze. The biological radar of the transformed Leviathan can detect its own stomach wall space. It has long known the existence of the brilliant sea snake, so it is not surprised, but it is strange that the appearance of the brilliant sea snake has suddenly changed. After leaving the phantom scales, Zhou activated Wang Wei to disperse the dead bloodworms in the seawater, and then let the brilliant sea snake release energy with its body. As the brilliant sea snake increased the release of energy on its body surface, the light emitted by the diamond scales on its body surface became brighter and brighter, directly illuminating the area with a diameter of 200 meters, which was simply a large searchlight. Ah, it's comfortable. Zhou looked at the illuminated environment around him, and the whole person was much more energetic. There was no way. This deep sea was full of darkness, and it was too depressing to survive in such an environment. Then, Zhou took the brilliant sea snake to roughly explore this red light algae forest, and then found a piece of red light algae with a relatively short trunk. Even the red light on the top was only about 1 meter, which seemed to have just grown out. Then Zhou tried to dive down a few hundred meters, and found the root of this short red light algae. As he had guessed before, these red light algae grew from the corpses of organisms, and the root of this short red light algae grew on the corpse of a huge organism. Zhou quickly swam around the creature's corpse, frowning deeply, because there were too many red algae growing on the huge creature's corpse, and there were also some incompletely grown red algae just emerging from the surface of the body. Looking at it for a long time really made him have intensive phobia. At this time, the depth of the seawater where Zhou was about 500 meters, so he was ready to endure the discomfort of the seawater squeezing and get some information about the huge creature's corpse, because judging from the sharp teeth of this creature, it did not seem to be an algae-eating creature. Chapter 577. But just when Zhou dived to the corpse, and was about to cut off a piece of the creature's meat, and take it to the diving area to obtain the biological illustration information, the huge creature's corpse suddenly opened its blood-red eyes. Still alive? Zhou was surprised. It was incredible that it could still be alive with red algae all over its body. The blood-red pupils of the huge creature turned quickly, and then the tail fin and pectoral fin swung continuously, immediately changing the body, lying on its side to a normal posture. The huge body swam and rolled up eddies of seawater around it. The red algae growing on the surface of the body swayed like as fluff as it swam. The huge creature immediately rushed towards Zhou, or more accurately, towards the shining brilliant sea snake. Zhou was too small, and the creature didn't see it at all. Zhou immediately gestured to the brilliant sea snake to let it return to Huanlin's mouth, and he took out 2 black flame swords, ready to kill the huge creature. Although Zhou couldn't see the whole picture of this huge creature, it could cause such a big noise just by swimming. Its body length should be at the kilometer level. As long as there is no energy attack, he can easily kill a Leviathan creature of this length. However, before Zhou could act, the brilliant sea snake beside him turned into a white light, and rushed directly towards the kilometer-level Leviathan creature in front of him. Oh my god! Zhou was shocked. He couldn't let the pet he had raised for so long die like this, so he immediately activated the arc light feature, and increased the speed attribute to 2,100 points. In an instant, his figure turned into an arc light, and appeared in front of the brilliant sea snake, and then pointed at Huanlin with his finger, meaning to let it go back quickly. But the brilliant sea snake didn't understand Zhou's gestures at all. After a moment of hesitation, it rushed towards the 1,000-meter Leviathan creature again. At this time, the 1,000-meter Leviathan creature had already opened its mouth and rushed over. Zhou no longer wasted his energy to persuade the brilliant sea snake to go back. His figure flashed again, and turned into an arc of light. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the head of the 1,000-meter Leviathan creature. He quickly swung the black flame sword, quickly cut off the dense red algae, and then chopped the scales of the 1,000-meter Leviathan. Bang! But what shocked Zhou was that the black flame sword did not completely split the scales of the 1,000-meter Leviathan, and finally only scratched a shallow knife mark on the surface of the scales. Just when Joe was puzzled, he saw a red light emanating from the scales. This red light was very familiar. It was the dead blood energy. This Leviathan creature actually has dead blood energy attached to its scales. It seems that dead blood energy can be used not only for attack, but also for defense. Joe would immediately realize that the way creatures infected by dead blood worms use dead blood energy may be based on their own advantages. The main feature of the blood-toothed black-scaled bream is its powerful teeth, so the dead blood energy is added to its teeth, which makes it more aggressive. The main feature of this creature is its high scale defense, so the dead blood energy is added to its scales, which gives it a higher defense. Joe currently has blood vein energy and brilliant gold energy, one for attack and the other for defense. Blood vein energy does not have defense capabilities, and brilliant gold energy does not have attack capabilities. Why is this dead blood energy somewhat similar to the energy control of the king-level Leviathan? The king-level Leviathan can freely control its own energy form, whether it is defense or attack. It depends on how it is used. At this time, the brilliant sea snake had already bitten the body of the 1,000-meter Leviathan creature, biting open the scales on the surface with dead blood energy, which made Joe, who had seen all this with his mental power, show a look of surprise on his face. It's still the attack with energy that works. Joe sighed. Since the brilliant sea snake could break the defense of the 1,000-meter Leviathan, he didn't plan to use the blaze blade. To use the blaze blade, he needed to activate the black flame feature, but in this ocean full of dangers, it would be best not to let himself fall into a weak state. Not only Joe and the brilliant sea snake were fighting the 1,000-meter Leviathan creature, but the phantom scale was also constantly hitting the 1,000-meter Leviathan creature. Under the frequent harassment of the phantom scale, the 1,000-meter Leviathan creature began to change its attack target to the phantom scale. But the phantom scale was extremely fast. The 1,000-meter Leviathan launched several attacks on the phantom scale, but the phantom scale easily dodged them all, and could not cause any damage to the phantom scale at all. With the attention of the phantom scales, the brilliant sea snake had enough time to continuously attack the same position of the 1,000-meter Leviathan, successfully biting a 4 or 5 meter blood hole on its body surface. Joe immediately drilled into it. Without the scales attached with dead blood energy to block it, the two black flame swords cut through the flesh and blood like tofu. Soon, Joe drilled into the brain of the Leviathan creature. The two 6-meter wide blades danced quickly, and before the arc-like characteristic ended, they successfully destroyed the brain and completely killed the 1,000-meter Leviathan creature. Then, Joe went to the stomach wall space of the Leviathan creature. Originally, he was looking for a special supply box, but after entering the stomach wall space, he found that it was full of complicated and twisted black roots, and where these black roots were concentrated, there was a huge blood-red vesicle. The blood-colored vesicle has a diameter of 30 meters, and is wrapped by a large number of black roots. Through the translucent vesicle membrane, you can see the blood-red liquid inside. Joe was wearing the Abyss armor at this time, so he didn't need to worry about the abnormality of the blood-colored vesicle, so he touched the vesicle with his hand, and then the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Obtained red light algae vesicle X1. Ding! Red light algae vesicle. The core of the reproduction and growth of red light algae. Feeding the liquid inside to the transformed Leviathan can increase the growth rate by 300%, but it cannot be fed frequently. 300% growth rate. I didn't expect it to look bad, but it's still a good thing. Joe immediately cut off the black roots connected to the red light algae vesicle and collected it through the system interface. Then through mental detection, he found a supply box covered by black roots, but this supply box was not a silver-edged supply box, but a completely black box. Ding! Obtain land base X1. Ding! Obtained dead blood energy liquid defense X1. Ding! Obtained red algae inhibitor X1. Ding! Obtained algae Leviathan scale armor blueprint. Dead blood energy liquid? Joe took it out and looked at it. Ding! Dead blood energy liquid, defense after taking it. A layer of dead blood energy will be attached to the surface of the body, which cannot be destroyed by non-energy attacks and lasts for 1 minute. Chapter 578. Energy defense covering the whole body? And it lasts for a minute? Joe suddenly felt a little unbalanced. His golden pattern covering the whole body can only last for 1 second. From the water tornado to now, he has only condensed 300 golden energies, which means that the whole body is covered for 5 minutes. Putting away the dead blood energy liquid defense temporarily, Joe checked the red light algae inhibitor. Ding! Red light algae inhibitor. After using it on the Phantom Leviathan, it can delay the time for the red light algae to germinate and grow in the Phantom Leviathan. This should be useless to me. According to the system introduction, this red light algae inhibitor is obviously used for the Phantom Leviathan that eats too much red light algae, and Zhou Wen also stored some seaweed. Before the seaweed planted by Jiang Haitao and Chen Xiang grows out, he will feed the seaweed and red light algae alternately, which should last for more than 30 days. Land-based and light algae Leviathan scale armor blueprint are nothing to look at. Land-based is stored in the deep blue treasure chest, and the blueprint is used directly. Then, Zhou Wen touched the Leviathan creature with his hand and obtained its biological illustration information. Light algae Leviathan stage, adult. Body length, 800 meters. Weight, 90,000 tons. Food type, light algae fish. Introduction. A small Leviathan living in the deep sea. It will grow red light algae in its body by eating light algae fish, and use the buoyancy of red light algae to resist the sinking water flow. The scales can be used to make armor. It turns out to be a symbiotic relationship. No wonder it didn't die even though it was covered with red light algae. However, the sinking water flow in the introduction caught Zhou Wen's attention. He also noticed something strange when he was swimming in the seawater before. There was a downward force in the seawater, and the deeper he dived, the greater the force was. This was why Huanling could not rest in this sea area by floating, because as long as he stopped swimming, his body would continue to sink. After that, Zhou Wen continued to use his mental power to detect. It didn't take long for him to find the heart in the body of the lamp algae Leviathan, but after cutting open the heart, there was no core inside. Rubbish Leviathan. Zhou Wen cursed inwardly. With such a large body, there was no core in the body. It was not as good as those special creatures whose body length did not reach the Leviathan level. After coming out of the lamp algae Leviathan, Zhou Wen used the lamp algae Leviathan scale armor drawing to make equipment and peeled off all the scales on its body surface, and then put them into the deep blue treasure box. At this time, a white light rushed in front of Zhou Wen. It was the brilliant sea snake. Because the brilliant sea snake had been exposed to the seawater full of dead bloodworms for a long time, Zhou Wen was worried that its body would be invaded by dead bloodworms. So he used his mental power to check the whole body of the brilliant sea snake. But what surprised Zhou Wen was that there was not even a dead bloodworm in the body of the brilliant sea snake. Zhou Wen looked at the white energy light on the surface of the brilliant sea snake and fell into thought. Then, Zhou Wen put away his own kingly power, and then commanded Huanling to take him away from the brilliant sea snake. Without the kingly power, the surrounding dead bloodworms rushed towards the brilliant sea snake, but after contacting the white energy light on the surface of the brilliant sea snake, they died immediately and could not enter its body at all. It's good to have energy attacks. Zhou Wen envied. Although he could also use energy attacks, he couldn't use them for a long time because it would waste too much energy. But the good news was that he didn't have to worry about the brilliant sea snake being invaded by dead bloodworms in the future. Next, Zhou Wen inspected the red algae forest again under the illumination of the brilliant sea snake. After confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he returned to the stomach wall space and let Huanling harvest it. While Huanling was harvesting the red algae, Zhou Wen took out the dead blood energy liquid defense he had just obtained. In a glass tube as thick as a finger, there was a bottle of black and red liquid, just like thick blood. Zhou Wen opened the bottle stopper and poured the liquid into his mouth. As soon as he took a sip, he felt an extreme bitter taste, as if he had taken bile. Zhou Wen's face was distorted by the bitterness. Ding! Take the dead blood energy liquid defense, and a layer of dead blood energy defense will be attached to the body, which will last for 1 minute. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, knowing that the energy liquid has taken effect, Zhou Wen did not care about the bitter taste in his mouth. He put on the tungsten bone gloves with a thought, turned on the blood vein characteristics, attached a layer of blood vein energy to the tungsten bone claws, and then grabbed his arm covered with a layer of dead blood energy. Sizzle! The tungsten bone claws with blood energy easily cut through the dead blood energy defense layer, directly cutting Zhou Wen's skin and flesh, and golden blood flowed out of the wound. Zhou Wen didn't care about his injuries. This minor injury didn't need to be taken care of. He would recover soon. He still had an experiment to do. Then he took out the light algae Leviathan scale armor he had just made, put it on his body after putting it in the equipment bar, and then tried to transfer the dead blood energy on the surface of the body into the armor. Gradually, the surface of the light algae Leviathan scale armor glowed with a faint red light, and the dead blood energy covering the surface of the body was successfully transmitted to the armor. She, Zhou scratched the surface of the armor with a Huangjin sword, but only left a layer of scratches on the surface, and did not cut the armor. Although this dead blood energy is not worth mentioning when facing real energy attacks, it is really strong when facing non-energy attacks. Zhou sighed. His Huangjin sword is the strongest weapon, but it is almost useless just after coming to this deep sea. Moreover, by transmitting the dead blood energy to the exclusive armor, it also proves Zhou conjecture, that is, as long as there is defensive dead blood energy in the body, the energy can be attached to the equipment made of biological scales affected by dead bloodworms. Afterwards, in order to confirm his conjecture, Zhou put on the Abyss Scale armor again, and then tried to let the dead blood energy enter the Abyss Scale armor, but failed. After 1 minute, the dead blood energy on the body dissipated, and the dead blood energy defense effect ended. After using the dead blood energy for 1 minute, Zhou's body did not feel any discomfort, indicating that there was no negative effect. Although the only bottle of dead blood energy liquid defense was wasted for the experiment, Zhou did not feel sorry because this bottle of energy liquid had little effect on improving his strength. On the contrary, knowing that dead blood energy is far less than blood vein energy is more important to him. At least, he does not have to worry about the threat of survivors using dead blood energy liquid in the future. In the following time, Zhou has been collecting red lamp algae swallowed by Huanlin into the stomach wall space. It took 5 hours to collect a total of 1,000 deep blue treasure chests. Zhou sent them to Jiang Haidao and asked him to sell them. When leaving, Zhou cut off a lot of the flesh and blood of the lamp algae Leviathan to plant Leviathan blood vein fruit. Although his 3 attributes have reached the upper limit now, he can plant the blood vein fruit first and eat it when the attributes break through the upper limit in the future. Chapter 579. When cutting the flesh of the lamp algae Leviathan, the red lamp algae growing from its body gradually withered, and the buoyant red lamps shrank one by one. Gradually, the body of the lamp algae Leviathan lost the buoyancy to resist the sinking water flow, began to sink slowly, and finally left the detection range of Zhou's mental power, and disappeared in the dark sea water. Just as Zhou was about to return to the stomach wall space, the sea water in the distance suddenly turned blood red, and then, a series of turbulent currents hit like shock waves, and the originally calm sea surface suddenly raised layers of huge waves at this moment. "Little man, run." At this time, Huanlin's anxious and fearful voice sounded in Zhou's mind. Before he could react, he was swallowed into Huanlin's stomach. The moment Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, Huanlin dived at the fastest speed, as far away from the sea as possible, and swam away at the same time. After a long while, Huanlin stopped swimming. At this time, the time on the system interface had already come to night. After confirming that there was no danger outside through Huanlin's voice, Zhou left the stomach wall space and came outside, preparing to use, land-based, to build a platform for Huanlin to rest. But as soon as he came out of Huanlin's mouth, he found that something was wrong with the seawater, because the current seawater was very clear, not as dark as the previous sea area. There are no dead bloodworms in this sea area. Zhou was a little surprised. Then, Zhou asked Huanlin to take him around, and found that it was not that there were no dead bloodworms in this sea area, but that there were no dead bloodworms in the area where he was, a circular area with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Outside this area, there are still dense dead bloodworms, and these dead bloodworms are also invading this clear area at this time. Since dead bloodworms can enter this clear area, it means that this area has no function of isolating dead bloodworms. But if that's the case, why did the dead bloodworms in this area suddenly disappear? It seems that something sucked away the dead bloodworms in this area. It can't be related to the abnormality just now. Although Zhou was in the stomach wall space just now, and couldn't see the outside scene, according to the behavior of Huanlin's rapid diving, it means that the danger is above the sea surface. The area without dead bloodworms here is a hemispherical range that just unfolds with the sea surface, which means that something on the sea surface has sucked away the dead bloodworms in this area. Zhou thought to himself, swam out of the sea directly, put on the wave-walking suit and stood on the sea surface, and then found that the thick fog only 10 meters high above his head was violently churning at this time, as if something giant had just passed through, and the direction of the giant's advance was exactly the direction of the red light algae forest where he was before. "I don't know what level of creature it is," Zhou muttered as he looked at the extremely violent fog rolling above his head. After observing for a while, he did not find any clues related to the mysterious giant. Zhou put away his wave-walking suit and returned directly to the sea surface. Then he used the land and stone foundation to build a rectangular platform 500 meters underwater at the fastest speed. In order for Huanlin to put his body on the platform, Zhou would increase the length of the rectangular platform to 500 meters and the width to 200 meters. This size is enough for Huanlin's 320-meter body to lie on it. While Huanlin was resting, Zhou took out the neural algae bubble and the green feather Tai Sui slime ball, then opened the blueprint interface and turned to the page of Neural Algae Bubble Culture Chamber Blueprint. Neural Algae Bubble Culture Chamber Blueprint. Neural Algae Bubble X1. Green Feather Tai Sui Slime Ball X1. When Zhou was on the survival planet before, he had a premonition that something big might happen on the 120th day, so he did not make the Mecha Intelligent Brain. Now that he has entered the deep sea, there should not be any major changes for the time being, so he decided to make the Mecha Intelligent Brain and make it. Zhou's mind moved, and the two materials in front of him were immediately wrapped in blue light, and then began to merge together. This fusion process is very simple, that is, the green feather Tai Sui slime ball is connected to the bottom of the neural algae bubble, which looks very simple, and the world system does not have a prompt sound of completion. Could it be that the green feather Tai Sui slime ball at the bottom is also needed to grow the green feather Tai Sui? Zhou thought. After all, this neural algae bubble culture chamber seems to be a device that supplies nutrients, and the green feather Tai Sui will secrete green feather agar after growing to a certain extent. Based on Zhou's previous experience with the manic Tai Sui in the body of the manic shark leviathan, he knew that manic agar can accelerate the hatching of parasite eggs, so green feather agar should be the nutrient for cultivating the Mecha Intelligent Brain. There is only one problem now, that is, the green feather Tai Sui needs a lot of seawater to grow by filtering the plankton in the seawater, but Zhou can't spend a lot of time changing the water for the green feather Tai Sui, and are there really plankton in the seawater full of dead bloodworms? I wonder if it would work to use the golden Tai Sui. Zhou thought of the golden Tai Sui that he had grown by fusing the green feather Tai Sui slime ball with the golden core. The golden Tai Sui did not need to change the seawater, but only needed to provide the blood of the golden leviathan. Let's try it. Zhou took out a golden core and stuffed it into the green feather Tai Sui slime ball. After a while, a faint golden color appeared on the surface of the green feather Tai Sui slime ball. Considering that it was not good to let the golden Tai Sui slime ball directly contact the stomach wall space, Zhou put the unfinished neural algae bubble culture chamber with a diameter of more than 3 meters into the crystal sea view box that had previously stored negative oxygen ions. The 2 negative oxygen ion mushrooms inside were transferred out. After so many days of growth, the 2 negative oxygen ion mushrooms have almost grown to 5 meters, and it is indeed not suitable to continue to be placed in the crystal sea view box that is only 5 meters high. After transplanting the negative oxygen ion mushrooms, Zhou put the unfinished neural algae bubble culture chamber inside. After a while, the golden Tai Sui slime ball began to lay a golden bacterial film at the bottom of the crystal sea view box. Zhou saw this, and put some solidified golden blood on it to use as nutrients for the growth of the golden Tai Sui. In order to prevent the golden Tai Sui from growing too big, Zhou put in very little solidified golden blood, as long as it could produce golden agar. After doing this, Zhou made the bed, and prepared to go to bed. While lying on the bed, Zhou opened the World Communication Channel to check the situation of the survivors. Those survivors who fed the Phantom Leviathan with red algae were talking about today's harvest. Because the Phantom Leviathan was full, and the swimming speed was restored, the blood-toothed black-scaled bream could no longer bite the Phantom Leviathan. The survivors could also explore areas far away from the water ball. Many survivors also encountered large areas of red algae forests. There was no need to worry about the food problem of the Phantom Leviathan for the time being. Chapter 580. Looking at the survivors in other areas, they are really miserable, because the survivors in other areas are basically ruled by the King of Survivors, so there is no guild, the strength is very concentrated, and the strong ones are almost all the people of the King of Survivors. Ordinary survivors can only rely on the charity of the King of Survivors to survive. The survivors in Area 10 saw that the survivors in other areas were so miserable. While mocking them, some survivors realized that this was an opportunity. Since the leviathans of the survivors in other areas are short of food, they can sell red algae to the survivors in other areas and exchange them for some biological meat that they have never eaten. After all, there are survivors in 9 areas. In the current situation, any exchange can greatly improve their attributes. For a while, the regional communication channel was very lively. Some survivors in Area 10, who had rich red algae, sent information about selling red algae in it, so as to find survivors in other areas to exchange for biological meat. After all, red algae is not a good thing for the transmogrified Leviathan. Survivors all know that they can't eat too much of the transmogrified Leviathan, but if you are not strong enough, you want to exchange some ordinary seaweed with the guild members, but it is not worth it. Therefore, now use the extra red algae to trade for the biological meat of survivors in other areas. When they are stronger, they can hunt more blood-toothed black-scaled bream and exchange them with the tidal Leviathan for longer protection energy, and they can also explore further. You know, a 5-person survivor team can basically only hunt one blood-toothed black-scaled bream in one trip, because blood-toothed black-scaled bream is a social creature, and they will be a group when they meet, and their body length is about 100 meters. The length of the Leviathan of an ordinary survivor team is also 150 meters. How can 5 150-meter Leviathans fight against hundreds of blood-toothed black-scaled breams head-on? They can only rely on the speed of the Leviathans. 5 people concentrate on attacking one and steal one from the school of fish. Tidal Leviathan will give the survivors a protective energy at the beginning, and then, they need to exchange it with biological meat, but ordinary survivor teams can only hunt one blood-toothed black-scaled bream back. Then a team mode that saves the most biological meat was derived, that is, in a 5-person team, only one member's Leviathan can obtain the protective energy of the tidal Leviathan. When hunting creatures or looking for red light algae outside the team, the 4 Leviathans without protective energy will gather together, and those with protective energy will circle around the 4 Leviathans to drive away the dead bloodworms in the seawater. Although this method may not be able to completely dispel all the dead bloodworms, the size of the transmogrified Leviathan is large, so even if it is infected with some dead bloodworms, it will not be a problem. After returning to the water ball, you can dispel them one by one. Using this mode, if you can hunt 2 blood-toothed black-scaled breams in one outing, it is a profit. You can increase the duration of the protection energy of your transmogrified Leviathan, exchange some rare biological meat with guild members, or exchange land bases with other survivors. When there are more land bases, you can build a small island to grow ordinary seaweed. Therefore, the source of all development requires strong strength. The stronger the strength, the more blood-toothed black-scaled breams you hunt, and the faster you develop. Soon, some survivors in Area 10 traded back a lot of biological meat. After finding survivors who had not transformed into Leviathan to test whether the biological meat was poisonous, they immediately ate it to increase their own attribute points. After checking the situation of the survivors and confirming that there was no abnormality in the transformed Leviathan that had eaten the red light algae, Joe closed the system interface and went to sleep directly. Ding! The neural algae bubble culture chamber has been completed. Early in the morning of the 132nd day, Joe was awakened by a system prompt sound. After getting up, he came to the crystal sea view box where the golden tie sway was placed. After a night, the golden tie sway had grown out and wrapped up the lower half of the entire neural algae bubble. At this time, the liquid in the neural algae bubble culture chamber had turned light gold. The neural algae bubble was originally filled with liquid, but it was colorless. Now it turned light gold, which should be related to the golden tie sway. Since the neural algae bubble culture chamber has been completed, Joe took out the materials for making the Mecha Intelligent Brain and turned to the Mecha Intelligent Brain Blueprint page. Mecha Intelligent Brain Blueprint requires Spherical Brain Fruit X1, Heterobrain Factor X10, Gene Chimera X1, Brain Platinum Crystal X1, Neural Algae Bubble Culture Chamber X1. After Joe clicked to make it, the fist-sized Brain Platinum Crystal immediately turned into a silver crystal light spot and merged into the walnut-sized spherical brain fruit, and the flesh-colored surface of the spherical brain fruit gradually turned silver-white. Then the silver-white spherical brain fruit passed through the diaphragm on the surface of the neural algae bubble culture chamber and entered the interior. After reaching the center, it was connected by the neuron-like silk threads in the neural algae bubble. Perhaps influenced by the golden tie sway, the originally blue neuron threads have now turned golden. Then, 10 bottles of blue liquid heterobrain factors were poured into the neuroalgae bubble culture chamber, and the originally light golden liquid immediately turned blue, and the silver-white spherical brain fruit in the middle also began to turn blue. However, after being invaded by the heterobrain factors, the plant spherical brain fruit slowly seemed to come alive, and the wrinkles on the surface were faintly trembling. But at this moment, the last material, Gene Chimera, under the control of blue light, turned into a ball of liquid and entered the neuroalgae bubble culture chamber. The moment the liquid ball of the Gene Chimera entered, the blue liquid in that area seemed to fade and turn light golden again. As the Gene Chimera gradually spread, it soon restored all the blue liquid in the neuroalgae bubble culture chamber to light golden. The blue on the surface of the spherical brain fruit gradually faded and turned back to silver white, but the spherical brain fruit was still alive at this time, and began to grow slowly under the nutrition infusion of the golden neuronal threads. It seems that it will take some time to cultivate. Zhou made a judgment and stopped observing and started today's work. First, he inspected the stomach wall space. After confirming that everything was fine, Zhou began to crush the seaweed and golden king algae leaves and put them into the digestion tank. After feeding the phantom scale, Zhou left the stomach wall space and came outside. At this time, the seawater was full of dead bloodworms again. Zhou activated Wang Wei to disperse these dead bloodworms, and then quickly recovered the rectangular platform built last night. An hour later, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, and the phantom scale also began to move, continuing to move towards the depths of the deep sea. There was nothing to do next, so Zhou absorbed the golden core, while checking the information sent by the survivors in the World Communication Channel. He found that after a night, many survivors had begun to sell biological meat to other survivors in their own area, indicating that they had exchanged a lot of biological meat with survivors in other areas. Chapter 581. However, the good times did not last long. The survivors who had exchanged for biological meat were challenged by survivors from other districts just as they started selling biological meat. In the regional communication channel, a series of bloody duel information was pinned to the top of the communication channel. The duel information was basically all survivors from other districts looking for survivors from District 10 to duel. In just half an hour, hundreds of survivors from District 10 died. Zhou frowned as he looked at the duel information. Because many of the survivors who initiated the duel were duplicates, it was obvious that the strong men from other districts had taken action and deliberately challenged the survivors from District 10, who had traded biological meat with the survivors from their own district, so as to obtain the red algae from the survivors from District 10, Chen Xian. Deal with these survivors who initiated duels from other districts. Zhou sent a message to Chen Xian. If ordinary survivors from other areas challenge ordinary survivors from Area 10, Zhou will not intervene. After all, each area is based on strength. But it is absolutely not okay for strong people from other areas to deliberately harvest ordinary survivors from Area 10. The reason why Zhou asked Chen Xian to go was, first, to hide the existence of Jiang Haitao, the king of survivors, and second, to see if he could attract a king of survivors from other areas, and then go together to help Chen Xian defeat the other party, and then let Chen Xian kill him, so as to obtain the title of King of Survival. Chen Xian's current 3 attributes have reached the upper limit of the second stage, with 500 points of strength, physique, and speed. In addition to several powerful characteristics, Zhou does not have to worry about her being killed instantly by the king of survivors from other areas. Chen Xian also understood Zhou's meaning, so he deliberately took action himself and killed all the survivors from other areas, who repeatedly challenged the survivors from Area 10 at a very fast speed. All of a sudden, the strong men from other districts did not dare to challenge the survivors from District 10, but to Chen Xian's disappointment, no survivor king challenged her. Why did you kill them all by yourself? Zhou had just made breakfast, and after eating, he checked the regional communication channel and found that all of them were done by Chen Xian himself. I'm anxious. After killing the strong men from other districts, Chen Xian suddenly realized that she had done something wrong. Because Zhou had killed 10,000 people, including a survivor king, the survivors from other districts were much more honest, but the survivors from other districts did not know that it was Zhou who did it. They only knew that there was a mysterious strongman in District 10, and it was likely that he was the owner of the title of Survival King. Now that Chen Xian has made such a high-profile move, the survivor kings from other districts will naturally think that Chen Xian is the mysterious strongman, so they dare not challenge Chen Xian. If Chen Xian kills a few people at random, and then asks his guild members to kill a few more, there might be a survivor king, because his subordinates were killed and he needs to save face, so he personally takes action, but now, he certainly doesn't dare. Anyway, you are so high profile. If survivors from other districts think you are the survivor king of District 10 in the future, just accept it. Zhou said. Yes, I know, Boss Zhou. At this time, in the regional communication channel, survivors from other districts have begun to ask survivors from District 10 about Chen Xian's identity, and then some survivors from District 10 told Chen Xian that he is the president of the Survivor Guild, which is now one of the 2 major guilds in District 10. Survivor from District 1. Oh my god, the name of the guild Survivor looks like a savior. My dear survivors from District 10, I wonder if I can ask if the king of your district is this beautiful woman. I know my question may be a bit presumptuous. Survivor from Area 10, It is indeed very presumptuous, so I will not answer. Survivor from Area 1. The main reason is that the survivors from Area 10 do not know who the king of Area 10 is. At first, they speculated that it was King Jiang, but this time Chen Xian boldly took action and protected many survivors from Area 10, so a group of survivors who think Chen Xian is the king of Area 10 also appeared in the World Communication Channel. Survivor from Area 8. There are 2 major guilds in your Area 10. Can I ask, besides the survivor guild of this powerful lady, what is the name of the other powerful guild, and how powerful are its presidents? Survivor from Area 10. I can tell you that the other guild is called the Tingfei Guild, which is the largest guild in our Area 10. The strength of its president is even more terrifying, and it is still beyond the scope of survivors. Survivor from Area 1. Tingfei Guild. It turns out that strong people have common characteristics. Look at the names of these 2 guilds, Survivor and Tingfei, which contain the great goal of saving everyone in their president's hearts. Survivor from Area 10. The president of the Tingfei Guild is really ambitious, too ambitious. Zhao Teng is so ambitious that he wants to control everyone in conjunction with the alien brain. At this time, in the World Communication Channel of Area 1, humph. The survivors in Area 10 are so stupid. Their king didn't show up in the Regional Communication Channel. It's obvious that he wanted to hide, but all the information was leaked by the survivors they went to. Haha, they just gave us a few casual compliments and revealed the information to us. Should I say they are naive? Or stupid? Now it seems that the king of Area 10 should be among the 2 guild leaders of Survivor and Tingfei. After that, we can find a few stupid survivors in Area 10 to ask, and we should be able to determine who it is. After a while, the survivors in Area 1 asked a few survivors in Area 10, and finally learned that the leader of the Tingfei Guild was named Zhao Teng, and it was very likely that he was the king of Area 10. At this time, the survivors in Area 10's World Communication Channel were laughing to death. They spoke with one voice, and directly fooled the survivors in other areas, and they all started to ask about Zhao Teng. No matter King Jiang or President Chen, the survivors did not attribute the king's identity to them, because it might be dangerous if the identity was exposed. After all, the terrifying record of fighting 1 against 10,000 was still there. If they were not careful, the kings of survivors in other districts would unite to deal with one person. So they all attributed the king's identity to the beast Zhao Teng, but Chen Xian was very distressed by the kindness of the survivors. It's over, when can I get the title of King of Survival? Chen Xian hoped that the kings of survivors in other districts would unite, and then let Boss Zhou take action directly, and she could also get a few more kings for District 10. It was really inconvenient to be in this deep sea without the title of King of Survival, and her strength was too far behind their team. Chapter 582. By the way, have you seen the boss? No, when we first formed a team, I sent a private message to the boss, hoping to team up with him, but I didn't receive a reply. The boss should already have teammates. After all, in the current environment, I think even the boss should have a hard time surviving. I just feel very strange. After arriving in this deep sea, the boss seems to have suddenly disappeared. Could it be that the boss lost his transformed Leviathan in the waterspout? Damn. Maybe it's true. I haven't seen the boss send a message in the World Communication Channel in the past 2 days. The boss is such a good person. How could this result happen? This world is unfair to him. I can only say that he was unlucky. I still remember the boss's resolute back when he fought for the interests of us ordinary survivors. I didn't expect that the boss's transformed Leviathan would encounter an accident just after changing to another planet. Hey, stop it. It's just a guess. You guys took it seriously. Why don't you say the boss is dead? Are you stupid? Didn't you see the boss's avatar is still there? I mean, can you stop worrying about it? The boss is very powerful. Maybe he is just busy developing now. In the World Communication Channel, when people were discussing who is the king of District 10 between King Jiang and President Chen, someone suddenly mentioned Zhou Wen, and then the survivors began to discuss Zhou Wen's current situation. Zhou Wen looked at the survivors in the World Communication Channel and started talking about him, then shook his head and closed the system interface directly. With his current strength, he no longer needs to improve his relationship with the survivors in the World Communication Channel. Moreover, Jiang Haitao has a higher prestige among the survivors. If there is anything, Jiang Haitao can just command the survivors to do it. He doesn't need to show up at all. Zhou Wen is now completely behind the scenes. The matter of dispatching the survivors can be left to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. Huh? What is this? Not long after Zhou Wen closed the system interface, Wanling's voice sounded in his mind. Considering that Huanlin might have discovered something, he put on his armor and prepared to leave the stomach wall space. At this time, the brilliant sea snake also followed, and it was obvious that it wanted to go out together. After a while, Huanlin opened his mouth, and a man and a snake swam out. After coming out, the brilliant sea snake immediately emitted light from its body's surface, illuminating the surrounding environment. Quite conscious, Zhou looked at the bright sea water in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. However, Zhou had a doubt in his heart after just one look, because there were still no dead bloodworms in the seawater in this area, and the seawater could be seen very far under the white light of the brilliant sea snake. Could it be that the mysterious giant came here yesterday? Zhou thought to himself, and immediately launched his mental power, swimming around and observing, but was surprised to find that this sea area seemed to be able to isolate the dead bloodworms. But it was not like the king-level pressure that could disperse the dead bloodworms, but the seawater in this sea area was filled with vines that looked like plant roots. These vines were only as thick as fingers, and the surface was shining with a faint pink light. The dead bloodworms would be killed directly if they touched these vines. A vine with energy attached to its surface? Just as Zhou was guessing, a stationary vine next to him suddenly whipped towards him. When the vine twisted, the pink light on its surface became more intense. Zhou's expression changed, and he immediately swam to avoid it, but just as he dodged the vine that attacked him, the intertwined vines around him seemed to come alive, and pink light appeared on their surfaces, attacking him together. Hundreds of vines with pink energy whipped at him from all directions. Zhou had no way to avoid them at his current speed, so he focused his eyes and started the arc light feature directly. His figure instantly turned into an orange arc light, and he quickly shuttled between the hundreds of vine attacks. The brilliant sea snake was also attacked, and even most of the surrounding vines were attacking it. At first, the brilliant sea snake could bite off some vines, but as more and more vines spread around, the brilliant sea snake's body was soon wrapped up by these vines. Zhou saw that the brilliant sea snake was almost wrapped up, like a mummy, by the surrounding vines. He put on tungsten gloves with a thought, and the black and red blood energy attached to the tungsten claws. But just as Zhou was about to rush over to rescue the brilliant sea snake, the surface of the brilliant sea snake, which was wrapped up like a mummy, suddenly emitted a white destructive energy, which directly broke through the vines wrapped around its body, and then quickly escaped. Zhou immediately followed. With the white destructive energy of the brilliant sea snake, the surrounding vines could not do anything to the brilliant sea snake for a while, so he forcibly rushed out a path under the vines that were intertwined like a fishing net. Oh, Huanlin! Zhou was worried about Huanlin's situation. Although Huanlin was located outside the vine sea area, its scales had no ability to resist energy attacks. Once hit by a large number of vines, it would be seriously injured. Thinking of this, Zhou was anxious and immediately gestured to Huanlin to move away from this sea area. Huanlin's biological radar detection range was very wide. This place was only a few thousand meters away from Huanlin's location, and Huanlin could detect his gesture. I hope it's in time. Zhou was very anxious at this time, but he had no choice. The surroundings were full of energy vines. Only by following the brilliant sea snake could he leave safely, and there was no way to speed up. After a while, a white light rushed out of the vine-covered sea area, and Zhou followed closely. The moment he came out, Zhou began to look for Huanlin, but he did not find Huanlin's figure. It was not until he turned on the mental power detection that he found that Huanlin was in front of him, but it was just invisible. However, because of the invisibility, the vines did not attack it. Because the brilliant sea snake released too much energy, the moment it escaped from danger, the destructive white light on its body surface immediately dimmed, as if it had consumed too much energy. Zhou quickly brought the brilliant sea snake back to Huanlin's stomach wall space, and then fed it food. After eating a large amount of leviathan creature meat, the brilliant sea snake retreated to the corner of the stomach wall space and entered a resting state. Zhou saw that the brilliant sea snake was fine, and came back outside. At this time, Huanlin had left the sea area full of vines, and the surrounding sea water was once again filled with dead bloodworms. I thought I had finally entered a sea area without dead bloodworms, but I didn't expect that there were creatures more dangerous than dead bloodworms. Zhou thought to himself, and gestured to let Huanlin float up, because he just found that the sea area full of vines was spreading from the sea surface. Chapter 583. After arriving at the sea, Zhou asked Huanlin to dive to a safe position, and he put on the wave-walking suit and walked on the sea, heading towards the sea area full of vines. For safety reasons, he also asked Jiang Haitao to send him an invitation to go with him. Tick tick tick. Zhou turned on the strong headlight, shone it forward, and walked step by step, making the sound of stepping on the water. At this time, the sea was dark and silent, and there was nothing where the light reached. The thick fog above, which was only 10 meters away from the sea, was slowly rolling. This quiet, dark and depressing environment made people very uncomfortable. Suddenly, a pink light emanated from the thick fog above, which dispelled the darkness and turned the thick fog and the sea pink. But after a while, the pink light disappeared again, and the surroundings fell into darkness again. After a while, the thick fog emanated a pink light again. Zhou Wen's mental power has been paying attention to the movements within a radius of 200 meters around him. As long as he finds danger, he will teleport away immediately. After walking forward for a long time, Zhou Wen found that the pink light that occasionally emanated from the thick fog seemed to rise from the sea surface. From his current position, he could already see a blurry pink light spot in the thick fog ahead, which quickly flew from the sea surface into the thick fog. After a while, a giant plant emitting pink light appeared in Zhou Wen's field of vision. At this time, under the sea where he was, there were dense rhizomes growing. These rhizomes were exactly the vines he had encountered in the sea water before. Zhou Wen looked at the giant plant and roughly estimated its size. The diameter was at least 10,000 meters. Facing this unknown plant, he approached it little by little, and the whole person was very careful. He stopped moving forward when he was only a kilometer away from the giant plant. The overall appearance of this giant plant is like a lotus, but the petals are covered with purple spikes, and the bottom is directly in contact with the sea surface. There are more than a dozen objects similar to stamens in the center of the flower, and some of them are deep in the thick fog above. Just as Zhou Wen was wondering what the plant was doing by extending its stamens into the thick fog, the pink light in the fog above dimmed for a moment, and then he saw a stamen quickly shrinking back from the fog, and a large number of black creatures were stuck on the stamens. These black creatures should be 100 meters long, but they were like ants on the huge stamens. That black creature is not. Zhou Wen saw the black creature stuck on the stamen and immediately recognized it. It was the creature that could absorb the energy of the waterspout surface in the thick fog when the tidal Leviathan landed on this planet. At this time, the surface of another stamen of the giant plant began to emit a dazzling pink light, and the pink trunk at the bottom quickly stretched out and stretched into the thick fog above. Is it using the energy emitted by the stamen to attract black creatures? Zhou Wen guessed in his heart as he looked at the black creatures stuck on the stamen that had just retracted. At this time, the pink mucus ball on the stamen slowly melted, carrying the black creature stuck on it and falling into the flower center below, and then the stamen began to slowly secrete pink mucus again. More than a dozen stamens went back and forth like this, and each time, they could stick to many black creatures and bring them back. Zhou Wen saw that this giant plant had been catching black creatures in the thick fog and did not attack him, so he boldly continued to approach. But Zhou Wen had just advanced 100 meters when the giant plant seemed to suddenly sense something. The stamens that had penetrated the thick fog immediately retracted, and then the sea water began to fluctuate violently. Pieces of dark green petals, like shells, rose from the water and wrapped up the giant plant. The giant plant suddenly changed, and Zhou Wen frowned, turning around and running without hesitation. There were a lot of rhizomes spreading in the sea water under his feet. Once the giant plant attacked him, the rhizomes under the water would probably be the first means of attacking him. Boom! However, Zhou Wen had just turned around and ran for a short time when the thick fog above suddenly pressed down without any warning, and it looked like the sky was falling. Then, an invisible pressure came from above, making the surrounding air almost solidified. Zhou Wen suddenly felt bad, and did not dare to stay here any longer. He directly accepted Jiang Haitao's companionship and instantly teleported to Jiang Haitao's side, and then ended the companionship and returned to Huanlin's stomach wall space. As soon as he returned to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen felt dizzy because the stomach wall space was constantly rolling. After a long while, the stomach wall space gradually stopped rolling and returned to normal. Zhou Wen immediately went out to check on Huanlin. After confirming that Huanlin was fine, he looked in the direction of the giant plant. Huanlin's body rolled uncontrollably just now because a terrifying torrent suddenly came from the front, and the torrent directly rolled Huanlin. What's going on? Did the giant creature explode directly after discovering me? Zhou Wen had only seen such a violent torrent in the sea water when the star meteorite Leviathan exploded. But the problem is that he is in front of a giant plant with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. His small size may not even be a speck of dust. Does the giant plant need to be so scared that it explodes? At this time, the sea surface is still fluctuating violently, and layers of huge waves are constantly surging. Zhou Wen temporarily suppressed the idea of going to find out, and decided to wait until the sea returns to calm before going. At the same time, a major event happened in the regional communication channel. When the King of Survivors in Area 1 led his team out to explore, they encountered a 1,000-meter Leviathan creature with energy attack. With hundreds of people and hundreds of Leviathans fighting for the King of Survivors, the King of Survivors in Area 1 successfully killed the 1,000-meter Leviathan creature and then found a huge plant called Blood Power Algae. The trunk of this Blood Power Algae can produce a seed called Blood Power Fruit, and the effect after taking it is to break the upper limit of the survivor's strength. As soon as this message was sent out, it immediately attracted the strong attention of the survivors in the 10 districts. Many survivors with relatively strong strength wanted to trade a blood fruit with the Survivor King of District 1. But how could the Survivor King of District 1 easily trade such an important item that can break the upper limit of the strength attribute? Trading it to survivors in other districts is to help the enemy, and using it to cultivate your own subordinates is the right way. Survivors in District 1, haha, you are envious. With this blood algae, our District 1 will become stronger and stronger. Survivors in District 10, TSK, it seems that your king will give you one. It seems that you can't even feed the red light algae to the transmogrified Leviathan now. I don't know what you are happy about. Survivors in District 1, so what? When the king's power becomes stronger, he will naturally help us. You in District 10 are just jealous. Survivors in District 10, yes, we are jealous. Let's talk about it after you feed the transmogrified Leviathan. Chapter 584. Although the survivors in Area 10 pretended to be indifferent in the regional communication channel, how could they not care about the items that could break through the upper limit of strength? Now, some medium-sized guild leaders in Area 10 are almost reaching the upper limit of 3 attributes, but they have been unable to find items that can break through the upper limit. Without items that break through the upper limit of attributes, the strength is equivalent to being blocked, while Area 1 now has items that break through the upper limit of strength. Over time, the strength of Area 10 will lag behind that of Area 1. Hey, I don't know if the 3 attributes of King Jiang and President Shin have been broken through. I shouldn't have. I heard from the president of our guild that when we were on the survival planet before, President Shin also asked about materials that broke through the upper limit of physical attributes in the guild president chat group. I also heard from our guild president, but that was a long time ago. After so much time, President Shin should have found the breakthrough materials. At least the physical attribute should have been broken through. It's not that easy. The materials to break through the physical limit need to be found in the bodies of 3 large Leviathans, and it is very difficult to collect them. But people in Area 1 said that 1 fruit can break through the strength limit. Is it false? Who knows? It's best if it's made up. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Blood fruit? It seems that on this planet, the method of breaking through the attribute limit has become simpler. Zhou thought of the red light algae vesicle he obtained yesterday. Before, on the survival planet, the Golden King algae that can speed up the growth rate of the transformed Leviathan by 100% was extremely rare, but after coming to this planet, as soon as he killed a Leviathan creature, he obtained the red light algae vesicle that can speed up the growth rate of the transformed Leviathan by 300%. At this time, the sea water outside had returned to calm. Zhou asked Huanling to swim to the sea area with a large number of rhizomes again, then he floated to the surface of the sea, put on the wave-walking suit, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the giant lotus-shaped plant. With a speed of 700 points and running at full speed, he quickly crossed a distance of tens of thousands of meters, and came to the location of the giant lotus-shaped plant. But what surprised Zhou was that the giant plant could no longer be seen here, and a huge hole appeared in the thick fog just above the location of the giant plant, with a diameter of at least 30,000 meters, as if some giant creature had poked its head out of the thick fog before. The surrounding environment was pitch black, and Zhou could only use his mental power to approach the location where the giant plant was before, wanting to see what was going on. But just as Zhou started to approach, the sea water under the sea suddenly turned pink. Under his mental power detection, he found that it was the underwater roots that were emitting pink light. Just as Zhou was about to leave again, he discovered that these roots emitting pink light were not going to attack him, but were transmitting energy to the location of the giant plant before. Because of the pink light under the sea, Zhou could also see the surrounding environment clearly, so he saw the current appearance of the giant creature. The lotus-shaped giant plant, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, now only had a small piece of dark green petals in the shape of a shell. The pink bud in the middle had disappeared, and a row of jagged bite marks could be seen on the remaining dark green petals. Combined with the huge hole in the thick fog above, Zhou roughly guessed what had just happened. He subconsciously shrank his neck and looked at the hole in the thick fog above. This giant plant should have been eaten by the giant creature in the thick fog. However, judging from the situation that the giant plant's rhizome is transmitting energy to the center, the giant plant should not be dead yet, and it may grow again. Just as Zhou Wen thought so, a ball of pink energy began to gather in the middle of the giant plant's rhizome, and a golden light was emitted from the pink energy ball. Seeing the object emitting golden light, Zhou Wen's pupils shrank, because it was a golden treasure chest. Zhou Wen immediately rushed over at the fastest speed, but when he was only 300 meters away from the giant plant debris, a large number of roots suddenly rushed out of the seawater, trying to stop him from getting closer. But because the pink energy in these roots was infusing into the giant plant debris, there was no energy attached to the roots, so it could not stop Zhou Wen at all. Shwa shwa shwa. Two black flame swords appeared in Zhou Wen's hands, and they danced quickly, cutting through all the barriers formed by the roots in front of them. In a few seconds, they had crossed 200 meters, and were less than 100 meters away from the giant plant debris. But at this moment, pink petals grew around the pink light ball in the center of the giant plant debris. These pink petals continued to cover and overlap to wrap up the pink light ball, and the golden treasure chest in the pink light ball was naturally wrapped inside. Then, the pink sphere that looked like a flower bud continued to expand. When the diameter reached 100 meters, a thick trunk grew at the bottom. The trunk did not grow too high, only about 500 meters, but the flower bud on it was like a balloon, and the diameter quickly increased from 100 meters to 1,000 meters. The next second, the 1,000-meter flower bud burst out with dazzling pink light, and then the closed petals began to bloom quickly. There was a round sphere in the middle of the layers of petals, with a diameter of about 500 meters. The overall appearance looked like a pink cabbage. Suddenly, the pink cabbage fell from the center of the flower. Zhou Wen thought that the pink cabbage would fall into the seawater, but who knew that the pink cabbage would roll rapidly on the sea surface the moment it touched the seawater, and disappeared from Zhou Wen's sight at a very fast speed. Run away? Zhou Wen's face was a little stunned. At this time, the roots that intercepted him began to wither rapidly, and the flower that had just grown began to wither. For a while, the petals in this sea area were flying, and in the process of these petals flying, the pink light on the surface also faded. To be honest, this scene is still very beautiful, but Zhou Wen has no time to appreciate it. He immediately chased in the direction where the pink cabbage escaped. In order to catch up quickly, Zhou Wen turned on the colorful characteristics to increase his speed attribute by 100 points. After a while, Zhou Wen saw a pink light spot moving quickly in front of him. After catching up, he found that the pink light spot was the pink cabbage. A golden sword appeared in Zhou Wen's hand, and then he rushed towards the pink cabbage rolling at high speed, and slashed the skin with his sword, but did not cause any damage. It seems that there is a layer of energy protection. After a little hesitation, Zhou Wen activated the explosion characteristic, and the strength attribute increased 3 times to 2,800 points. With a flash of thought in his mind, the blaze blade appeared in his hand. He held the hilt with both hands and pushed it forward quickly. The hot blade directly cut through the ability protection layer on the surface of the pink cabbage. Chapter 585. Because the pink cabbage was rolling at high speed, Zhou Wen didn't need to spend too much effort to swing the blade of flame. He only needed to pierce the blade into the pink cabbage to instantly cut a long circular wound on its surface. At the moment when the energy layer on the body's surface was destroyed, the pink cabbage suddenly stopped rolling, and then the pink energy on the body's surface gradually became dazzling. Zhou Wen was shocked and immediately put away the blade of flame, trying to quickly distance himself, but it was too late. Buzz! Just as Zhou Wen made a retreat, the energy on the surface of the pink cabbage shook violently, and a pink energy shock wave immediately spread to the surroundings, instantly covering a radius of 1 kilometer, and directly created a large pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer on the sea surface. The moment this pink energy shock wave reached Zhou Wen, the wave-treading suit on his body was immediately melted. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and quickly put away the wave-treading suit, so that the wave-treading suit was not completely destroyed. The next second, the pink energy shock wave directly enveloped Zhou Wen's entire body, but it did not cause any harm to Zhou Wen, because at this time a layer of bright golden patterns appeared on the surface of his body, which was the brilliant golden pattern produced by the activation of the brilliant gold feature. Originally, facing this dangerous energy attack, Zhou Wen should have used the teleportation to leave directly, but now it is not possible, because this pink cabbage will run away. Once he leaves, it will not be so easy to find it again, so he can only use the brilliant golden pattern to resist the energy shock wave. Moreover, he has now activated the more powerful explosion feature. If there is no gain, then his body will enter a weak state in vain. Soon, the pink energy shock wave dissipated, and the film wrapped around the outermost layer of the pink cabbage fell off. Then the wrapped leaves began to slowly open, and then began to twist like a living thing. The leaves began to curl from both sides to the middle. The originally wide leaves, after curling up, seemed to have turned into pink tentacles. At the same time, the purple spikes growing on both sides of the veins on the back of the leaves also stood up one by one during the curling, making the two sides of the tentacles full of sharp serrations. The closer to the end of the tentacle, the smaller the spikes, but also more dense, and the overall look is like a chainsaw sword. After a while, this huge pink cabbage with a diameter of 500 meters turned into a creature covered with hideous tentacles, and each tentacle covered with sharp serrated spikes was attached to the end of pink energy. Bang! The sea surface not far from the pink tentacle creature suddenly exploded, and Joe rushed out of the sea, and then immediately changed into a broken wave-walking suit and stood on the sea surface. Swish, swish. As soon as Joe appeared, the pink tentacle creature immediately twisted its tentacles and moved at high speed on the sea surface, like a spinning top with sharp blades around it. The sharp tentacles, with pink energy and extreme destructive power, quickly attacked Joe. Joe was about to dodge, but his mental power suddenly detected something, so he waited for a while, and then his figure turned into an orange arc of light and moved hundreds of meters directly. Boom! Just when the pink tentacle creature arrived at the position where Joe was just now, there was a loud noise, and the sea surface exploded directly. In an instant, the sea waves surged and splashed. A black leviathan creature with a body length of 1 kilometer, a mouth full of comb-like fangs, rushed out from underwater and bit the pink tentacle creature. From the scarlet eyes of this black leviathan creature with a body length of 1 kilometer, it can be known that this is most likely a leviathan creature eroded by dead bloodworms, and its advantage is teeth. So the slender and fine fangs in its mouth are like steel needles, and a layer of blood-red dead blood energy is attached to the surface. Originally, this black leviathan creature with a body of 1 kilometer was ready to attack Joe. Although Joe's body was small, he was emitting violent energy all over his body at this time, which could easily attract the attention of the giant creature. Just now, when Joe was about to avoid the attack of the pink tentacle creature, he noticed that the sea water under the sea surface had violent fluctuations. He speculated that there might be a giant creature approaching quickly in the depths of the sea surface, so he deliberately stayed in place for a while, just to let the two collide. The dense teeth of the 1,000-meter leviathan, glowing red, bit the pink tentacle creature's body fiercely, but what surprised Joe was that the teeth of the 1,000-meter leviathan, which were attached with dead blood energy, could not penetrate the pink tentacle creature's body at all, because there was a layer of energy protection on the surface of its body. Before the 1,000-meter leviathan let go, the pink tentacle creature began to turn its body again, and its tentacles swept across the teeth in the mouth of the 1,000-meter leviathan, and the chainsaw sword with pink energy attached to the end easily cut off the teeth attached with dead blood energy. After the pink tentacle creature broke free from its restraints, the tentacles on its body twisted quickly, and then split from the middle of its body. The tentacles on the left and right sides merged with each other to form two wide spike-like blades, and then the spherical body suddenly rotated and rolled along the body of the 1,000-meter leviathan. In an instant, the pink tentacle creature, whose tentacles on both sides merged to a length of 1 kilometer, directly split the 1,000-meter leviathan that bit it in two from the middle of its body. The blood in the body of the 1,000-meter leviathan creature spurted out like a waterfall, and it died immediately. It's dead now. Joe then thought that the 1,000-meter leviathan with dead blood energy attached to its teeth could more or less cause some damage to the pink tentacle creature. Unexpectedly, it was killed shortly after contact. It can only be said that the energy intensity picked up is indeed much worse than the energy intensity of its own evolution. After killing the 1,000-meter leviathan, the pink tentacle creature once again selected Joe as its target of attack. The 500-meter huge body emitting pink energy gradually expanded in Joe's field of vision, and the sea surface also fluctuated violently. The pink tentacles, which were 100 meters long, fell from top to bottom, and the air on the way was squeezed, producing a loud sound of breaking wind. Schwa! The tentacle fell, and the sharp chainsaw sword at the end smoothly cut the sea surface, dividing the seawater in half in a short time, but it did not attack Joe. Joe's movement speed was originally faster than the pink tentacle creature, and it was very easy to dodge its attack, but he was not going to waste time now. Boom! Joe's skin quickly turned black, and then a black and purple energy suddenly emanated, and the moment the black and purple energy left his body, it turned into a blazing black and purple flame. Chapter 586. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The seawater within a radius of 50 meters in Zhou Wen's area was boiling, and the sea surface under his feet had evaporated into a puddle. Swoosh! Zhou Wen's figure suddenly moved, turning into a dark shadow, approaching the pink tentacle creature at a very fast speed. A long gully was instantly drawn on the sea surface along the way, and the seawater in the gully surged violently, and a large amount of water vapor rose up. At this time, Zhou Wen activated 3 powerful characteristics: black flame characteristics, tungsten gold characteristics, and shadow characteristics. The 3 attributes were increased by 5 times, 10 times, and 3 times respectively. The strength attribute reached 4,200 points, the physique attribute reached 8,000 points, and the speed attribute reached 2,800 points. Zhou Wen came to the body of the pink tentacle creature almost instantly. Before the pink tentacle creature reacted, the hot black figure flashed quickly, and the flame blade in his hand appeared. In a moment, it circled the tentacle with a diameter of 50 meters on the surface of the body for more than 10 times, and the tentacle was directly cut off and fell from the pink body. The pink tentacle creature still wanted to twist its tentacles to attack Zhou Wen, who was moving rapidly on the surface of the body, but it could not hit the target at all. At this time, Zhou Wen was like a black wind, and his speed was extremely fast. A few seconds later, all the tentacles on the surface of the pink tentacle creature were cut off. Without these tentacles with energy attached, Zhou Wen could directly drill into the body of the pink tentacle creature to see if he could kill this strange plant or creature by taking away the internal energy core, or something like that. However, when Zhou Wen just cut open the body of the pink tentacle and prepared to drill in, a layer of leaves unfolded on its surface again, and the leaves curled into tentacles again, attacking Zhou Wen. It seems that we must remove all the layers of leaves. Zhou Wen didn't care. After all, at his current speed, it wouldn't take too long to clean up the tentacles formed by these leaves. Next, Zhou Wen began to cut off the tentacles formed by the leaves on the surface of the pink tentacle creature layer by layer, just like peeling an onion and peeling off its heart layer by layer. The reason why Zhou Wen didn't go directly into the body of the pink tentacle creature was that each layer of leaves inside was protected by energy, and when he used the flame-splitting knife, the speed would decrease due to the weight of the blade. It was okay when he was outside. To avoid the tentacle attack, he only needed to put away the flame-splitting knife to move quickly, but when he entered the inside, he was surrounded by protective energy. Without the flame-splitting knife to open the way, the dodging space was limited. Once the tentacles attached with energy pierced through the hole he drilled into, he had almost no chance of dodging, so it was better to cut off all the tentacles formed by it outside, which was safer. After a while, as Zhou Wen continued to cut off the tentacles, the body of the pink cabbage became smaller and smaller, and the tentacles formed by the curled leaves also became smaller, making it easier for Zhou Wen to cut them off. Buzz! When the pink cabbage was only 100 meters in diameter, an energy shock wave was released from its body again. Zhou Wen immediately activated the golden characteristics, and golden patterns were attached to the body surface to prevent the body from being hurt, but the body was still pushed away by the spreading energy. Then all the leaves on the surface of the pink cabbage opened, revealing a ball with a strong pink energy on the surface. Bang! The pink energy ball connected to the roots of the surrounding leaves and quickly began to compress the energy. Then, like a cannonball, the pink energy ball was launched from the wrapped leaves, like a pink meteor streaking through the dark fog above and disappearing from sight. So many ways to escape? Zhou Wen was surprised and immediately determined the direction from which the pink energy ball flew, then turned into a dark shadow and quickly chased after it. With the blessing of the 2 attributes of strength and physique on speed, Zhou Wen's shadow flashed on the sea surface. In a moment, it was 10,000 meters away. The sonic boom caused by the air around him drew a long trace in the fog above. After crossing nearly 100,000 meters, Zhou Wen's purple eyes saw a pink light falling in the dark environment ahead. Fortunately, the flight direction did not change in the air. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. He was very worried that the pink energy ball would find a way to change its flight direction after flying into the fog, so that he would most likely fail this time. Just as Zhou Wen felt a little joyful and finally had something to gain, a giant creature with a red glow on its body rushed out of the sea and swallowed the pink energy ball that had just landed on the sea. "You're looking for death," Zhou Wen shouted angrily, and the broken wave-walking suit on his body was immediately replaced with golden scale armor. At the current speed, he no longer needed to use the wave-walking suit to move on the sea. The extremely smooth surface of the golden scale armor instantly reduced the air resistance Zhou Wen encountered when moving at high speed, and his speed suddenly increased. His figure, which was originally as blurry as black wind, disappeared directly the next moment. Swoosh! On the dark sea, a sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded in this silent space. The giant creature with red scales on its body swallowed the pink energy ball, and was about to dive into the water. Suddenly, an invisible scream passed through its body. The giant creature didn't know what happened. The next second, its body suddenly split apart, and the huge body of about 500 meters directly became a series of ring-cut fish pieces. However, before these ring-cut fish pieces scattered into the seawater, the scream passed through again, and in the blink of an eye, the 500-meter body suddenly disappeared. And this invisible scream was naturally Zhou Wen at high speed. Anyway, the 500-meter Leviathan creature was cut into fish pieces by him, so he simply put it directly into the system interface. At this time, on the sea in front of Zhou Wen, the pink energy ball was floating quietly, and it had no ability to escape. While his special properties were still there, Zhou Wen used the flame-splitting knife to cut the pink energy sphere open. Then, a sweet smell with a strong fruity aroma entered Zhou Wen's nasal cavity, and in the center of the interior, there was a pink core with a diameter of 10 meters and a lotus seed shape. Ding! Obtained Immortal Victoria Seed X1. Ding! Immortal Victoria Seed. After absorbing the seed, the flesh and blood will contain an immortal energy. As long as part of the corpse's tissue is still there, the Immortal Victoria can grow and be reborn once. The strength of the body after rebirth depends on the degree of the corpse. This is an extra life. After reading the introduction of the Immortal Victoria Seed, Zhou Wen's pupils dilated unconsciously, and he immediately put the seed into the deep blue treasure box. Chapter 587. Then, Zhou Wen touched the pink energy sphere that looked like fruit pulp, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Obtained 100 pieces of Immortal King Lotus Pulp. Ding! Immortal King Lotus Pulp. After use, it can break through the upper limit of the first stage of strength attribute, and can be used to make Immortal King Lotus Energy Liquid, which is one of the materials for breaking through the upper limit of the second stage of strength attribute. How can this pulp have so many uses? Zhou Wen's face showed a look of shock, but he was most concerned about the news that it was a material for breaking through the upper limit of the second stage of strength attribute. The Immortal King Lotus Pulp with a diameter of 100 meters was evenly decomposed into 100 parts under the blue light of the world system, and Zhou Wen collected all of them in the deep blue treasure chest. When collecting the Immortal King Lotus Pulp, a golden light flashed, and a golden treasure chest was peeled off from the pulp and fell into Zhou Wen's hands. But Zhou Wen did not open the golden treasure chest immediately. Instead, he quickly returned to the place where the flesh of the Immortal Royal Lotus was ejected before, and collected all the leaves that he cut with the cracking flame knife, as well as the film that was wrapped on the surface of the pink cabbage at the beginning. This film seemed to have a high waterproof function. Before Zhou Wen collected it, it was still floating quietly on the sea. After collecting these things, among the three powerful properties that Zhou Wen opened, Black Flame property and Shadow property have ended, and only Tungsten Gold property is still continuing. Directly teleporting, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space of Wanling, and after putting the Immortal Royal Lotus seeds and flesh into the locker, he opened the golden treasure chest. Ding! Get the Gold Order X1. Ding! Get the Mecha Energy Shield Shell Blueprint. Ding! Get the second stage Strength Attribute Breakthrough Formula X1. Ding! Get the King Level Leviathan Hunting Ticket X1. Ding! Get the Immortal Wanlu Energy Liquid Production Formula X1. Ding! Get the Immortal Wanlu Leaf Thorn Great Sword Blueprint. Except for the Gold Order, Zhou Wen had never seen any of the items in the gold treasure chest. He took a quick look at the two blueprints, and used them directly because he didn't have the materials needed to make them. He could only wait to find the materials and make them later. King Level Leviathan Hunting Card. After use, you can attract the King Level Leviathan to hunt. This, attracted to hunt? Who to hunt? Me? Zhou Wen was a little speechless and quickly put away the King Level Leviathan Hunting Ticket carefully. If he accidentally used it, it would be a big trouble. Second Stage Strength Attribute Breakthrough Formula. Requires Immortal Royal Lotus Pulp X1, Blood Power Algae Bulb Plasma X1, Overlord Coral Powder X1, Strength Medium Leviathan Core X1. Of the four materials for this second stage Strength Attribute Breakthrough Formula, it seems that only Overlord Coral Powder has no clues. The news of Blood Power Algae was just learned from the regional communication channel not long ago, and it should be under the control of the King of the Survivors in Area 1. According to the information revealed by the survivors in Area 1 in the previous regional communication channel, Blood Power Algae is a giant plant, and Blood Power fruit can be produced on its trunk. For long-term development, it stands to reason that the king of the survivors in Area 1 should not collect the blood power algae. Otherwise, Zhou would risk directly challenging the king of the survivors in Area 1 to a duel. After killing him, he might be able to obtain blood algae bulb plasma. However, Zhou still decided to give it a try. What if the king of the survivors in Area 1 just likes to kill all the fish? Of course, he couldn't challenge now. He had just activated 3 powerful properties. Once the amplification effect of tungsten gold property wore off, he would enter a weak state. A duel now would be courting death. Recipe for making Immortal Victoria Energy Liquid requires Immortal Victoria Pulp X1, Energy Extractor X1, and Vascular Seaweed Diluent X1. There are 2 materials in this recipe, and Zhou didn't have any relevant information. After a brief look, he put them away. In addition to the gold treasure chest, Zhou also had 2 black supply boxes in his hand, one for the 1,000-meter Leviathan killed by the Immortal Victoria fruit, and the other for the 500-meter Leviathan that swallowed the Immortal Victoria fruit. Zhou opened both black supply boxes. In addition to the corresponding equipment drawings and 2, land-based, there were also 2 bottles of red liquid. Ding! Obtained Dead Blood Energy Liquid, Attack X1. Ding! Obtained Dead Blood Energy Liquid, Defense X1. 2 bottles of Dead Blood Energy Liquid, one for attack and one for defense. Drinking them all will give you both attack and defense energy, which is considered a set of energy combinations. The 2 Leviathan creatures also have no core in their bodies. The 1,000-meter Leviathan is called Needle-Tooth Leviathan. Its teeth can be used to make needle-tooth broadswords. Therefore, Zhou collected some teeth to make weapons that can attach dead blood energy. After looking at all the boxes, the amplification time of tungsten gold characteristics was almost over, and Huanlin also swam to the sea area where the Immortal King Lotus was before under Zhou's command. Although the Immortal King Lotus was dead, there were still a lot of roots floating in the sea. Zhou was about to enter a weak state. There was definitely no way to build a platform for Huanlin to rest in the sea. He could only temporarily rely on the buoyancy of the roots to rest in this sea full of floating roots. After Huanlin understood Zhou's gestures, he plunged into the dense roots, then turned his body suddenly, wrapped a lot of roots around himself, and wrapped himself like a zonzi. Ha ha, fun! Huanlin's joyful voice sounded in Zhou's mind, which made Zhou speechless. The curious baby thought everything was fun. Although this sea area should be safe for the time being, for the sake of safety, Zhou still let Huanlin enter the invisible state, which can reduce the risk of being discovered by dangerous creatures. After that, the characteristic amplification time was completely over. Zhou laid down on the bed with peace of mind and opened the regional communication channel. He mainly checked the messages sent by the survivors in Area 1, wanting to see if he could confirm whether the king of the survivors in Area 1 had directly collected the blood algae in his system interface. But after looking for a while, Zhou did not see any relevant information, but this was also normal. After all, ordinary survivors in Area 1 could not know the specific behavior of their king. Unable to see any useful information, Zhou switched channels and checked the messages in the communication channel of Area 10. At this time, the survivors were discussing the matter of the Brother Jiang Guild opening a store on the island where seaweed was planted. What do you think King Jiang is going to sell when he opens a store? Opening a store on a seaweed island means selling seaweed. Selling seaweed? This is impossible. The Brother Jiang Guild has 1,500 guild members. The seaweed planted on the island can only barely sustain the consumption of the guild members' transmogrified Leviathan, and this is still considering the situation of interspersed feeding with red light algae. Chapter 588. That should mean selling some items unique to the Jianga Guild, such as biological meat. That should be it. I hope the price is not too high. No, maybe they will also sell seaweed. I just went to the island where the Jianga Guild is located and found that their guild members have built 2 islands of the same diameter on both sides of the seaweed island, also planting seaweed. And the members of the Survivor Guild are also building new islands. We should not have to worry about the seaweed problem in the future. Still not worried? 1 meal of transmogrified Leviathan is 500,000 copies. What can you exchange for it? I think it is best to find a way to build an island for planting seaweed. Aren't you talking nonsense? If I had enough land bases and stone foundations, I would have built it long ago. Or find another district to trade some land bases? Don't waste your energy. I have already traded yesterday. The land bases in the hands of the survivors in other districts have been handed over to their kings. There is nothing in my hands. I just had a detailed exchange with some survivors from other districts today. Wow, other districts have started to implement the kingdom system. The water ball formed by the tidal Leviathan is equivalent to a royal city. The edge of the water ball and the junction of the outside seawater are equivalent to the city wall. There are many kingdom soldiers guarding it. Survivors who go out to explore have to pay taxes when they return. If they hunt biological meat, they have to hand it in. If they find red light algae, they have to hand it in. If they don't get anything, they have to build an island for the king. Fuck. Doesn't that mean ordinary survivors have no chance to become strong? Fortunately, we have King Jiang in our district. If King Jiang hadn't killed Zhao Teng, we would probably be the same now. Really, although we were suppressed by the guild before, after King Jiang came forward to sign a peaceful coexistence agreement with us ordinary survivors, the guild no longer suppressed us. Soon after, Jiang Haitao sent a message in the World Communication Channel. The content of the message was the items and prices sold in the Brother Jiang Guild store. There are many items for sale, including biological meat, cores, equipment, and weapons made of Leviathan materials, fruits that improve attributes, red light algae, ordinary seaweed, etc., and the chips used to buy these items are biological meat or Leviathan biological meat. The Brother Jiang Guild wants to expand the scope of exploration as much as possible, so it needs a large amount of biological meat to exchange with the tidal Leviathan for a long enough period of king-level pressure, but it is too slow to just let the members of their own guild go out hunting, so they opened a store to purchase the biological meat hunted by ordinary survivors. In the waterspout, Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian led their guild members to hunt many Leviathan creatures and obtain thousands of cores. The cores that can improve the attributes by 2 times are left to their own guild members, and some cores of strength and physique that are repeated with the guild members are all sold out. The cores that improve the attributes by 1 times, which are not valued by the big guilds, are extremely rare in the eyes of ordinary survivors. Now most survivors don't even have a garbage attribute that increases 100 points of attributes, let alone the attribute that improves the attributes by 1 time. The other medium-sized guild leaders themselves do not need these cores that increase the attributes by 1 times, because they also hunted some Leviathan creatures in the waterspout. Although the number of hunts is not large, it is still no problem to replace the characteristics of the 2 attributes of strength and constitution with double increase. However, the leaders of medium-sized guilds do not need them, but the members of medium-sized guilds do. Therefore, as soon as the Jianggu Guild store opened, many members of medium-sized guilds came to check. After confirming that there are really cores in the Jianggu Guild store, they immediately organized their companions to go out and hunt blood-toothed black-scaled bream, because a core that increases the attributes by 1 times requires 100 blood-toothed black-scaled bream corpses. Of course, it can also be exchanged with a 500-meter Leviathan creature corpse. At one time, a large number of medium-sized guild members formed teams to hunt blood-toothed black-scaled bream, which made the presidents of medium-sized guilds, who were preparing to organize people to go out for exploration, confused. Because the king of the survivors in Area 1 just found the blood power algae that broke the upper limit of strength, the presidents of medium-sized guilds all expected that they could find items that broke the upper limit of attributes when they went out for exploration. Unexpectedly, when they were about to organize people, all the guild members went to hunt blood-toothed black-scaled bream. But soon, the president of the medium-sized guild also joined the team to hunt blood-toothed black-scaled bream, because there were still a lot of biological meats that they had never eaten in the Brother Jiang Guild store. Zhou Wen looked at the survivors' news for a while, and knew that the guild store had been opened, so he went to sleep directly. When Zhou Wen was able to move normally, it was already the afternoon of the 133rd day. After getting up, he quickly fed Huanlin food. After that, Zhou Wen had a simple meal, and then began to take the black shell solution and abyss crystal fragments. He also ate some of the blood vein fruits that grew, which increased the blood vein energy by 35. Later, Zhou Wen took out the Immortal Victoria seed, thinking that he could absorb the immortal energy inside by using it directly. But after trying many ways, he found that the absorption method was the same as absorbing the energy inside the golden core. It needed to be absorbed through physical contact, and the absorption speed was very slow. With this slow absorption speed, when will it be absorbed completely? Zhou Wen felt the immortal energy in his body that was as small as dust, and he felt unwell. At this absorption speed, he was afraid that he would not be able to absorb it all in a year. Is it that my method is wrong? Zhou Wen asked in confusion. When it was night, Zhou Wen still hadn't absorbed much immortal energy, so he simply gave up and went outside with the brilliant sea snake. Huanlin continued to wrap his body around the floating roots to rest, while Zhou Wen brought the brilliant sea snake, whose energy had recovered a little, to the remains of the immortal royal lotus. Zhou Wen was also lucky today. If a giant creature hadn't appeared in the thick fog and eaten the immortal royal lotus in one bite, with the huge body of the immortal royal lotus emitting pink energy, he would have had no chance of obtaining the seeds condensed by the roots of the immortal royal lotus. The brilliant sea snake emitted white light on its body, and followed Zhou Wen to climb onto the remains of the immortal royal lotus. The remains floating on the water were very huge, with a diameter of about 10,000 meters. Zhou Wen began to explore it. After all, it was not easy to come across such an opportunity to pick up a bargain, so he naturally had to explore it thoroughly. What is this? Zhou Wen's spiritual power suddenly scanned something. When he got closer, he found that it was a black creature corpse. It was the long black creature that absorbed the energy from the surface of the waterspout in the thick fog. Out of vigilance against unknown creatures, Zhou Wen threw a piece of biological meat on the surface of the black creature corpse to test it. After confirming that there was no corrosive substance on the surface, he gently touched it with his hand to obtain the biological illustration information. Chapter 589. Miss Laos, body length, 100 meters. Weight, 1,000 tons. Food type, energy. Introduction. A small social creature that lives in the clouds of the endless sea. It can absorb energy from the surface of other organisms to supply itself. The stomach sac in its body can be used to make a mecha energy reactor. It seems to be one of the materials needed to make a mecha. After reading the introduction of the Miss Laos, Zhou Wen directly collected the entire corpse through the system interface. After that, Zhou Wen took the brilliant sea snake to explore the entire wreckage of the immortal King Lotus. He thought that the corpse of the Miss Laos was just the beginning of the harvest, but he didn't expect it to be the end. Nothing was found later, and he didn't even encounter a second corpse of the Miss Laos. After the exploration, Zhou Wen didn't stay on the wreckage of the immortal King Lotus for a long time. After all, it was still dangerous to be exposed on the sea for a long time. There were dangerous creatures hidden in the thick fog above at all times. After a while, Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space with the brilliant sea snake. It was already night. After feeding the brilliant sea snake some food, he went to sleep directly. On the morning of the 134th day, Zhou Wen got up from the bed, first simply inspected the stomach wall space, and then began to feed Huanlin. However, today Zhou Wen did not plan to continue feeding Huanlin with a combination of seaweed and golden king algae, but took out the red light algae vesicle. After crushing the ordinary seaweed and putting it into the digestion tank, Zhou Wen then used the black flame broadsword to cut the shell of the red light algae vesicle, and then let the scarlet blood inside flow into the digestion tank through the incision. Not long after feeding Huanlin, Huanlin began to move, and directly left the immortal King Lotus Sea full of roots. Before the Huanlin operation, Zhou Wen went out to check. After the death of the immortal royal lotus in this sea area, the dense dead bloodworms have begun to erode this sea area again. Afterwards, Zhou Wen had breakfast and replenished the tungsten element in his body. Then he came to the crystal sea view box where the neural algae bubble culture chamber was placed, and looked at the cultivation of the mecha brain inside. After 2 days, the mecha brain, which was originally only the size of a walnut, has grown to the size of a fist. The mecha brain, which was originally silver on the surface, may have been affected by the golden tai sui, and a layer of light gold has appeared on the surface. It's not completely in accordance with the drawings. I don't know if the cultivated mecha brain will be affected, Zhou Wen murmured. In the following time, Zhou Wen has been absorbing the immortal energy inside the immortal royal lotus seeds, but the absorption speed is too slow. This makes him feel that the absorption method may be wrong, but he knows too little about the immortal royal lotus, and finally can only temporarily give up absorbing the immortal energy. When Zhou Wen was fighting with the immortal royal lotus fruit yesterday, he also consumed a lot of Huangjin energy. After stopping absorbing the immortal energy, he directly began to absorb the golden core and condense the Huangjin energy. When it was evening, Zhou Wen had enough tungsten in his body, and the black flame energy was also condensed, and his strength returned to its peak state. Initiate a duel with the King of Survivors in Area 1, and then take me with you. Zhou Wen immediately sent a message to Chen Xian. Okay. Boss Zhou. Seeing that Zhou Wen was going to directly attack the King of Survivors in Area 1, Chen Xian was a little excited and immediately took out the duel ticket to challenge the King of Survivors in Area 1. Ding! Duel failed. Survivors from different zones cannot challenge survivors from other zones, who have the title of King of Survival. Can't challenge? Chen Xian widened her eyes, and then informed Zhou Wen of the world system notification. Survivors cannot challenge kings from other zones? Is there such a restriction? Zhou Wen thought about it, and sent a message to Jiang Haitao, who has the title of King of Survival, to try to challenge. But soon, Jiang Hainao also received a world system notification, but it was a little different from Chen Xion's. Ding! Duel failed. The owner of the title of King of Survival can only fight with the owner of the title of King of Survival from other zones through cross-zone conquest. It seems that only cross-zone conquest tickets can be used to pull the King of the Survivors in Zone 1 into a duel. It's a bit troublesome, Zhou Wen said with a frown. Originally, Zhou Wen was looking forward to obtaining the blood algae bulb plasma needed to break through the second stage strength attribute limit directly from the spoils of the King of Survivors in Area 1, and at the same time, he could also give Chen Xian the title of King of Survival, but who knew that this idea ended before it even started. Its area is also on this planet. I wonder if we will explore the locations of other areas in the future. Zhou Wen suddenly had this idea in his mind, but it seemed difficult to think about it carefully, and even if we could encounter it, it might not be Area 1. Let's find it slowly by ourselves. Zhou Wen sighed. Since the shortcut could not be taken, there was no way, and there was no rush. Zhou Wen continued to absorb the gold core and condense the brilliant gold energy. During this period, he simply scanned the communication channel of Area 10 and the regional communication channel, but the news in the regional communication channel at this time made him frown. Survivor from Area 5. Have survivors from other areas come to our area? I just saw a survivor with blue pupils fighting with our kingdom guards. Survivor from Area 1. Are the areas so close? It's only the 4th day since we arrived on this planet. Survivor from Area 2. Blue eyes? Which country's pupil color is this? Survivor from Area 10. Are you sure it's blue pupils? Survivor from Area 5. Of course I'm sure, my eyes are very bright. Survivor from Area 10. Damn! Could it be a different brain? Survivor from Area 10. That shouldn't be the case. Haven't you encountered different brains in other areas? Zhou Wen looked at the message in the regional communication channel and immediately sent a private message to Jiang Haitao, and then he checked all the survivors in Area 10. When the 10 districts were first merged, the other districts laughed at the survivors in District 10 because few of them survived. When the survivors in District 10 refuted the ridicule of the survivors in other districts, they mentioned the alien brain, but the survivors in other districts didn't know about the alien brain at all. In other words, except for District 10, there were indeed no alien brains in other districts, but now the alien brain suddenly appeared in District 5. There is no need to think about where this alien brain came from. It seems that in addition to Zhao Teng, there are other survivors who are also cooperating with the alien brain. When the tidal Leviathan left the survival planet with the water tornado, the transformed Leviathans infected by the alien brain would definitely not be able to enter the water tornado. It is only possible that a survivor brought the alien brain into the stomach wall space of his own transformed Leviathan. Chapter 590. The water ball formed by the tidal Leviathan is very large. There are currently 2 million survivors in Zone 10. Jiang Haidao needs time to check. It was already night, and Huanlin stopped swimming. Zhou Wen left the stomach wall space and came outside. He took out the land base and stone foundation to build a resting platform for Huanlin. Just when the resting platform was about to be built, Zhou Wen suddenly felt something strange. At this time, he heard a slight sound of water flow, but the sound was very light and vague. After concentrating his attention, he could not hear it clearly. Zhou Wen immediately turned around and looked behind him. The sea water was dark, without a trace of light, and the water flow did not fluctuate much, so he started to detect with his mental power, but he did not detect anything. He only found a thin bubble less than 10 meters away from him. The fine bubbles floated up little by little, and soon disappeared. There was no abnormality in the surrounding seawater. The faint sound of water flow that sounded in the ear seemed to disappear. The dark seawater returned to silence again, as if the abnormality just now was just an illusion. Is it really an illusion? Zhou Wen frowned unconsciously, and then looked at Huanlin, who had begun to rest. Huanlin closed his eyes, and fell asleep after landing on the stone platform. Obviously, he did not find anything abnormal. Huanlin's biological radar and his mental power detection did not find any abnormality. Zhou Wen did not think about it anymore. He continued to expand the area of the resting platform and prepared to return to the stomach wall space. Splash. But just when Zhou Wen swam to Huanlin's head, the faint sound of water came from behind him again, and this sound of water seemed to get louder. At the same time, the seawater behind him produced a more obvious fluctuation, as if something was slowly approaching him. But what made Zhou Wen uneasy was that he had been releasing his mental power since he noticed something strange just now, but now, he didn't detect anything behind him, only a bubble moving slowly towards his back. This time Zhou didn't turn around directly, but just waited quietly. While waiting, the bubble behind him was getting closer and closer to his back, and the faint sound of water flow was also increasing in his ears. Although the sound of water flow was getting louder and louder, it was actually only the level of a mosquito flapping its wings. The sound was not loud, but made people uneasy. Finally, the bubble came behind Zhou, and Zhou only felt an inexplicable chill invading his body from behind. He didn't delay any more, and a golden sword appeared in his hand as soon as he moved his mind. Zhou turned his body to the back fiercely, and the golden sword in his hand drew an arc of golden line in the sea water. The sharp blade easily cut through the sea water passing by, and fiercely slashed at the invisible object behind him. Shwa! A swift sword swept past from behind in an instant, but Zhou palm did not feel the touch of the object being cut. Zhou sharp eyes quickly scanned behind him, and he also did not see any object, but those fine bubbles stopped moving and began to float up one by one, and then the sea returned to calm again. Could it be an invisible creature? Zhou looked solemn. Judging from the chill he felt behind him just now, there must be something wandering around him, but this kind of creature cannot be detected by the naked eye and mental power. When preparing to put away the Huangjin sword, Zhou accidentally discovered that a thin layer of ice crystals appeared on the Huangjin sword, as if it had just been taken out of the cold storage, but this was obviously impossible, and the current sea temperature was not low enough to condense ice crystals. What on earth is that? Zhou stroked the ice crystals on the Huangjin sword with his hand. It was not a special substance, but just a layer of ordinary ice crystals. Is it some kind of energy creature? Zhou guessed in his heart. There was always an unknown creature around him. He couldn't return to the stomach wall space to rest at ease. After all, Huanlin was still here. If the unknown creature attacked Huanlin, it would be troublesome. After the previous and just experiences, Zhou felt that the target of the unknown creature should be him. So he simply built a small platform for himself with a land and stone foundation, and then placed a stone recliner, lying on it, and waiting for the creature to approach him again. Zhou has the Huangjin characteristics, and the surface of his body can form an energy protection layer of Huangjin pattern. Even if the unknown creature is an energy creature, there will be no danger after the Huangjin characteristics is turned on, and even if the Huangjin pattern cannot stop it, he still has the last killer, which is the White Horse Leviathan form. Although the White Cold Leviathan form cannot transform its body into an energy body without sufficient energy supply, the White Cold Leviathan is a king-level Leviathan after all, so the White Cold Leviathan form is also equivalent to a king-level form. The king-level energy form is definitely not something that ordinary energy creatures can contend with. After waiting for about an hour, Zhou did not notice anything unusual, which made him a little confused, wondering if the unknown creature had left. But to be on the safe side, Zhou did not return to the stomach wall space, and continued to sit on the stone lounge chair and wait. After another 3 hours, there was still no abnormality in the surrounding seawater. Just when Zhou thought that the unknown creature had really left, he received a private message from Jiang Haitao. Brother One, after receiving your private message, I asked all guilds in the guild leader chat group to block the water ball, and not let any survivors leave. I also asked all survivors to go to the guild island for inspection. After all the inspections, no alien brains were found. Have the stomach wall space of the survivors transformed into Leviathan been inspected? Zhou thought for a while and asked. We have checked, and there is nothing abnormal in the stomach wall space of all survivors. Jiang Haitao replied. Okay, as long as there are no alien brains hidden among the survivors, but we still need to check regularly in the future, and let the survivors in Area 10 inform the survivors in other areas, and let their kings clean up the alien brains. Since no alien brains were found among the survivors in Area 10, it can only mean that the alien brains have left the water ball formed by the tidal Leviathan. The behavior of the alien brain is actually easy to understand. After all, the survivors in Area 10 are very clear about the harm of the alien brain. If they stay in the water ball for a long time, they will be surrounded and suppressed once they are discovered. Other areas have never experienced alien brains before. The survivors in Area 10 told them about alien brains. In this case, they can easily spread alien brains by trading biological meat containing alien brain factors with survivors in other areas. Since the alien brain factor has begun to spread, the alien brains hiding in the water ball in Area 10 don't have to fight to the death with the survivors in Area 10. After all, they suffered a great loss before. It was okay on the survival planet before. It was difficult for survivors to meet each other, and the world was also very big, so they still had room for operation. Chapter 591. But on this planet, All the survivors are gathered in the water ball formed by the tidal Leviathan. Although the area of the water ball is large, if they are really searched, they will definitely have nowhere to hide, so they might as well leave the water ball and expand their race outside. Zhou Wen asked Jiang Haitao to check the survivors in the water ball regularly to prevent the alien brain from coming back again, but those survivors who cooperated with the alien brain should still exist, but it is too difficult to find them. Let the survivors in District 10 inform the survivors in other districts of the harm of the alien brain, and also to minimize the spread of the alien brain among humans. Otherwise, with the ability of the alien brain to assimilate genes and then continue to evolve, if other districts are ignored, it will be a disaster for all survivors in the end. Okay, I know, Brother One, I will send a message to let the survivors inform the survivors in other districts. Jiang Haitao replied. Afterwards, Zhou Wen asked about the growth of the seaweed, and after confirming that the common seaweed planted could be harvested in a few days, he ended the communication with Jiang Haitao. Zhou Wen closed the system interface, and was about to observe the surroundings to see if the unknown creature had appeared. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow from the corner of his eye. The black shadow was standing upright next to him, next to the stone lounge chair. Blood vein characteristics. Zhou Wen's heart suddenly twitched, and he immediately muttered silently, and the tungsten bone claw emerged in his hand. The previous attack with the golden sword was ineffective, and this time he was going to try an energy attack. But when Zhou Wen just raised his head and looked at the black shadow beside him, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the black shadow's appearance, but what made him feel weird was that the black shadow looked like himself. However, the black shadow, who had the same face as him, had a very dull expression on his face, just like a puppet. But the moment Zhou Wen looked up at the black shadow, the dull expression on the black shadow's face changed, and his mouth suddenly cracked into a hideous arc. The next second, the sea water around the black shadow suddenly boiled, but what Zhou Wen couldn't understand was that he felt an extremely strong chill. The boiling sea water condensed into ice at this moment, and quickly spread towards him. Zhou Wen immediately distanced himself from the black shadow, but the black shadow no longer hid his figure this time, still maintaining Zhou Wen's appearance, and a pair of claws made of ice condensed on his palms, which looked exactly like tungsten bone claws. At the same time, the sea water around the ice bone claws was violently churning, as if the ice bone claws carried extremely high temperatures. Seeing Zhou Wen distance himself from it, the black shadow immediately rushed towards Zhou Wen, but during the sprint, its body became blurred, as if it had transformed into an energy body, dragging a long energy trail behind it, and the surrounding seawater also experienced two states of freezing and boiling. Shwa! The black shadow flashed suddenly, and its body seemed to leap, and instantly appeared in front of Zhou Wen, with the ice bone claw in its hand clawing directly at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't care what the hell this thing was, and also waved the tungsten bone claw attached with blood energy, grabbing at the black shadow that was the same as himself. Ka! The moment Zhou Wen's tungsten bone claw collided with the black shadow's ice bone claw, Zhou Wen's palm suddenly felt an extremely high temperature, and the skin on the surface of his palm instantly burned. But the next second, the surface of his palm was immediately frozen into ice, and ice spikes spread out from around his palm. At this time, his palm seemed like a round hammer covered with spikes. After colliding with the black shadow's ice bone claws, the ice block shattered directly, and the tungsten bone claws were also shattered at the same time. Zhou Wen's expression changed drastically. Looking at the golden pattern on his palm, he knew that if he hadn't covered his palm with a layer of golden pattern in advance, his palm would be broken into countless pieces like the tungsten glove. But even with the golden pattern protecting him, Zhou Wen's palm was still burned, and the inside was numb from the cold, and for a while, he couldn't feel the existence of his palm. The black shadow continued to attack Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen knew that he couldn't fight with the opponent at close range, so he distanced himself from the black shadow again, but while doing so, he also activated the black flame property and tungsten gold property. Boom! The black and purple energy was released from Zhou Wen's whole body. In an instant, a terrifying black flame enveloped Zhou Wen's whole body. The seawater within a radius of 50 meters instantly boiled, and a cavity area without seawater appeared within half a meter of his body. Gulu, gurgle, gurgle. A large number of bubbles rose up like silver chains, covering Zhou Wen's entire body. Only a pair of eyes flashing with purple light stared at the attacking black shadow. The black flame energy filled his body, and his numb palms recovered immediately. The strength attribute instantly increased to 4,200 points. With a flash of thought, a long sword with a surface like a meteorite fragment and a red blade appeared in his hand. It was the flame-splitting sword. Zhou raised the flame-splitting sword high, and then chopped it fiercely at the black shadow rushing over. The black shadow also noticed that Zhou had changed his weapon. The ice-bone claw in his hand immediately changed its form, and became an ice-splitting sword similar to the flame-splitting sword. At the same time, he swung the ice-splitting sword towards Zhou. Crack! Swish! At the moment when the flame-splitting knife collided with the ice-splitting knife, the chill released by the black shadow had no effect on the flame-splitting knife, and it easily cut off the ice-splitting knife. Then it chopped on the black shadow's body, instantly cutting the black shadow in half. After the black shadow was cut by the flame-splitting knife, its body immediately stagnated, but to Zhou surprise, the black shadow did not die, but turned into two energy bodies, retreating to the rear, and then the two energy bodies merged with each other, as if they were going to merge into one again, but failed. Because after being cut by the flame-splitting knife, a layer of fiery red energy will be attached to the wound, and the fiery red energy separates the two energy bodies, and they cannot be merged together in a short time. Seeing that the black shadow was cut into two halves by the flame-splitting knife, but still did not die, Zhou immediately activated the arc light feature, and the orange light flashed. The figure instantly came to the front of the two energy bodies, and the flame-splitting knife in his hand swung again, slashing horizontally, and slashed the two energy bodies into four. But the four energy bodies still did not die, and then Zhou chased the fleeing energy bodies, and continued to swing the flame-splitting knife, slicing the individual energy bodies smaller and smaller. When these energy bodies were chopped down to the size of marbles, they suddenly stopped. The originally invisible energy bodies were gradually wrapped by ice crystals, and turned into pieces of ice lumps. Bang! 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 The next second, these ice lumps exploded one by one, but the movement was not loud, just like a string of firecrackers. As the ice lumps exploded, groups of crystal liquid were released from them. After all the ice lumps exploded, these crystal liquids began to merge quickly, and then gathered into a liquid ball the size of a lychee. Chapter 592. Is this death? Zhou was a little unsure. He had already activated 3 characteristics, and he would become weak when the characteristics ended, so he had to make sure to kill the strange energy creature. Zhou observed the liquid ball, which was just floating quietly in the water without any signs of activity, so Zhou stretched out his hand. Of course, a layer of golden pattern was attached to his palm to prevent the liquid ball from suddenly attacking. After his palm touched the liquid ball, a system prompt sounded in Zhou's mind, and its content made Zhou look stunned. Ding! Get condensation liquid X1. Is this condensation liquid? Zhou felt a little surprised, and then a burst of joy rose in his heart. He found the condensation liquid, and the materials needed to make the energy condenser were only 13 energy compression balls. Energy compression ball. Zhou already knew a material, and now he only needed the blueprint to make the energy compression ball. However, that unknown energy creature is indeed difficult to deal with. The unknown energy creature was the same size as him, but he almost used his strongest state, opening the 3 characteristics of black flame property, tungsten gold property, and arc light property. After putting the coagulation fluid into the deep blue treasure box, Zhou also put the flame blade into the equipment column. If there was no flame blade this time, I'm afraid he would not be able to deal with the scalable creature at all. Then Zhou patrolled the surroundings at the fastest speed, and after confirming that there was no second scalable creature, he made a gesture and let the phantom scale hiding in the distance swim back quickly. The noise caused by Zhou's activation of the black flame attribute just now directly awakened Huanlin. Zhou was worried that Huanlin would be attacked by an unknown energy body creature, so he gestured to let Huanlin stay away. Now that the crisis has been resolved, it is natural to let Huanlin come back. After all, his attribute is about to end, and he needs to return to the stomach wall space to rest. In the stomach wall space, the attribute amplification effect ended. Zhou lay on the bed helplessly. The tungsten element had just been replenished, but it was used up again and needed to be reabsorbed. Before going to bed, Zhou took a look at the situation in the regional communication channel. With a large number of survivors from District 10 explaining the harm of the alien brain in the regional communication channel, and sending out the biological illustrations of the alien brain, the survivors in other districts also paid attention to it. In those districts with the King of Survivors, the King of Survivors began to organize people to lead the team to check the survivors in person, and found hundreds of alien brains. After those alien brains were discovered, only a few chose to fight with the King of Survivors, and most of them immediately escaped from the water ball and disappeared in the deep sea. Zone 6. which did not have the king of survivors, was in a miserable situation. It had no ability to clean up the alien brains. In order to avoid being infected by the alien brains, the survivors became independent individuals again, and no longer communicated with each other face to face without leaving the stomach wall space. Of course, although other zones began to clean up the alien brains according to the information of the alien brains provided by the survivors in Zone 10, they did not thank the survivors in Zone 10. Instead, they criticized the survivors in Zone 10, saying that the alien brains were deliberately spread to them by the survivors in Zone 10. All of a sudden, the survivors in Zone 10 and the survivors in other zones quarreled with each other again, and several duels took place during the period. However, the winners were basically the survivors in Zone 10. Therefore, under the overwhelming strength of the survivors in Zone 10, the regional communication channel returned to calm. On the 135th day, Zhou Wen was in a weak state and could not feed Huanlin at all, so he asked Shen Xian to help feed him. When it was night, Zhou Wen could barely move his body. He first replenished tungsten and black flame energy, and then began to absorb the golden core. It hurts. Not long after Zhou Wen began to absorb the golden core, Huanlin's painful voice suddenly sounded in his mind. It seemed that some creature attacked it, but Huanlin's voice was full of doubts, as if he didn't know what creature was attacking it. Zhou Wen frowned immediately, and immediately left the stomach wall space and came outside. He started to detect with mental power, but did not find any creatures, but only saw 3 dense bubbles. Why is it here again? This creature that Huanlin's biological radar and his mental power detection could not detect was obviously the unknown energy body creature encountered yesterday. Now Zhou Wen is still in a weak state, and even the tungsten element in his body has not been fully replenished. He has no ability to fight this unknown energy body creature again, so he immediately let Huanlin escape from here. I hope that energy creature won't chase me. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen drank a cup of black shell solution to replenish the tungsten element in his body. If the energy creatures chased him, he could only activate 3 characteristics to fight them, but it was better not to conflict with the energy creatures now. After all, energy creatures are unknown creatures. If their number increases, he may be exhausted to death in the end. After the phantom scale swam for nearly an hour, Zhou Wen gestured to make it stop, then left the stomach wall space and first checked the phantom scale's injuries. There was an area on Huanlin's body where both burns and frostbite existed, but the injured area was not large, only about 3 or 4 meters in size, which was nothing for Huanlin, whose body length reached 331 meters. After confirming that Huanlin's injury was not serious, Zhou Wen stayed on Huanlin's back and waited. He wanted to see if the unknown energy creature would catch up with him. After all, it was a creature that could obtain condensation liquid. If possible, he wanted to record the sea area where the energy creature appeared, so that he could directly obtain condensation liquid in the future. Zhou Wen waited for a long time, and did not find anything abnormal around him. He could be sure that the unknown energy creature should have a fixed range of activities, or it might be that Huanlin was too fast and they lost it. Then, Zhou Wen gestured to Huanlin and asked Huanlin if he could return to the sea area where he was before. Huanlin's huge head nodded quickly. I wonder if I can teleport directly to the colored bubble like before after the energy rainbow tree grows out. Zhou Wen thought hesitantly. Zhou Wen wanted to plant the energy rainbow tree at this location, so that no matter where he swam, he could return here by teleportation, and then go to the sea area where the energy body creature appeared in the direction of the phantom scale, but the question was whether the energy rainbow tree he planted had the teleportation function. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. Zhou Wen built a rest platform with land and stone foundations. Even if he really wanted to plant the energy rainbow tree here, considering the size of the energy rainbow tree, he needed to dive to a depth of 10,000 meters to plant the energy rainbow tree. Otherwise, when the energy rainbow tree grows to its maximum size, it is likely to rush out of the sea, and there are extremely terrifying giant creatures in the thick fog above the sea, and the energy rainbow tree may be eaten by then. Chapter 593. Huh? What is that? After Zhou Wen built the rest platform, he just returned to the stomach wall space to absorb tungsten elements and condense golden energy overnight, and heard Huanlin's doubtful voice, as if Huanlin's biological radar had discovered something. Are there any creatures approaching again? Zhou Wen was a little helpless. He felt that there had been no peace in the past few days. Afterwards, Zhou Wen left the stomach wall space and came outside. He waited quietly for a while above Huanlin's head. The dark sea water gradually fluctuated, and 5 creatures with a body length of about 200 meters entered his mental detection range. After Zhou Wen saw the appearance of these 5 creatures, his eyes showed surprise, and at the same time, a strong sense of vigilance rose in his heart, because the 5 creatures approaching him were 5 phantom leviathans, and the scales on the surface of these 5 phantom leviathans were all dark abyss scales. The 5 phantom leviathans stopped moving 100 meters away from Zhou Wen's location, then opened their mouths, and a figure wearing abyssal scales swam out of each phantom leviathan's mouth. The 5 figures walked together, approaching Zhou Wen little by little, and then stopped about 10 meters away from Zhou Wen. Then, rays of light emanated from their heads, dispelling the darkness before Zhou Wen and them. Brother, don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. We are also survivors in Area 1. It's just that we have been out exploring for too long, and the protective energy on the Phantom Leviathan has disappeared. I don't know if we can go with you, otherwise we and our Phantom Leviathans will be eroded by dead bloodworms. The leading man saw Zhou Wen was very alert, and quickly explained his purpose. Oh, by the way, my name is Miles, and I am the captain of our exploration team. The man continued to introduce himself. Handsome guy, please help us. I will repay you after returning to the water ball. By the way, my name is Emily. Emily's words were a little charming, and she deliberately puffed out her chest at the end. Even if she was wrapped in armor, it was difficult to hide her proud curves. Then Emily slowly swam towards Zhou Wen, but just after about 1 meter, Zhou Wen had a black flame sword in his hand, pointing directly at Emily, who was trying to get closer. Don't get closer, otherwise, I can't guarantee what I will do. Zhou Wen glanced at the 5 people, and said in a very cold tone. Oh, I just want to get closer to the handsome guy, and I don't have any bad intentions. Emily said, and slowly retreated back to the team. Haha, don't be offended, brother. Emily is just like this. I wonder if you agree with my proposal just now. Miles said with an awkward smile. Okay, but not today. I have other things to do. Come back here tomorrow, and I can help you return to the water ball. Zhou Wen thought for a while, and said, Oh my friend, you are so kind. May God bless you. Miles blessed excitedly. Judging from Zhou Wen's vigilant behavior, Miles also knew that he was not easy to get along with, so after getting the answer, he immediately took the team members away to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings by staying here. Zhou Wen looked at the backs of the 5 people leaving, frowned deeply, and asked Huanlin with gestures. After confirming that the 5 people were constantly moving away from Huanlin's biological radar detection range, he returned to the stomach wall space. Now the tungsten element in his body has not been fully replenished, and his body is even in a weak state. It is impossible for him to follow the 5 people directly to the water ball in Area 1. Therefore, the time is set to this time tomorrow, because his strength will be almost restored to the peak state by this time tomorrow. Nothing happened overnight. Zhou Wen spent the whole night absorbing tungsten elements and condensing Huangjin energy. When it came to the morning of the 136th day, the energy inside the golden core that he had been absorbing these days had been completely absorbed. Now the Huangjin energy in his body has reached 450 Dao. So far, Zhou Wen has absorbed 7 golden cores. There are only 5 left of the 12 golden cores, obtained by hunting the golden leviathan in the golden sea. One of them has also merged with the jade Tai Sui slime ball, so there are only 4 golden cores that can be absorbed. In addition to the 2 golden scale cores and 1 red gold core obtained in the bubble sea, there are only 7 gold cores in total. Before, Zhou Wen had specially looked for the golden leviathan in the waterspout, but he couldn't find any after a long time. It might be that the smaller golden leviathans were not long enough to enter the waterspout, and Zhou Wen didn't dare to mess with the golden leviathans that were 10,000 meters long. The golden cores are a bit insufficient, we need to get some. Zhou Wen was not worried about not being able to get golden cores. After all, there were not only 1 district, but also 9 other districts, and they could more or less acquire some golden cores. Zhou Wen directly sent a message to Chen Xian, asking her to find the survivor kings in other districts to acquire golden cores. The bargaining chip was one of the 3 materials that broke through the upper limit of the strength attribute of the first stage. Although the survivor king of Area 1 has obtained the blood fruit that can directly break through the upper limit of the first stage strength attribute, the survivor king of Area 1 will not sell the blood fruit to other areas. So these materials that break through the upper limit of the first stage strength attribute are still very valuable. Zhou Wen has exactly 1 material that breaks through the upper limit of the first stage strength attribute, of which Glorious Saliva Amber has 9 pieces, plus the other 2 materials, Silver Shark Oil, and Manic Blood Crystal, a total of 11 materials, enough to exchange for 11 gold cores. If the gold cores are rubbish, it is no problem to exchange for 20 or 30. These materials that break through the upper limit of the first stage strength attribute are no longer valuable to Zhou. The 100 pieces of Immortal King Lotus pulp in his hand can easily allow 100 survivors to break through the upper limit of the first stage strength attribute. After receiving the materials sent by Zhou, Chen Xian immediately sent a transaction message in the regional communication channel. The news of selling materials that break through the upper limit of the first stage strength attribute quickly attracted the attention of survivors in other areas. Some survivors from other areas were greedy after seeing this message and wanted to snatch it directly through duels. But after seeing Chen Xian's avatar, they immediately stopped using the duel ticket. The king of survivors in Area 1, Ms. Chen is worthy of being the king of survivors in Area 10. She is so bold to sell the materials that can break through the upper limit of the first stage of strength attribute. The king of survivors in Area 8. But why doesn't Ms. Chen bring the king-level avatar frame? There is no need to hide it. You may not know that kings cannot duel with duel tickets, so it doesn't matter if the king's identity is exposed. Chapter 594. King of the Survivors in Area 2. Why do you care about what others do? If you want to wear the king-level avatar frame, you can wear it. If you don't want to wear it, you don't have to wear it. Is it your business? King of the Survivors in Area 8. Haha, I'm just a little curious. Is Ms. Chen really the king of Area 10? King of the Survivors in Area 2. If you are so curious, why don't you just duel and find out? Although kings cannot duel with each other using duel tickets, kings can challenge ordinary survivors to duels. You will know if it is true or not after trying it. King of the Survivors in Area 9. I am also very curious. How about you, King of Area 8, try to duel with duel tickets? King of the Survivors in Area 5. I want to know too. King of the Survivors in District 8. Bastards, why don't you try? King of the Survivors in District 2. You are curious, if you don't try, who will? King of the Survivors in District 8. Humph. If you want to try, go and try it yourself. I have something else to do, so I won't waste my time with you. After sending this message, the King of the Survivors in District 8 stopped communicating with the kings of other districts. He was not a fool. He directly challenged Chen Xian of District 10 to a duel. Even if Chen Xian was not the king of District 10, according to Chen Xian's status in District 10, he must have a certain relationship with the king of District 10. Once he succeeds in the duel, Chen Xian will give him a traveling ticket, and he will definitely be jointly encircled and suppressed by the king of District 10 and his elite subordinates. According to the death of the king of the survivors in District 6, the strength of the king of District 10 is definitely not simple, and he will probably be in danger. A bunch of bastards, just wait for me. In the huge palace, Alexander, the king of District 8, slapped the lion head armrest on his golden throne and smashed it. At this time, a figure wearing black armor appeared from the shadow of the palace, and came to Alexander's side. Then he said something and took out a needle filled with blue liquid. After Alexander took the blue needle, the figure wearing black armor slowly raised his head and revealed a pair of blue pupils. The king of District 10 is really stupid. They want to encircle and suppress such a useful creature as the alien brain. When I merge the genes of various powerful creatures, all 10 districts will be ruled by me. Ha ha ha. Alexander injected the blue liquid in the needle into his body, and then began to laugh crazily. After a while, Chen Xian successfully traded back 20 gold cores, 8 of which were gold cores, and the remaining 12 cores were relatively rubbish, but it was the same for Zhou. It was just a pity that the survivor kings in other areas did not challenge Chen Xian to a duel. I thought I could catch a survivor king, but it seemed that I had thought too simply. After all, the survivor kings were the strongest in each area, and could not be easily fooled. Next, Zhou began to inspect the stomach wall space. When inspecting the plant area, he took a special look at the 3 neural algae bubbles planted in the crystal sea view box on the 131st day. After 6 days of growth, the emerald trunk had grown to 1 meter. After inspecting the plant area, he then checked the cultivation of the mecha brain in the biological area. The fist-sized mecha brain had more and more gold on its surface. It felt that it would become a pure gold spherical brain after it was fully cultivated. After feeding Huanlin, Zhou did not let Huanlin move because he promised the survivors in Area 1 yesterday to return to the water ball in Area 1 together. He spent the whole day absorbing tungsten elements and condensing golden energy. When it was close to dusk, the tungsten elements in Zhou's body had been replenished, and his strength returned to its peak state. Soon, the time came to the time agreed with the 5-member team in Area 1 yesterday. The 5-member team entered the biological radar range of Huanlin on time, and soon came to Zhou. I don't know, brother. Have you finished your work? Captain Miles asked. Well, it's done. Let's go. Zhou nodded. Haha, okay, by the way, haven't you asked your brother's name yet? Miles asked again. Zhou looked at Miles, hesitated for a moment, raised a playful arc at the corner of his mouth, and then said, My name is Zhou. Oh, Mr. Zhou, hello, Are we going back now? Miles said with a smile. Okay. Zhou replied simply. Then, the 5 phantom leviathans of Miles' team surrounded Huanling in the middle. Although this could not completely dispel the dead bloodworms in the phantom leviathans, it was after all a request for help. Zhou's phantom leviathans could not be allowed to circle around the periphery. That would be too tiring. But Miles's kindness was rejected by Zhou. Zhou asked Huanling to circle around the 5 phantom leviathans outside to dispel the dead bloodworms nearby. Miles and his men did not say anything when they saw this, and began to return to Area 1 together. The rest platform that Zhou built yesterday was not dismantled and placed here. Huanling could return based on this rest platform later. After that, the group swam in the sea. Emily and Miles' team always approached Zhou intentionally or unintentionally, but was scared away by Zhou's black flame sword. The journey was long. In order to return to the sea where the rest platform was built just now, Zhou would leave a small platform built by land and stone foundation every time he swam a certain distance, so that Huanling would not be unable to find the way back through the vast biological radar. About 5 hours later, Zhou heard Huanling's voice. It was Huanling's biological radar that detected something in front. So, Zhou made a gesture to Huanling directly. After Huanling understood Zhou's meaning, he immediately turned around and left, returned along the original route, and soon disappeared into the darkness. Mr. Zhou, why did your transformed Leviathan swim away? Miles asked in confusion. I just helped you get back, but I still have to continue exploring outside, so I let my Phantom Leviathan return to its original place. There is a water ball not far ahead. It doesn't matter if your Phantom Leviathan is invaded by dead bloodworms for a while. As for us, I still have something here to dispel the dead bloodworms. You don't have to worry. Zhou said, and took out the flame ion core, and the dead bloodworms within a diameter of 10 meters were immediately dispersed. But Miles and the other 5 didn't care whether the dead bloodworms were dispersed. They stared at the flame ion core with their eyes, as if they were going to snatch it directly from Zhou's hands in the next second. Everyone, what's wrong? Zhou asked in confusion. Oh, nothing. I just feel that the core in Mr. Zhou's hand is a little different. Hearing Zhou's voice, Miles immediately reacted and said, It's indeed quite different, but let's not delay any more now. Let's return to the water ball first. Zhou said. Yes, we have to get into the water ball quickly. Miles nodded quickly. Then, the 6 of them swam faster. After more than 10 minutes, a faint light appeared in front of them, and a huge light film appeared in Zhou's eyes. Chapter 595. Finally here. Miles breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the light film of the water ball, and then asked his team members to take the Phantom Leviathan into the water ball immediately. Mr. Zhou, don't you want to come in and rest? Emily turned to Zhou when after letting her Phantom Leviathan enter the water ball. Zhou did not answer, but just glanced at the light film in front of him, then carefully approached the light film, slowly raised his hand to touch the light film, and his palm easily passed through the light film and entered the interior. What's wrong, Mr. Zhou? Is there any problem with this light film? Miles asked. Oh no. Zhou simply replied, and then rushed into the light film. Mr. Zhou, we still have to hand in the harvest of this exploration to the king, and we need to go to the king's court. Why don't you let Emily accompany you to visit the trading island? If you need to buy anything, you can tell Emily. You don't have to pay for it. It can be regarded as a reward for you to send us back. Miles said. Zhou looked at Emily, who had put away her abyss scales. Her golden hair fell down like a waterfall, her blue eyes shone like gems, her skin was white as snow, her lips were red as fire, and her pair of snow-white breasts were half covered, which was simply breathtaking. However, Zhou didn't even look at her, but nodded directly, agreeing that Emily would go to the trading island with him. Mr. Zhou, I'll buy you whatever you want, and if you want something else. When she said the last part, Emily's face flushed, and she seemed a little shy. It's not impossible, Emily said shyly, and then stretched out her hands to hug Zhou's arms. But Zhou dodged them directly. Let's go to the trading island quickly, Zhou said lightly, and took the lead in swimming towards the location of the trading island. Soon, Zhou stepped on a huge island, which was relatively close to the tidal Leviathan and belonged to the third ring. Therefore, it could still shine on the light emitted from the surface of the tidal Leviathan, and the environment of the entire island was very bright. There are many shops on the island, selling all kinds of things, including equipment, weapons, biological meat, clothes, and cores. After a brief stroll, Zhou Wen went directly into a store selling cores. He quickly scanned the cores placed on the shelves and unexpectedly found a speed core called Flash Core, which can increase the speed attribute by 5 times. Zhou Wen moved his mind and directly put this Flash Core into his system interface. Inside the store, the shop owner, who was originally smiling at Zhou Wen, suddenly changed his expression and came directly to Zhou Wen. "Sir, are you going to buy that core?" the shop owner asked Zhou Wen. But Zhou Wen ignored the shop owner and walked out of the store directly, then looked up at the light film above, and finally fixed his eyes on the tidal Leviathan that was entrenched in a group in the distance. At this time, Miles also came to the trading island with a group of people, and walked directly in the direction of Zhou Wen. In front of him was a burly man wearing a crown and black armor. "You must be Mr. Zhou, right? Hello, I am the king of Area 1. I heard that you seem to have a special core. I wonder if you can show it to me," the black-armored man said. "Dear king, this guy just took a precious core from our store without paying. Please punish this thief," the shop owner complained. Mr. Zhou, what you did is a bit wrong, right? However, if you can hand over the special core in your hand, I can forgive you," the black-armored man said in a low voice. "Haha, don't pretend, I saw it all." As Zhou Wen said this, a golden sword appeared in his palm, and suddenly slashed at the shop owner beside him, cutting him in half with one sword, then turned his wrist, and the golden sword swung out a sword flower, and stabbed backhand, stabbing at the black-armored man in front of him. But when the golden sword was about to stab the black-armored man raised his arm suddenly, and directly pinched the golden sword with his palm. Bang! At this time, the black-armored man was covered with a layer of blood-colored energy. With a slight force on his palm, he broke the Huangjin sword. The shop owner, who was just split in half by Zhou Wen with the Huangjin sword, did not die, and there was no blood flowing out of the wound. He just twisted his body, that had been split in half strangely, and asked Zhou Wen a question. "What did you see?" "I see that you are all a pile of twisted flesh and blood." Zhou Wen immediately jumped back and pulled away. 2 bottles of red liquid appeared in his hands. He opened the bottle caps and raised his hand to pour into his mouth. Then, a piece of armor with a red glow on the surface appeared on his body, and a long sword with a red glow on the blade appeared in his hand. From Zhou Wen's perspective, the entire Area 1 water ball is made up of a huge and twisted mass of flesh and blood. The reason why he hesitated to enter the water ball light film before was that he was worried that the light film made of flesh and blood would cause harm to him. In fact, since Miles and his group of 5 found him yesterday, he had already seen that Miles and his group plus the 5 phantom leviathans were all made up of a mass of weird flesh and blood. This is why Zhou Wen was so resistant to Emily's temptation to him, because from his perspective, Emily was just a piece of twisted rotten meat. After Zhou Wen pointed it out, this huge and twisted mass of flesh and blood was no longer pretending, and a spiritual force that had been enveloping Zhou Wen dissipated. In an instant, everything around him changed. The store, the island, the survivors, the phantom leviathan, and the illusion of nothingness all dissipated and turned into twisted and weird flesh and blood. At the center of this flesh and blood space, where the tidal leviathan was, it also turned into a mass of flesh and blood. The flesh and blood twisted wildly, and scarlet and ferocious eyeballs emerged from the flesh and blood, staring at Zhou Wen. "Hand over the Emperor core." A terrifying mental force vibrated in this flesh and blood space, directly impacting Zhou Wen's brain. But Zhou Wen had the title of King of Survival, and the Unfallen effect in it made him immune to this terrifying mental attack. The eyeball in the center of the flesh and blood space seemed to realize that the mental attack was ineffective against Zhou Wen, so it immediately mobilized those human flesh and blood to attack Zhou Wen. These human flesh and blood were wrapped in a blood-red energy, and their arms directly mutated into a big knife, and then they attacked Zhou Wen fiercely. Zhou Wen was wearing armor with dead blood energy attached to him at this time, and holding a long knife with dead blood energy attached to his hand. He decided to fight with these human flesh and blood that were also attached to dead blood energy. The blood-flesh knife glowed red, slashing down at Zhou Wen fiercely, and Zhou Wen swung the blood-flesh knife in his hand to meet it quickly. Bang! Crack! The knife in Zhou Wen's hand shattered instantly after it came into contact with the blood-flesh knife. The blood-flesh knife was still powerful, and slashed heavily on Zhou Wen's chest. The blood-flesh energy on the armor was also easily torn apart, and a long cut was cut into the armor. Chapter 596. The scale armor of the lamp algae Leviathan was broken, revealing the pattern inside that was shining with bright golden light. Zhou Wen did not expect that the equipment and weapons attached with dead blood energy could not even withstand the attack of human flesh and blood. He was caught off guard, and was chopped away by the huge power of the flesh and blood sword. Zhou Wen's body with brilliant golden patterns flew backwards in an instant. When he was about to land steadily, his feet suddenly sank. The island ground composed of twisted flesh and blood suddenly softened like a quagmire, and his legs that had just landed were directly sank into the muddy flesh and blood. It was not over yet. Not only were Zhou Wen's legs trapped, but the ground around him began to wriggle rapidly at this time. Flesh and blood tentacles, with red light, on the surface instantly entangled his body. The red light energy on the tentacles destroyed the armor again, completely revealing his body covered with brilliant golden patterns inside. Since then, Zhou Wen's body has been completely restrained, and those human-shaped flesh and blood no longer maintain their human form, but have directly turned into flesh and blood tentacles, but the ends of the tentacles have transformed into various weapons. After Zhou Wen's movements were restricted, these tentacles that have transformed into weapons immediately attacked Zhou Wen. For a moment, flesh and blood broadswords, flesh and blood hammers, flesh and blood sickles, these weapons transformed from flesh and blood, with a layer of blood-colored energy attached to the surface, fell towards Zhou Wen one after another. Dead blood energy is really rubbish. Looking at the flesh and blood weapons of various shapes that were about to fall on his head, Zhou Wen couldn't help but complain, but the next second, his figure turned into a blue light and disappeared in this space. Bang! Ka! Chi! All the flesh and blood weapons of all shapes fell into the air, and Zhou Wen was gone. Buzz! At this time, a vibration sound of spiritual power spread throughout the entire flesh and blood space. On the huge ball in the center of the flesh and blood space, countless eyeballs were spinning wildly, looking extremely creepy. These wildly spinning eyeballs seemed to be looking for Zhou Wen, but Zhou Wen had already left through the same teleportation, so naturally he could not find him. The next second, the entire flesh and blood space began to vibrate violently, and the outermost light film composed of flesh walls quickly shrank, and the entire area one scene composed of flesh and blood inside was completely dissolved into flesh and blood, and then merged together. Bang! The dark sea surface suddenly exploded, and a huge flesh and blood island suddenly appeared from the water. The huge volume immediately set off layers of huge waves, and the surging waves were like water waves, spreading rapidly around. The diameter of the flesh and blood island was at least 100,000 meters, and the flesh and blood on the whole body was squirming wildly. Then, a deep crack appeared in the middle of the flesh and blood island that almost spanned the entire island. Swish! The crack in the middle of the flesh and blood island slowly tore open, and it looked like the skin was being torn apart alive. There were still a lot of muscle fibers connecting the two ends of the crack, but as the crack got bigger and bigger, all these connected muscle fibers were torn off. Thrust! A terrifying and hideous giant eyeball suddenly protruded from the crack. The giant eyeball was blood red, and the surface was still emitting blood-colored light. The pupil was like the abyss, trembling violently, and the whole eyeball seemed to be about to drill out of the flesh and blood island. Emperor Core. Hand it over. An extremely terrifying mental power spread out. For a moment, the sea water within 1,000 miles of the flesh and blood island seemed to be vibrated by ultrasound. Countless water droplets jumped wildly on the sea surface. The thick fog above was also dispersed by this mental power, and a hole, with a diameter of hundreds of thousands of meters appeared. Zhou Wen appeared in Jiang Haitao's stomach wall space through the teleportation. At this time, Jiang Haitao was crushing seaweed and golden king algae to feed the abyss. Brother Wen, what happened to you? Why are you in tatters? Jiang Haitao was not surprised by Zhou Wen's appearance, but he was a little curious about Zhou Wen's embarrassed appearance. I encountered some troubles. Let's not talk anymore. I can go back to feed Huanlin. After Zhou Wen finished speaking, he ended the journey and his figure turned into a blue light and disappeared. Then, Zhou Wen appeared in Huanlin's stomach wall space. It was now the morning of the 137th day. After Zhou Wen asked Huanlin to return yesterday, Huanlin returned to the rest platform, where he started at the beginning according to the small platforms left by Zhou Wen. What on earth is that? Zhou Wen was a little scared when he thought of the space made entirely of flesh and blood. Originally, he followed Miles and the other 5 people made of flesh and blood to the so-called water ball in Area 1, just to see what creature was deliberately setting bait to attract him, But he didn't expect it to be a strange giant flesh and blood. Moreover, that strange giant flesh and blood seemed to be able to construct the exact same scene with flesh and blood through his imagination of the water ball in Area 1. When Joe just entered the water ball in Area 1 made of flesh and blood, he felt very familiar. The structure of building islands around the tidal Leviathan to form a ring of islands was exactly the structure he wanted Jiang Haitao to plan in Area 10. This is why he knew where the store island was as soon as he entered the water ball in Area 1. What he didn't expect was that in a core store made entirely of flesh and blood, there was actually a real core, and the effect was a powerful increase of 5 times the speed attribute. It's not a wasted adventure. Joe took out the flash core he picked up for free and looked at it. Ding! Flash core. After use, you can get the flash attribute. When the flash attribute starts, you can increase the speed attribute by 5 times. The duration depends on the flash energy in the body. Alas, it seems that the corresponding gene is needed. Although he had realized it a long time ago, after reading the detailed introduction, Joe still felt a little sorry that this powerful flash core could not be used temporarily. That strange flesh and blood should have obtained the idea that I urgently needed to find Zone 1 before, so it deliberately created a flesh and blood Zone 1, and then wanted to use powerful mental power to influence my cognition. Unfortunately, the unfalling effect of King of Survival is not affected by any mental power. Joe suddenly felt a little fortunate. If he didn't have the effect of immunity to mental attacks, he knew from the beginning that this was a bait, and he might have really fallen into the trap. After all, he really hoped to break through the upper limit of the second stage strength attribute as soon as possible. Then, Joe took off his tattered Leviathan scale armor, and the broken Leviathan needle-toothed broadsword. Originally, Joe thought that by drinking dead blood energy liquid, attack, and dead blood energy liquid, defense, and then attaching the 2 similar dead blood energies to the armor and weapons, he could fight against the tentacles formed by flesh and blood, but he didn't expect that he couldn't last around, and the 2 pieces of equipment became scrap metal. Chapter 597. The blood light emitted by that strange flesh and blood should be a higher energy form than the dead blood energy. Joe made a judgment in his mind, and at the same time began to decompose seaweed and Golden King algae to feed Huanlin. Huanlin, who was lying on the rest platform with his eyes closed waiting for the little man to feed him, suddenly opened his eyes. In the stomach wall space, Joe had just finished feeding Huanlin, and he suddenly felt a strange mental wave sweeping over. Joe suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and immediately left the stomach wall space. The brilliant sea snake also came outside, and followed Joe to the sea. The brilliant sea snake emitted white light all over its body, illuminating the area of 100 meters. The sea surface, which should have been very calm, was now surging. In the distance, there was a 100-meter wave like a water wall, which was violently rolling and pushing sideways, as if there was something behind it pushing this huge wave. The thick fog above seemed to be squeezed by something, forming layers of fish scale like clouds and mist. Zhou face was extremely solemn, because whether it was the abnormally surging waves on the sea or the abnormally rolling fog above, these 2 unusual phenomena were transmitted from the same direction, and that direction was exactly the direction where he went to the strange flesh and blood yesterday. Could it be chasing me? Zhou's eyes were full of disbelief. You know, this place is probably tens of millions of meters away from the location of the strange flesh and blood. How could it be possible to chase me at such a long distance? But suddenly, he thought of something. Could it be following the stone platform I left along the way yesterday? The strange flesh and blood was obviously intelligent, and he placed it in front of it yesterday. Fuck you. Zhou never expected that the retreat he left would become the fuse for being hunted down. Zhou quickly put away his wave-trampling suit and prepared to return to the stomach wall space to let Huanlin run away, but at this moment, the dark environment around him was suddenly stained with blood. The blood-stained fog above suddenly spread out, forming a huge hole, and a blood-red eyeball appeared from the fog. The blood-red eyeball rotated quickly, as if looking for something, and finally fixed its sight on Zhou. Zhou looked at the blood-red eyeball that suddenly appeared from the fog above, and the whole person was stunned for a moment. The eyeball was abnormally huge, with a diameter of about 50,000 meters. From Zhou's perspective, it was so terrifying that it covered the sky and the sun. Emperor Core. Hand it over. Suddenly, a terrifying mental force suddenly suppressed the turbulent sea surface, which sank directly downwards under this mental force, forming a smooth concave surface with a diameter of 10,000 meters. However, this mental force did not hit Zhou, because after Zhou reacted, he took the brilliant sea snake and teleported to Chen Xian through the companion, and then released the companion to return to the stomach wall space, and immediately let Huanling dive and escape. What a trouble! If I had known this, I shouldn't have gone yesterday. Originally, Zhou just wanted to check the strange flesh and blood. After all, he had the Huanjin pattern to save his life. If he encountered a danger that could not be solved, he could just go away with him. Who would have thought that the strange flesh and blood was so intelligent? But fortunately, after Huanling transformed the scales into the flowing gold mode, it swam very fast. At first, Zhou could hear the chaotic sound of the seawater outside in the stomach wall space. After a while, he could only hear the torrent sound of the seawater washing the flowing gold scales. Seeing Huanling escape successfully, Zhou finally let go of his worries, but at the same time, a doubt arose in his heart. What exactly is this strange flesh and blood? How did it know that the flame ion core is the emperor core, and it also showed such a strong possessive desire? Zhou really couldn't figure it out. Yesterday, he took out the flame ion core to disperse the dead bloodworms in order not to expose his ability to use King's power. In his eyes, the Miles team of 5 was made of flesh and blood, not real survivors. So he didn't mind the flame ion core being seen, but who would have thought that such a move would cause a big trouble? The strange flesh and blood actually knew the Emperor Core, and coveted his Emperor Core. I wonder if the unknown energy creature we encountered the day before yesterday can deal with that strange flesh and blood. Just now, after Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, he gestured to let Huanling swim towards the sea where he encountered the unknown energy creature the day before yesterday. The energy form of that unknown energy creature is also very advanced. After all, the tungsten bone claws attached with blood energy were shattered at once, and it might be able to compete with the blood-colored energy of the strange flesh and blood. However, the size of that unknown energy creature is too small. Facing the eyeball with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters, it is probably difficult to cause damage unless there are a lot of them. But no matter what, Zhou has to try it. In case that huge group of strange flesh and blood can always lock his position, and then chase him relentlessly, then he and Huanling will have no peace of mind in the future. Although Huanling is very fast, no matter how fast it is not a perpetual motion machine. It must stop and rest. And who can rest at ease when there is a group of terrifying strange flesh and blood chasing behind? So it is better to find a way to get rid of the strange flesh and blood. Splash, splash. Zhou put his hand into the crystal seascape box full of seawater, and swung it quickly a few times, producing many tiny bubbles in the water, and then gestured to Huanling to tell him to bypass it immediately if he detected such tiny bubbles in front of him. After a while, Huanling entered the sea area where he encountered the unknown energy body creature the day before yesterday. Huanling began to meander in this sea area according to Zhou reminder, avoiding the tiny bubbles that appeared in front of him. When Huanling first entered the sea area of unknown energy body creatures, he only changed his swimming direction from time to time, but as he continued to go deeper, Huanling changed his direction more and more frequently, which showed that there were many unknown energy body creatures in this sea area. I hope these unknown energy body creatures can kill that strange flesh and blood, Zhou thought to himself. Soon after, a spiritual force enveloped Zhou again. Zhou knew that the strange flesh and blood had caught up with him. Because Huanling frequently avoided the unknown energy creatures in this sea area, his movement speed dropped sharply, so he was caught up. However, this was also what Zhou hoped for. Huanling continued to swim quickly for a while. Not sure if the unknown energy creature really won, Zhou felt that the spiritual force that had been locking on him suddenly disappeared. To confirm, Zhou left the stomach wall space. As soon as he came out, he saw the blood-red sea water, which meant that the strange flesh and blood was not far from him and Huanling. Chapter 598. Zhou used his mental power, and found that there were many tiny bubbles around him, approaching him and Huanling. Zhou asked Huanling to swim and avoid them, while he floated to the surface of the sea, and then built a 3-meter-high platform on the sea surface with land and stone foundations to separate himself from the sea. Zhou stood on the stone platform and looked into the distance. At this time, the entire sea area was illuminated red by the red light emitted by the strange flesh and blood, so he could also see the scene in the distance. 10,000 meters away, the huge strange flesh and blood, as huge as a mountain, was entangled with something. A large number of tiny tentacles grew on the surface of the flesh and blood. From a distance, it looked like fine fluff. These tiny tentacles were whipping something on the surface of the body. Because the distance was too far, Zhou could not see what the tiny tentacles were whipping, but he knew without looking that it must be an unknown energy body creature. Huh? A tiny tentacle with blood-red energy attached to its surface hit an energy creature without a specific image. In an instant, the energy creature was beaten into a ball of mist, but then the mist began to condense rapidly and merged into an energy creature again. At this time, a large number of energy creatures were moving quickly on the huge strange flesh and blood body. Wherever they passed, the flesh and blood on their bodies would leave a long trace of ice and burnt. The energy creature was as small as an ant, but the attack of the strange flesh and blood could not kill it at all. Even if it was pulled apart by the tentacles, it could condense again. For a while, countless energy creatures continued to eat away at the strange flesh and blood body. This was a strange scene of ants biting elephants to death. The giant strange flesh and blood and countless energy creatures were in a stalemate for more than 10 hours. In the end, the energy creatures won, and the huge body of the strange flesh and blood was completely eroded by the energy creatures. The bloody light on the surface of the body completely dissipated, and the sea area fell into darkness again. Zhou had been watching the battle from a distance of 10,000 meters. During this period, a large number of energy creatures gathered underwater on the stone foundation where he was, so he changed his viewing position several times. But when he changed his viewing position for the last time, Zhou suddenly found that these energy creatures did not attack him. Only after approaching him, their originally invisible bodies would gradually appear, and their appearance would become their own image, and then they would stay near him motionlessly. This strange behavior reminded Zhou of the situation before he fought with the energy creature that changed into his own appearance the day before yesterday. At first, the energy creature did not attack him, but after he looked at the black shadow of the energy creature began to attack him. Thinking of this, Zhou tried to ignore the energy creatures that changed into his appearance, and finally confirmed his guess. As long as he didn't look at the shadows, they wouldn't attack him. The reason why the giant weird flesh and blood caused a large number of energy creatures to attack was probably because it always glanced around with its bloody big eyeballs. The giant weird flesh and blood died, and Zhou returned to the stomach wall space of Huanlin, and then directed Huanlin to approach the weird flesh and blood corpse, trying to drill into the weird flesh and blood corpse to see if he could find items such as treasure chests. But not long after the phantom scale moved forward, it suddenly stopped. Zhou went out to see that there were dense bubbles around the strange flesh and blood corpse, and the energy creatures that attacked the strange flesh and blood before had not dispersed at all. Zhou hesitated for a moment and gave up. Although these energy creatures should not attack under normal circumstances, this was just his guess after all, and there were so many of them that it would be troublesome if they were surrounded. Then, the phantom scale quickly left the center of the sea area and stopped at the periphery of the sea area. After confirming that there were no energy creatures nearby, Zhou began to build a rest platform. It was already night, so he let the phantom scale rest first and leave tomorrow. In the evening, Zhou had a simple dinner, and then continued to absorb the golden core and open the world communication channel. Today is the 8th day that the survivors have come to the deep sea. In addition to the guild members' transformed leviathan, they can eat ordinary seaweed and red light algae alternately. Most survivors' transmogrified leviathans can only eat red algae every day. Therefore, some survivors' transmogrified leviathans have begun to grow red bulb sacs of red algae on their bodies. For transmogrified leviathans with less serious conditions, there are only a few fist-sized red bulb sacs on their bodies. For serious cases, the body surface is densely packed with protruding red bulb sacs. Inside the red bulb sacs are spherical red lights of red algae. The spherical red lights swing back and forth in the sacs, looking like moving eyeballs. Just looking at them makes your scalp numb. But even so, ordinary survivors have no way to deal with it. They can only puncture these red bulb sacs by themselves, and dig out the red algae inside to barely slow down the erosion of the red light algae on the transmogrified leviathan's body. But this method is only a temporary solution. As long as the consumption of red algae is not stopped, the erosion will become more and more serious. Although the seaweed of each guild has grown out, and is also sold to ordinary survivors, only a few can afford it. Zhou looked at the news, and he had no way to do it. Ordinary seaweed needs light to grow, and there is sufficient light only near the tidal leviathan. But the entire water ball is so big. Even if all islands are built near the tidal leviathan, and all used to grow seaweed, it cannot support all survivors, not to mention that there are not so many land bases to build islands. Turning off the world communication channel, and opening the regional communication channel, Zhou simply checked the current situation of the survivors in other areas. Their situation is similar, or even worse. After all, the resources in other areas are more concentrated, and only a small number of people can be unaffected. Looking at it, Zhou found something unusual, that is, the previous fierce clearance of the alien brain. There is no relevant news now. Has it been cleared? Zhou asked in confusion. Or has someone in other areas started to cooperate with the alien brain? Zhou felt that his guess was very likely, because the survivors with the title of King of Survival would not be affected by the alien brain, and other areas were ruled by King, so it was easy to hide the alien brain. Just as Zhou was thinking about these questions, the dead strange flesh and blood body in the center of the unknown energy body biological sea suddenly cracked on the top, and an eyeball that reached 10,000 meters directly jumped out of it, and then a pair of huge flesh wings spread out in the air. The eyeball turned quickly, and then determined the direction. The huge flesh wings flapped, generating a strong hurricane, blowing away the surrounding thick fog, and quickly flew towards Zhou location. Chapter 599. On the Golden Lion throne in the royal court of Area 8, Alexander, the king of Area 8, was injected with a blue liquid injection again today. After injecting the blue liquid into his body, Alexander felt an extra energy in his body. His mind flashed, and he tried to control the energy to attach to his palm. Gradually, a red energy emerged from under the skin of his palm, quickly wrapping his entire palm. Then, Alexander simply waved his other hand, blue light flashed, and a crystal-clear diamond foundation was placed on the ground in front of him. Huh? Suddenly, Alexander exerted force on his palm, and his 5 fingers were claw-shaped, waving rapidly from top to bottom. The 5 fingers, like eagle claws, passed through the air, causing a sharp sound of breaking wind, and finally grabbed the diamond foundation in front of him fiercely. Squeak! The fingers attached with red energy easily embedded into the diamond foundation, leaving 5 deep scratches in an instant. Alexander smiled unconsciously when he saw the powerful effect of the red energy, but he was not happy for long before he felt that the energy in his body was exhausted, and then the red energy on his palm also dissipated. Why is it only for such a short time? It is not as long as the dead blood energy liquid. Alexander looked at the blue-eyed black-armored man beside him with an unhappy look. Dear King, please forgive us. Our alien brain has just begun to fuse the dead bloodworm gene, so the energy potion we made is not perfect. Please give us some time. The blue-eyed black-armored man replied respectfully. Hurry up and develop it. If you need someone to experiment with the potion, ask the royal guards to catch them outside. Alexander said lightly. Thank you, my king, for your tolerance. We will develop a better dead bloodworm energy potion as soon as possible. The blue-eyed black-armored man bowed solemnly, then retreated into the shadow of the royal court and disappeared. We have to hurry up. The kings of other districts must also let the alien brains study genetic potions. We must not fall behind, Alexander said in a deep voice. But at this moment, Alexander received a private message. He opened the private message and showed a trace of doubt on his face, because the person who sent him the private message was Chen Xian, the president of the Survivor Guild in District 10, King of District 8. Hello, I am Chen Xian, the president of the Survivor Guild in District 10. President Chen, do you have anything to talk to me about? Alexander frowned and sent a message. He felt that Chen Xian might have sent him a private message to communicate because he had questioned Chen Xian's King identity in the regional communication channel before. There is indeed one thing I want to ask. Have you cleared the alien brains in your district? I just checked the regional communication channel and found that no survivors in your district are talking about alien brains anymore. Chen Xian asked. Oh, so it's about this. Thank you, President Chen, for your concern. Our district has already cleared out the alien brains. You don't need to worry. Alexander replied. Really? But how come I heard that you, the King of District 8, are cooperating with the alien brains? Chen Xian asked. Alexander's face changed when he saw the message. He immediately deployed his mental power to survey his own royal court. The detection range of 200 meters in radius almost covered the entire royal court, but he did not find anyone monitoring him. In order to prevent the news of his cooperation with the alien brain from being leaked, he even secretly dealt with the subordinates, who had previously worked with him to clean up the alien brains. No one should know that he was cooperating with the alien brains. President Chen, what do you mean? Those who spread the news that I cooperated with the alien brain are obviously slandering me. Can't the smart President Chen understand this? Alexander asked directly, even with a little sarcasm in his words. Alexander, stop pretending. I already know that you cooperated with the alien brain to develop genetic drugs. You don't want all the survivors in your District 8 to know, right? Chen Xian said in a tough tone. Huh? Chen Xian, this is just your one-sided statement, and I am the King of District 8. Do you think the survivors in District 8 will believe you? Or will they believe me? Alexander said disdainfully. Haha, really? Maybe the survivors in your District 8 will believe you, but those in other districts may not. I think the kings of survivors in other districts should now hope that the survivors in their own districts have a common enemy. It seems that you really want to be the villain. Chen Xian said meaningfully. You? Alexander on the throne suddenly burst out with a strong killing intent, and his forehead was bulging with blue veins. Obviously, he was very angry, but he soon calmed down. He knew that since Chen Xian sent him a private message, then they could talk. What do you want? Just say it. 1 million land bases, I will pretend that nothing happened. How about it? Chen Xian directly quoted. Don't say you don't have so many land bases. The land bases of the survivors in your district have been handed over to you. If you use them all to build islands, then tear them down. Chen Xian did not give Alexander a chance to bargain. Chen Xian, did you also blackmail the kings of other districts? Alexander said with a gloomy face. Whether it is true or not, you can ask the kings of other districts yourself to know it. Chen Xian did not give a direct answer. How could Alexander ask? Asking would just tell others that he was indeed cooperating with the alien brain, and the kings of other districts would definitely not admit that they were blackmailed by Chen Xian. After all, once this anti-human behavior of cooperating with the alien brain was exposed, it would give other districts an excuse to strangle him. Although in Alexander's view, except for the king of District 10, the other 7 districts are most likely cooperating with the alien brain, and even the king of District 10 is also cooperating with the alien brain. But as long as it is well hidden and not discovered, it is equivalent to nothing, and whoever is exposed will be the center of mankind. Before, the king of District 10 easily killed the king of District 6. Could it be that he had the strength to crush the king of District 6 because he cooperated with the alien brain in advance? Alexander thought of this and spat fiercely. The thief is crying thief. But even if he thought of this, Alexander would not bite District 10 back, because no matter what, it was District 10 that first informed other districts of the harm of the alien brain, and asked the kings of survivors in other districts to organize people to clean up the alien brain. The most important thing is that the survivor kings from other areas will definitely not unite to deal with the survivor king from Area 10. Because after knowing the powerful ability of the heterobrain fusion gene, they all know that the fusion of various powerful biological genes will greatly enhance their strength. And the survivor king from Area 10, who has already encountered the heterobrain, has now fused the genes of many powerful creatures? How terrifying has his strength reached? Chapter 600. In the final analysis, Alexander didn't dare to gamble, so he could only take out 1 million land bases and send them to Chen Xian through a private message. President Chen, you said I want to be a villain, but in my opinion, you are probably the ultimate villain. After sending the land base to Chen Xian, Alexander sent a threatening message. Haha, really? Chen Xian didn't care. After defrauding Alexander, the king of District 8, Chen Xian stopped talking nonsense with him, and then sent a message to the king of District 9 again, and then extorted 1 million land bases from the king of District 9 with almost the same words. 8 districts, 8 survivor kings, under Chen Xian's extortion, all cooperated with the alien brain, and finally gained 8 million land bases. With these land bases, they can build more islands for growing seaweed. The kings of the 8 districts are actually cooperating with the alien brain, alas. After listening to Chen Xian's report, Zhou Wen sighed helplessly. Zhou Wen was originally planning to let Jiang Haitao reveal his identity as the king of survivors, and then unite with those kings of survivors who did not cooperate with the alien brain, and work together to find a way to encircle and suppress those kings of survivors who cooperated with the alien brain. Now it seems that this is unnecessary, as they are all enemies. It's troublesome. Zhou Wen frowned. It was so difficult to deal with Zhao Teng at the beginning, and now there are 8 of them. What's more serious is that these 8 kings are in different districts, and cross-district expedition vouchers are very rare. If this continues, there may be 8 more powerful beings than Zhao Teng in the future. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Zhou Wen thought about it, and suddenly realized that if he didn't take the initiative to provoke them, they should not dare to provoke him. After all, in their eyes, District 10 has encountered alien brains for a much longer time than them. Just as Zhou Wen put away his emotions and prepared to start absorbing the golden core, a strange mental power suddenly enveloped him. Zhou Wen was startled and immediately left the stomach wall space and came to the sea surface. Then he saw a group of scarlet light in the distance moving in the thick fog above, approaching him at a very fast speed. Not dead? Zhou Wen was surprised. He knew that this strange mental power was from the strange flesh and blood, But wasn't the strange flesh and blood killed by the unknown energy body creature? The blood light in the thick fog was getting closer and closer. Zhou no longer thought about the reason and prepared to return to the stomach wall space to let Huanlin run quickly. But just as he was about to dive into the water, the scarlet blood light in the thick fog above suddenly became much lighter. Then, a thick fog in a distant area fell down with a bang, and in the falling thick fog, a huge eyeball with flesh wings growing on both sides could be seen. But at this time, the surface of the eyeball was covered with a layer of dense black spots, which were fog lice. Countless fog lice in the thick fog frantically absorbed the blood-colored energy on the surface of the giant eyeball, causing the blood-colored energy on the flesh wings on both sides of the giant eyeball to dissipate. Without the blood-colored energy to maintain the flesh wings, the eyeball fell directly from the air. And those fog lice broke away from the surface of the eyeball one after another, flew into the thick fog again and disappeared. Boom! The eyeball with a diameter of 10,000 meters fell into the sea, setting off huge waves. In the distance, Zhou, who was standing on the sea and watching all this, had a subtle expression on his face. He was still very worried when he was chased by the strange flesh and blood again. The strange flesh and blood that could change its form and chase from the air was directly absorbed by the fog lice in the thick fog, and thus fell from the air. Isn't this scene a bit too humorous? Of course, Zhou knew that the strange flesh and blood that fell into the sea must not be dead yet, and would definitely catch up with him in the end. So he immediately returned to the stomach wall space and asked Huanlin to run away quickly. Originally, Zhou wanted to use the stone foundation to make some coordinates in this sea area so that he could come back here to get condensation liquid later, but now he was being chased and there was definitely no time. Therefore, Zhou asked Huanlin to bypass the area where the strange flesh and blood fell, and once again went deep into the unknown energy body sea area for a distance. After finding an unknown energy body wandering around, he turned on the 3 characteristics and used the cracking flame knife to quickly kill it, successfully obtaining a condensation liquid. Zhou was about to let Huanlin find another energy body creature to kill, but a strange mental power had enveloped him. It was the strange flesh and blood that was chasing him, so he had no choice but to give up. Although the volume of the strange flesh and blood is now only about 10,000 meters, after all, the whole body can be covered with blood-colored energy. It is obviously impossible for him to rely on the limited time to use the cracking flame knife to kill it, so he could only choose to escape. Swoosh! Phantom Scale swam at full speed, and soon, Zhou felt that the mental force that locked him disappeared. On the morning of the 139th day, after running all night, Phantom Scale temporarily stopped at Zhou's signal, and then Zhou went outside to build a rest platform for Phantom Scale to rest, and then he returned to the stomach wall space to feed Phantom Scale. After a while, after feeding Phantom Scale, Zhou put away the rest platform he had built. He didn't have much land base in his hands. He had built several rest platforms before, and didn't collect them. Now he had to save some. Zhou did not let Huanlin rest for too long. After feeding him, he continued on his way. He was still being chased by the strange flesh and blood. He would let Huanlin rest when the distance was far enough. After running for a few more hours, when it was close to noon, Huanlin found a red algae forest. Zhou felt that he was far enough away from the strange flesh and blood, so he built a rest platform for Huanlin to rest. He took the brilliant sea snake to explore in the red algae forest to see if he could encounter the algae leviathan. At this time, in the red algae forest, the brilliant sea snake was emitting white light all over its body to open the way in front. Zhou followed behind and released Wang Wei to disperse the dead bloodworms, while looking for the algae leviathan. The algae leviathan has red algae vesicles in its body, which can provide 300% growth rate for the phantom leviathan. Although it cannot be eaten continuously, it is still okay to feed it once in a while. In the process of looking for the algae leviathan, Zhou saw many algae fish with red algae growing on their bodies in the red algae forest. The body length of the lamp algae fish is only about 30 meters. It is an algae-eating creature and is not aggressive. Survivors can eat its biological meat, but like the red lamp algae, they cannot eat too much. At present, ordinary survivors will eat some biological meat of the lamp algae fish from time to time. After all, in this deep sea, there is no other meat to eat except the biological meat of the lamp algae fish. Ordinary survivors usually eat crops grown by themselves in small planting boxes, but they are not like the transformed leviathan, who can only eat one kind of food with side effects. Splash! Suddenly, the sea water below surged violently, and then a giant creature entered Zhou's mental detection range, and Zhou's face was not panicked, but a hint of joy rose. Chapter 601. Found it. This giant creature was exactly the Leviathan that Zhou was looking for. The Leviathan opened its mouth like the abyss and swallowed the brilliant sea snake. Zhou immediately activated the colorful feature to double his speed and evaded the Leviathan's mouth with the brilliant sea snake. This colorful feature was just applied not long ago. With Zhou's current 800-point physique, the arc feature has little effect on him, and the colorful feature has no weakening effect at all. However, the effect of the colorful feature increasing the speed by 100 points is too poor, so he reapplied a colorful feature that doubles the speed attribute, which can increase his own speed attribute to 1400 points, and the weakening effect after the amplification can be almost ignored, so it can be used as a normal feature. After the brilliant sea snake dodged the attack of the lamp algae Leviathan, it immediately launched an attack and bit the scales of the lamp algae Leviathan that were emitting dead blood energy. Zhou used the only remaining tungsten bone glove to attach blood energy, and grabbed the same area to increase the area of the broken scales on the body surface. After a while, Zhou saw that the gap in the scales on the surface of the lamp algae Leviathan was enough for him to enter, so he immediately drilled into the flesh and blood. The two black flame swords slashed quickly, and soon entered the brain of the lamp algae Leviathan and destroyed the brain. Just as Zhou entered the stomach wall space of the lamp algae Leviathan and collected the red lamp algae vesicle, the stomach wall space suddenly trembled violently, as if there was some creature outside hitting the lamp algae Leviathan. The impact force was very strong, and it was obviously impossible for the brilliant sea snake outside. Just as Zhou was about to take the black supply box and go out to take a look, the stomach wall space trembled violently again, and then Zhou felt that the body of the lamp algae Leviathan seemed to start moving. What is that? Zhou felt something was wrong and immediately got out of the corpse of the algae Leviathan. Through mental detection, he saw 3 Leviathan creatures about 300 meters long. They were biting the corpse of the algae Leviathan and swimming in one direction. The 3 Leviathan creatures looked like the same kind of Leviathan. Their overall image was similar to that of a shark, but their bodies were covered with tiny dark golden scales, and there were black and red lines on the scales all over their bodies. As soon as Zhou got out of the corpse of the algae Leviathan, he attracted the attention of a shark-like Leviathan. After the shark-like Leviathan's big mouth full of fangs released the corpse of the algae Leviathan, it opened its mouth and bit Zhou. Zhou dodged immediately, and the shark-like Leviathan swam quickly in front of him, causing the surrounding sea water to surge. The shark-like Leviathan swam its flexible body, turned around, drew an arc in the sea water, and bit Zhou again. Zhou dodged again, but this time, a brilliant golden sword appeared in his hand, and then he stabbed the brilliant golden sword into the body of the shark-like Leviathan. Bang! However, when the brilliant golden sword stabbed the dark golden scales on the surface of the shark-like Leviathan, it only made a crisp sound, and did not cut the dark golden scales. Even under Zhou's mental detection, there was not even a trace left on the dark golden scales. Another energy protection? Zhou asked in confusion, because there was no energy protection layer on the surface of the dark golden scales of the shark-like Leviathan. Is the energy sandwiched inside the scales, like the lamp algae Leviathan? Zhou thought to himself, and then his mind moved, and the tungsten bone gloves appeared in his hands, turning on the blood vein feature to attach a layer of blood vein energy to the 5 tungsten bone claws. At this time, the shark-like Leviathan attacked Zhou again. This time, after Zhou dodged the attack, he grabbed the scales on the shark-like Leviathan's body with his tungsten claws. Squeak! The moment the tungsten claws touched the dark gold scales, there was a sharp sound of hard objects scratching glass. Zhou's expression suddenly froze, and he retracted his arm and checked the tungsten claws. The claws attached with blood energy were actually smoothed by the dark gold scales of the shark-like Leviathan. Can't even the blood energy break it? Zhou was shocked. He now only had one kind of blood energy for attack. The blood energy couldn't break the scales of the shark-like Leviathan, so he could only use the flame blade. This shark-like creature is not simple. Zhou felt that killing this shark-like creature might give him a powerful core. Then, a stream of hot flame energy vibrated from Zhou's body surface, and then, an orange light appeared on his body surface. Zhou activated the explosion characteristic and arc light characteristic, and the strength attribute was increased to 2,800 points, and the speed attribute was increased to 2,100 points. At a speed of 2,100 points, Zhou no longer needed to passively avoid the attack of the shark-like Leviathan. He directly rushed over. After getting close, the flame blade in his hand appeared and stabbed into the dark gold scales fiercely. She! The dark gold scales that were extremely hard before, under the cutting of the flame blade, seemed like paper, and a wound of hundreds of meters was cut in an instant. Relying on his own extremely fast speed, Zhou Wen used the flame blade to cut a few more cuts on the surface of the shark-like leviathan. After cutting a huge wound, he drilled directly into it, and then used the same method as before to kill giant creatures to enter the brain of the shark-like leviathan and quickly destroy the brain. 10 seconds later, the shark-like leviathan stopped swimming. Without the tungsten gold feature, the explosive feature, and arc light feature had a limited amplification time. Zhou Wen did not dare to delay, and instantly came to the stomach wall space to look for the supply box, but he did not see the supply box. So he immediately found the heart of the shark-like leviathan, and cut it open with the black flame sword. There was a fist-sized black and red ball inside. Zhou Wen looked happy and immediately reached out to take out the black and red ball. Ding! Obtained Overlord Factor X1. Ah? Why is it a factor? Zhou Wen's smile froze, but he had no time to think. His feature time was about to end. If he turned on these two features, his body would fall into a weak state for a short time. It would be dangerous to continue staying in the body of this shark-like leviathan. Let Jiang Haidao go with him, and then end the journey. Zhou Wen returned to the stomach wall space of Huanlin before the feature effect ended. After the characteristic effect ended, Zhou Wen sat down on the stone chair, and then carefully checked the introduction of Overlord Factor in his mind. Ding! Overlord Factor can be used on equipment made of Overlord Leviathan scales or teeth. After use, the armor will have the effect of defending against low-level energy attacks, and the weapon will have the effect of destroying low-level energy defense. Is that all? Can't we collect a certain amount and synthesize a Overlord core? Looking at the introduction of Overlord Factor, Zhou Wen felt that the effect was very powerful, and it would be even better if he could synthesize the core. Wait, Overlord Leviathan. It won't be related to Overlord Coral. Chapter 602. Overlord Coral Powder is one of the materials to break through the upper limit of the second stage strength attribute. Since Overlord Leviathan is likely to be related to Overlord Coral, Zhou Wen naturally has to go and investigate it clearly. By the way, the brilliant sea snake hasn't come back yet. We need to find it back. Zhou Wen originally wanted to take a short rest. After all, his body is now in a weak state. If he wants to recover, it will be almost night. But if he waits until night, the brilliant sea snake may be in danger. The dark gold scales on the surface of Overlord Leviathan are very hard. If the brilliant sea snake takes the initiative to attack Overlord Leviathan, it will definitely not be a match. In addition, Zhou Wen is eager to know whether Overlord Leviathan is related to Overlord Coral. So as not to miss this opportunity, Zhou Wen simply takes a physical energy instant recovery capsule. Every time the characteristic amplification effect ended and the body became weak, Zhou Wen would hold a instant physical recovery capsule in his mouth to deal with emergencies. In case Huanlin encountered a powerful creature that was difficult to deal with, he could quickly recover his physical strength. After swallowing the instant physical recovery capsule in his mouth, a stream of energy soon spread throughout his body. The originally weak body recovered almost instantly, and his physical strength was extremely abundant. This effect is really obvious, Zhou Wen exclaimed. It was the first time he took the instant physical recovery capsule. It was many times stronger than the photosynthesis potion he had used before. Zhou Wen stood up from the stone chair and directly instructed Huanlin to find the brilliant sea snake first, and then find the location of the Overlord Leviathan. After a while, Huanlin found the brilliant sea snake, but the brilliant sea snake was in a somewhat sluggish state. Zhou Wen used his mental power to scan the brilliant sea snake's body, and found that the brilliant sea snake had serious internal injuries, which seemed to be caused by a heavy object. It should have been attacked by the Overlord Leviathan. Seeing this, Zhou Wen quickly brought the brilliant sea snake back to the stomach wall space, and then fed it some diamonds, and the flesh and blood of the golden sea dragon Leviathan. The brilliant sea snake is now also a Leviathan creature. Eating more advanced Leviathan flesh and blood should speed up the recovery of the injuries in the body. After finding the brilliant sea snake, Zhou Wen asked Huanlin to return to the location of the rest platform, put away the rest platform as quickly as possible, and let Huanlin swim in the direction of the Overlord Leviathan. After a while, Huanlin stopped swimming. Zhou Wen knew that Huanlin had found the location of the Overlord Leviathan, so he left the stomach wall space and came out directly. Zhou Wen released Wang Wei to disperse the dead bloodworms around him, and looked into the distance. A huge spherical object appeared in Zhou Wen's field of vision. The sphere was extremely huge, floating in the seawater, with a diameter of about 30,000 meters, and a hollow structure on the surface. From a distance, it looked like a series of dark golden cylinders with a diameter of hundreds of meters interlaced and connected with each other, and the style of those dark golden cylinders was similar to coral. The surface of the huge hollow coral sphere was still emitting a black and red light. The light was not too bright, but you could barely see many shark-like creatures coming in and out around the coral sphere. They were the Overlord Leviathans. It's the Overlord Coral for sure. Joe couldn't hide his smile. As long as he could successfully obtain the Overlord Coral powder and break through the formula materials of the second stage strength attribute limit, he would only need blood power algae bulb plasma. However, judging from the number of Leviathans swimming around the Overlord Coral, there are at least thousands of them, so it is not easy to obtain the Overlord Coral powder. Joe first asked Wanling to stay away to avoid being discovered by the Overlord Leviathan, and he swam towards the Overlord Coral little by little. Because he had taken the instant physical recovery capsule, Joe's physical condition was fully restored, and the characteristics used before could be used again at this time. When Joe was only about 5 kilometers away from the Overlord Coral, the Overlord Leviathans that had been swimming around discovered Joe's tiny figure. For a moment, thousands of Overlord Leviathans with a body length of 300 meters all rushed towards him. Joe was not going to entangle with these thousands of Overlord Leviathans now, so he directly activated the arc light characteristics, and then swallowed 600 arc light factors to extend the amplification time of the arc light characteristics by 10 minutes. Schwa! Thousands of Leviathans rushed to Joe's location, and Joe's figure turned into an orange arc of light and disappeared on the spot, rushing towards the location of the Overlord Coral at a very fast speed. A distance of 5 kilometers was passed in a dozen seconds. Joe looked at the Overlord Coral in front of him, which looked like an asteroid, and felt a sense of oppression in his heart. Because the surface of the Overlord Coral is a hollow structure, there are many holes with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Joe rushed directly into the hole in front of him and entered the interior of the Overlord Coral. When he just entered the interior, Joe forcibly chopped the Overlord Coral with a blaze blade, cut off a small piece of debris, and then touched it with his hand. There was no system prompt sound in his mind, which meant that these dark golden coral columns on the periphery were not the Overlord Coral itself. At this time, the thousands of Leviathans had swam back and found that Joe had entered the Overlord Coral, so they chased in and began to hunt Joe. Trouble. As soon as Joe entered the Overlord Coral, he found that the internal structure was very different from the outside. The outside of the Overlord Coral looked like coral columns spliced together into a sphere, so there were many holes on the surface. After entering the inside, it was a solid structure similar to a sphere. The surface of the solid structure Overlord Coral still had many circular holes with a diameter of several hundred meters, but these holes were tunnels. Joe had no idea what the structure inside the tunnel was like, and there were a large number of Overlord Leviathans following behind. If the tunnel was complicated like a maze, it would be difficult for him to find the real Overlord Coral. Let's go in first. The Overlord Leviathan behind him was getting closer and closer, and Joe no longer hesitated and went directly into the tunnel in front. Just like before, he entered the tunnel and cut off a piece with the flame-splitting knife. After touching it, there was still no system prompt sound in his mind, indicating that this coral was still not the real body of the Overlord Coral. Putting away the flame-splitting knife, Joe's figure instantly turned into an orange light and traveled through the huge tunnel. At the same time, he also unfolded his mental power to detect the surrounding environment. 3 minutes later, Joe showed a solemn look on his face, because he was lost. The structure of the tunnel was extremely complex, and there would be a large number of cross tunnels every kilometer. Chapter 603. And the diameter of the tunnel is too huge. The diameter detected by his mental power is only 400 meters, so he has no way of knowing which tunnel is the correct tunnel leading to the Overlord Leviathan. If he has enough time, he can find the correct tunnel through trial and error, but he simply does not have that much time. The time of arc light characteristics is limited, and there are always a large number of Overlord Leviathans chasing behind him, so there is no chance to repeat trial and error. Just when Joe was a little embarrassed, Wanling's voice sounded in his mind. Why is the villain always circling inside? Wanling asked in confusion. Huh? How can I hear Wanling's voice? Wanling's biological radar detection range is very wide, and it is normal to know his situation, but the range of the voice can be transmitted is not far. Even if Wanling's body length has reached 335 meters now, it can only transmit less than 5,000 meters. Has Wanling entered the Overlord Coral? Joe's face showed a trace of worry. He knew Wanling could be invisible, but even if he could be invisible, Once he was blocked by the Overlord Leviathan in the Overlord Coral's tunnel, it would be very dangerous without the energy layer on his body. We must quickly find the Overlord Coral's body and return to the stomach wall space. Since Huanlin had already come in, he could just use Huanlin's biological radar to find the Overlord Coral's body. Next, Zhou communicated with Huanlin by making gestures, and then according to Huanlin's voice, he began to shuttle quickly in the Overlord Coral tunnel that was like a maze. As he continued to move forward, Zhou could feel that he was approaching the center of the entire Overlord Coral. Swoosh! Suddenly, the water flow in front of him fluctuated, and a dark golden tentacle with black and red energy on the surface suddenly stabbed towards Zhou. Zhou's mental detection was always on, and when this dark golden tentacle attacked him, he had already detected the body of this dark golden tentacle. It was a flat creature with a round snowflake-shaped body and a diameter of about 100 meters. There were many tentacles around the body, dark golden in color, and black and red energy on the surface. Is that a coral polyp? The appearance of the creature was very similar to a coral polyp, but it was too large and looked like a sea anemone. Swish! Zhou flashed, and while dodging the attack, he slashed the tip of the dark golden tentacle with a flame blade, obtaining a small piece of the coral polyp's body tissue. Zhou did not waste time with this coral polyp and continued to move towards the center of the Overlord Coral. A minute later, Zhou came to the end of the tunnel. After rushing out of the tunnel, he entered a huge circular space. The space was emitting a black-red light. The brightness of the light itself was not high, and the whole space seemed a little dim. But Zhou saw at a glance a black-red spherical coral with a diameter of 1 kilometer in the center of this space. There were many coral polyps on the surface of the coral, which were wrapping their tentacles around the meat of various creatures and eating them quickly. The meat eaten by these coral polyps was sent in by the Overlord Leviathans one by one. Zhou even saw the remains of the body of the lamp algae Leviathan that he had killed not long ago. After the coral polyps have eaten enough food, they will release a black-red energy into the body of the Overlord Leviathan, and at the same time, they will break away from the spherical coral and crawl out along the tunnel. This space is large for Zhou, but not for Overlord Leviathan. Therefore, not long after Zhou entered, Overlord Leviathan discovered him and rushed towards him. Finally found it. Since the Overlord Coral's body has been found, Zhou no longer needs to avoid Overlord Leviathan. He directly activates 3 powerful properties in succession: Tungsten Gold property, Black Flame property, Shadow property. Zhou's 3 properties suddenly improved. At this time, an Overlord Leviathan rushed in front of him. It opened its dark golden serrated fangs, and bit Zhou fiercely. But at the moment, when Overlord Leviathan closed its mouth, Zhou's figure suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was holding a fist-sized black and red ball in his hand, which was the Overlord factor, and the Overlord Leviathan that attacked him had been brain-damaged and dead. At this time, the Overlord Leviathans that were chasing behind had also entered this space. For a moment, the space with a diameter of nearly 5,000 kilometers seemed a bit crowded. Zhou had entered here for the Overlord Coral, so he did not get too entangled with these Overlord Leviathans. Holding the flame-splitting knife, he instantly rushed towards the spherical coral in the center. The coral polyps on the surface of the spherical coral wanted to stop him, but the originally hard and unusual dark golden body was penetrated by Zhou's flame-splitting knife at the first sight. Zhou rushed directly into the interior of the spherical coral. Through mental detection, he found that the deeper he went into the spherical coral, the more concentrated the black and red energy was. When he arrived at the center of the spherical coral, Zhou saw a black and red sphere with a diameter of 10 meters, and the surrounding corals were connected to this black and red sphere. Zhou's eyes lit up, his figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye he cut off the coral connected to the black and red sphere, then attached a layer of brilliant gold pattern on his palm just in case, and then touched the black and red sphere. Ding! Obtained Overlord Core X1. Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Zhou's expression suddenly froze, and then he was ecstatic. The time of the feature is limited. Zhou did not read the detailed introduction of Overlord Core for the time being, and directly put Overlord Core into the system interface. At the same time, after Zhou took away the Overlord Core of the spherical coral, the black and red energy on the surface of the spherical coral dissipated instantly, and the coral polyps growing on the surface also died quickly and fell off the spherical coral one after another. In the end, after the coral polyps died and fell off, the spherical coral with a diameter of 1 kilometer was left with only a coral ball with a diameter of 100 meters and a black body. Zhou touched it. Ding! Obtained Overlord Coral Round Skeleton X1. Ding! Overlord Coral Round Skeleton. A coral worm egg that makes up the round skeleton can be ground into coral powder, which is one of the materials for the second stage strength attribute upper limit breakthrough formula. Done. Zhou Wen confirmed that the black coral ball in front of him was the material for making coral powder, and put it into the system interface. But just as he put away the coral round skeleton, a golden box was peeled out of it. Golden treasure box. Zhou Wen was very surprised. Today was a great harvest. The time of the characteristic was limited, and the phantom scale entered the inside of the coral. Originally, Zhou Wen planned to clean up the Leviathan to obtain the Overlord factor after obtaining the coral body, but now it is definitely not possible. Chapter 604. Now that Huanlin has entered the Overlord coral, he certainly cannot use up the characteristic time, so Zhou Wen plans to go directly back to Huanlin's stomach wall space by going with him, and then leave the Overlord coral with Huanlin. If he encounters Overlord Leviathan blocking the way, he can also quickly deal with it. But just as Zhou Wen was about to go with him, a strange mental power enveloped him, and then Huanlin's painful voice sounded in his mind. It hurts. Zhou Wen's expression suddenly changed. The strange mental power, coupled with Huanlin's painful voice, obviously meant that the strange flesh and blood caught up with Huanlin and captured him. Swoosh! Zhou Wen looked anxious, and immediately rushed towards the exit of the Overlord coral at the fastest speed according to the route that Huanlin had guided before. Now that Huanlin was captured, he certainly could not go directly back to the stomach wall space with him. The strange flesh and blood mental power could detect him. Once he returned to the stomach wall space, the strange flesh and blood would definitely kill Huanlin and capture him. Zhou Wen had memorized the return route, and with the help of shadow characteristics, he rushed out of the entrance of the Overlord coral in just over 10 seconds. Then, Zhou Wen saw a giant eyeball with flesh and blood tentacles not far away staring at him, and one of the flesh and blood tentacles of the giant eyeball was entangled with Huanlin. The golden scales on Huanlin's body were destroyed by the bloody energy on the flesh and blood tentacles, and the flesh and blood tentacles had even been strangled into Huanlin's flesh and blood. The villain. It hurts. Kill it. Huanlin's weak voice sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. Emperor Core. Hand it over. The giant eyeball released mental power shock, and the surrounding seawater suddenly surged violently. At the same time, the surface of the tentacles strangling Huanlin's body grew a lot of jagged flesh and blood blades, and began to approach Huanlin little by little. Zhou Wen's face was gloomy, his mind flashed, Flame Ion Core appeared in his hand, and then he threw it towards the strange flesh with great force. Flame Ion Core turned into a red light, leaving a long flame mark in the dark seawater. The pupil of the giant eyeball shrank sharply after seeing the Flame Ion Core, and a tentacle instantly stretched out towards the Flame Ion Core. The tentacles that were entangled with the phantom scale also loosened, but the next second the loosened tentacles split into 5 sharp flesh scimitars, and then fiercely grabbed the phantom scale. Asshole! Suddenly, the time around seemed to stand still, and in Zhou Wen's pupils, then white rays spread out, and quickly filled the entire pupil. Boom! The next second, a terrifying energy was released from Zhou Wen's body, and the dazzling white light dispelled all the darkness around. Swish! A sharp whistle suddenly spread in the seawater. In an instant, the white light figure split the seawater in front of it. The strange flesh and blood swung at Huanlin's 5 flesh and blood scimitars, and at this moment, it was also slashed countless times. At the moment when the white light figure paused, time began to flow, and dense red lines appeared on the flesh and blood tentacles. Then the flesh and blood tentacles split into countless fine pieces of meat, and were washed away by the water. Run! Zhou Wen made a gesture to Huanlin to escape. Because there was no additional energy support, his white horse Leviathan form could only last for 10 seconds. Huanlin immediately ran away with all his strength without hesitation, and soon disappeared in the darkness, while the strange flesh and blood was still using the flesh and blood tentacles to grab the Flame Ion Core, but it was empty. The Flame Ion Core had returned to Zhou Wen's hands. Give it to me! The Emperor's Core. The giant eyeball immediately turned its gaze, and looked at Zhou Wen, then quickly rushed towards Zhou Wen. Swoosh! Zhou Wen's figure flashed, and when he appeared again, the giant eyeball with a diameter of 10,000 meters was wrapped in dense red silk threads. Splash! Then the seawater flowed and hit the giant eyeball. The huge giant eyeball was like yellow sand blown away by the wind, and turned into ashes with the water flow. Zhou Wen's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes looked at the center area where the giant eyeball dissipated. There was actually a blood and flesh ball with a diameter of about 3 meters. Did you miss it? Zhou Wen didn't think much about it because of the limited time. His figure flashed again, and he appeared in front of the blood and flesh ball in an instant. He swung the flame blade in his hand, and chopped it down immediately. But just when the flame blade was about to touch the blood and flesh ball, a pitch-black tentacle drilled out from the blood and flesh ball. The tentacle was only 1 meter long and the maximum diameter was about 5 centimeters, but a layer of black energy was attached to the surface. Bang! A crisp metal collision sounded, and Zhou fell into a trance, with an expression of disbelief and shock on his face. Bang! Immediately afterwards, an indescribable force came from the black tentacles, and Zhou arm holding the blade was directly bounced back and hit heavily on his own chest. His body, whose physical attribute reached 10,000 points, was directly hit and sunken. Shwa! Zhou, in the form of White Horse Leviathan, flew backwards at a very fast speed under this force. Bang! Zhou's body slammed hard on the Overlord Coral Dark Gold Coral Pillar, smashing a nearly 100-meter dent in the extremely hard Dark Gold Coral Pillar. Puff! Cough, cough, cough. A large mouthful of golden blood spurted out of Zhou's mouth, followed by a violent cough. However, the White Horse Leviathan form was running out of time. Zhou looked at the bloody ball with surprise, then turned and rushed towards the center of the Overlord Coral. Is that strange flesh and blood an Emperor level? Zhou, who was in the inner space of the Overlord Coral, had ended the White Horse Leviathan form, and his body was in a weak state. But at this time, his face was still full of shock. The tentacle with black energy attached to it could not even be cut by the blade of flame, and it also had extremely terrifying power. If it was not an Emperor level, what was it? And the reason why Zhou chose to enter the Overlord Coral was to attract the strange flesh and blood to follow in. He was in his current state, and could not fight with the strange flesh and blood. He could only delay time as much as possible, and let Huanlin run away. However, what surprised Zhou was that, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, he did not see the strange flesh and blood come in. Is he going after Huanlin? Zhou's heart suddenly stagnated when he thought of this possibility. Huanlin was now seriously injured, and the golden scales on his body were also damaged. His swimming speed might not be faster than the strange flesh and blood. Just as Zhou was thinking about it, a familiar mental force enveloped Zhou, and soon after, a meat ball with a diameter of 3 meters rushed into the inner space. Emperor Core. Hand it over. Why did it take so long? Did he get lost in the intricate tunnels of the Overlord Coral? Zhou wondered in his heart, but no matter what, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the strange flesh and blood chasing him. At the moment when the strange flesh and blood was about to pounce on Zhou's mind flashed, and his figure turned into blue light and disappeared. Chapter 605. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou used the travel ticket to bring Jiang Haitao along. At this time, Huanlin was seriously injured and had to recover as soon as possible. The best way to recover was to use the illusionary Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal. Zhou's body was in an extremely weak state, and he was unable to feed Huanlin the food needed to accelerate growth, so he could only ask Jiang Haitao for help. After Jiang Haitao put the illusionary Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal into the digestion pool, he immediately began to feed seaweed and Golden King algae leaves. Then, a red growth energy spread throughout the stomach wall space. Huanlin's body surface injuries that were visible to the bone also began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his body was also growing. 10 minutes later, the growth energy of the illusionary Leviathan Instant Growth Energy Crystal was consumed. Huanlin's body surface injuries had been completely recovered, and new scales grew, and his body length increased by 20 meters to 355 meters. After doing all this, Jiang Haitao left. Zhou sat limply on the stone chair. He was relieved when he heard Huanlin's voice that he had regained his vivacity. What exactly is that strange flesh and blood? To be able to block the attack of the blade of split flame, its energy form must be no weaker than that of the falling star Leviathan. Because Zhou had fought with Zhao Teng before, it was equivalent to fighting with the king-level Leviathan. The blade of split flame can cut through the energy protection layer of the king-level Leviathan Thunder Leviathan, which shows that the blade of split flame's energy form is indeed higher than the king level. The black energy tentacles inside the strange flesh and blood can block the attack of the blade of split flame. Among the various levels of Leviathan that Zhou currently knows, only the Emperor level is available. But the problem is, if the strange flesh and blood is really Emperor level, then he must have no chance to escape if he uses the Emperor level black energy from the beginning, which seems strange to him. Zhou couldn't figure it out, and he didn't plan to continue thinking about it, because no matter what, he didn't have the strength to fight the strange flesh and blood now, unless he had enough White Horse Leviathan energy to allow him to enter the complete White Horse Leviathan form. Without sufficient White Horse Leviathan energy, the 3 attribute values of the White Horse Leviathan form opened by Zhou Wen are all capped, all of which are 10,000 points, while the 3 attributes of the complete White Horse Leviathan form are all question marks, which is the real White Horse Leviathan form. Unfortunately, there are only 2 ways to open the complete White Horse Leviathan form at present, either use Rainbow Cube or absorb Photon Mayfly, but he can't do these 2 methods at present. No matter, at least this exploration of Overlord Coral has a lot of gains. Zhou Wen changed his mindset and began to check the introduction information of Overlord Core in his mind. Ding! Overlord Core. After using, you can obtain Overlord characteristics. When Overlord characteristics start, you can mobilize Overlord energy in your body at will. When Overlord energy is exhausted, the duration of the characteristics ends. Mobilize Overlord energy at will. Does it mean that the use of energy can be determined according to your own ideas? Zhou Wen thought in his heart. For example, let Overlord energy attach to the whole body to achieve a defensive effect, or attach energy to weapons to achieve a stronger killing effect. However, whether Zhou Wen thinks this way or not, he needs to try it himself after applying Overlord characteristics to know. I hope I can get the gene potion that matches the Overlord Core in the pure gold treasure chest. According to the system introduction of the Overlord Core, it is obviously necessary to chimera the corresponding gene in order to form Overlord energy in the body, and the only place to get the gene potion is the pure gold treasure chest. If there is no corresponding gene potion in the pure gold treasure chest, it is actually not a big deal. Zhou Wen has a lot of corpses of Overlord coral polyps in his hands, and he can make gene potions himself at that time. In the following time, Huanling kept swimming. Zhou Wen was in a weak state, and had nothing to do, so he opened the World Communication Channel to read Kongyan's novel. The 139th day passed like this. When it came to the night of the 140th day, Zhou Wen's physical weakness was alleviated a little, and he could barely move. Tomorrow is the 141st day, and the tidal Leviathan King level pressure on Huanling's body will be invalid. At that time, he must be careful of the dead bloodworms in the seawater. His hands and feet can move. Zhou Wen simply ate a meal, took out the pure gold treasure chest he got yesterday, and opened it directly. Ding! Get Gold Order X1. Ding! Get Overlord Coral Polyp Gene Potion X1. Ding! Get Overlord Leviathan Dark Gold Scale Armor Blueprint. Ding! Get Overlord Leviathan Dark Gold Fang Sword Blueprint. Ding! Get Overlord Coral Polyp Dark Gold Mecha Skeleton Blueprint. Ding! Get Vascular Grass Positioning Card X1. Gold Order. Without looking at it, Zhou Wen directly took out Overlord Coral Polyp Gene Potion to view the detailed information. Ding! Overlord Coral Polyp Gene Potion. After using it, you will get Overlord Coral Polyp Gene, which can have the ability to eat the flesh and blood of Leviathan creatures to form Overlord energy in the body. It can only be used when the physical fitness reaches 1,000 points. Eating the flesh of Leviathan creatures can form Overlord energy in the body. This method of obtaining energy is quite simple, but the physical attribute of 1,000 points is a bit difficult to achieve for the time being. Zhou Wen sighed helplessly. Zhou Wen's physical attributes have reached the upper limit, and there is no clue to the formula or materials to break through the upper limit. Therefore, it will take a long time to achieve the 1,000-point physical requirement. First, put away the Overlord Coral Polyp Gene Potion. Zhou Wen took out 3 drawings and looked at them, and then used them all. Overlord Leviathan Dark Gold Scale Armor Drawing. Requires Overlord Leviathan Dark Gold Scale X100, Silk X100. Overlord Leviathan Dark Gold Fang Sword Drawing. Requires Overlord Leviathan Dark Gold Fang X1, Overlord Coral Skeleton X1. Overlord Coral Polyp Dark Gold Mecha Skeleton Drawing. Requires Overlord Coral Skeleton Set, Vascular Grass Wall Fiber X10. The last item is the Vascular Grass Positioning Card, but there is no need to look closely, because the name of this positioning card is clear enough. Use. Zhou Wen took the Vascular Grass Positioning in his hand and tried to use it, and it was directly used successfully. Ding! The Vascular Grass Positioning card has been used successfully. The sea area where the Vascular Grass is located has been located for the Phantom Leviathan. According to the current movement speed of the Phantom Leviathan, it will arrive in 1 day. It succeeded in 1 go. Zhou Wen was a little surprised when he heard the prompt sound of the world system in his mind. This Vascular Grass is still very important to Zhou Wen. The Overlord Coral Polyp Dark Gold Mecha Skeleton Drawing he just obtained requires materials related to Vascular Grass, and there is also a material in the Immortal Victoria Energy Liquid Formula that needs to be obtained from vascular grass. Chapter 606. After looking at the items in the pure gold treasure chest, Zhou took out the black supply box he had obtained from the algae leviathan. After opening it, the items inside were similar to the black supply box inside the algae leviathan he had killed before: a piece of land base, a bottle of dead blood energy liquid, defense, a bottle of red algae inhibitor, and then a piece of armor blueprint. The items in the black supply box were basically useless to Zhou. He had tried the effect of dead blood energy liquid, defense, before, and it was not as good as his blood energy, so he sent it directly to Jiang Haitao. Zhou had 2 bottles of red algae inhibitor in his hand, and he sent them all to Chen Xian, asking her to sell them at a low price through the guild store to survivors who were seriously infected with red algae in the transformed leviathan. He also gave her 2 golden orders. Chen Xian did not have the title of King of Survival, so she could not resist the mental attacks of intelligent creatures, so he could only help her improve her intelligence. Anyway, Zhou's intelligence has reached the upper limit, and these 2 golden orders are useless to him. If he gets an item that can break through the intelligence limit in the future, he still has the spherical brain fruit and Ural algae bubble seeds in his hand. These 2 items that increase intelligence have not been used yet. Thank you, Boss Zhou, for the 2 golden orders. Chen Xian sent a thank you message. After using these 2 golden orders, Chen Xian's intelligence reached 18 points, and with her crystal scale armor, there is no problem in resisting the mental power of the alien brain. Originally, Zhou wanted to give Chen Xian the title of King of Survival, so he always asked Chen Xian to provoke the kings of other districts, but no one was fooled. There was no way. Now he could only use the golden order to improve her intelligence attribute. After doing all this, Zhou took out 10 pieces of copper diamond alloy and a blood vein fruit seed, and then used the metal blood vein claw drawing to remake a pair of copper diamond blood vein claws. Overlord core cannot be used now. Zhou's current energy for attack is still only blood vein energy, so he remade a pair of copper diamond blood vein claws so that he can use blood vein characteristics in the future. By the way, the root system of the white horse leviathan seed in the body still needs the energy of the white horse leviathan to nourish it. Zhou thought of this and immediately took out a portion of white horse leviathan egg liquid from the locker. After absorbing all of it, a ball of white horse leviathan energy was formed in the body. Of the 5 portions of white horse leviathan egg liquid obtained before, only 1 portion is left now, which means that he still has 2 opportunities to open the white horse leviathan form. When it was night, Zhou left the stomach wall space to build a rest platform for Huanlin. From the afternoon of the 139th day to the evening of the 140th day today, Huanlin swam for a whole day and night. It was time to rest. While Huanlin was resting, Zhou stood on Huanlin's back and placed the Overlord Coral Round Skeleton he had obtained yesterday. Although the Overlord Coral Round Skeleton has a diameter of 100 meters, its overall mass is very light. When placed in the seawater, it will float. The Overlord Coral Round Skeleton is composed of a series of round spheres with a diameter of 1 meter. According to the introduction of the world system, these black round spheres should be the eggs of the Overlord Coral Polyps. Just grind one of the Overlord Coral Polyps eggs into powder, and it can be used as a material to break through the upper limit of the second stage strength attribute. Since these are all the eggs of the Overlord Coral Polyps, can they be rehatched? Zhou took Overlord Coral Polyps egg from the Overlord Coral Round Skeleton and looked at the remaining eggs. Suddenly, Zhou thought of something and went directly into the Overlord Coral Round Skeleton. Then, with a thought, the Overlord Core, with a diameter of 10 meters appeared in front of him and was re-embedded in the Overlord Coral Round Skeleton. The next second, the Overlord Core released black and red energy, which entered the surrounding Overlord Coral Polyps eggs. Soon, the outermost Overlord Coral Polyps eggs hatched, and the Overlord Coral Polyps, about 1 meter long, wrapped the entire Overlord Coral Round Skeleton. Then, Zhou took out some Leviathan biological meat and threw it to these newly hatched Overlord Coral Polyps. After one of the Overlord Coral Polyps ate enough Leviathan biological meat, a burst of black and red energy suddenly released from its body's surface and floated towards Zhou quickly. Zhou looked at the black-red energy, hesitated for a moment, and finally did not dodge, allowing the energy to enter his body. After the black-red energy entered his body, it did not cause any harm to his body, but stayed quietly in his body, just like the blood energy and the golden energy. It turns out that you can directly obtain the Overlord energy by feeding the Overlord Coral Polyps in this way. Zhou said in surprise. But now there is another problem, that is, the Overlord Core is placed in the Overlord Coral Dome. At this time, he cannot give himself the Overlord characteristics, and without the Overlord characteristics, he cannot mobilize the Overlord energy in his body, which forms a paradox. I wonder if the Overlord energy released by these Overlord corals can give the same effect as the Overlord factor to the equipment made of Overlord Leviathan materials. Afterwards, Zhou immediately took out the scales and teeth of Overlord Leviathan, and made Overlord Leviathan Dark Gold Scale Armor, and Overlord Leviathan Dark Gold Fanged Sword. Because the names of these two pieces of equipment were too long, Zhou simply simplified them into Dark Gold Scale Armor and Dark Gold Sword. When the Dark Gold Scale Armor and Dark Gold Sword were just made, Zhou attacked them with a Huangjin sword. The hardness was not high, and the Huangjin sword could easily destroy these two pieces of equipment. At this time, another Overlord Coral Polyp ate enough Leviathan biological meat, and released a black-red energy on its body surface. When the energy approached Zhou placed the Dark Gold Scale Armor in front of himself. The black-red energy directly entered the interior of the Dark Gold Scale Armor, and then under Zhou's mental detection, he could clearly see the black-red energy spreading rapidly inside the Dark Gold Scale Armor, and finally filled the entire armor. Then, Zhou used the Huangjin sword to cut the Dark Gold scales again. This time, the Dark Gold scales were very hard, and the Huangjin sword did not leave even a trace on the armor. It's really possible. If so, can we mass-produce equipment with Overlord energy in the future? Yesterday, because the strange flesh and blood was too powerful, Zhou had no time to kill the Overlord Leviathan, which resulted in him having only a dozen Overlord factors in his hand. I thought it would not be enough, but now there is another way to attach Overlord energy to equipment, so naturally there is no need to worry about the consumption of Overlord energy. Overlord energy is not attached to the equipment, so this set of equipment will permanently have the effect of resisting low-level energy attacks in the future, but every time it resists energy attacks, it will consume the internal Overlord energy, so it is necessary to replenish the internal Overlord energy frequently. Chapter 607. Zhou used materials to repair the Dark Gold Scale Armor and Dark Gold Broadsword, and then continued to absorb the King energy released by other King Coral Polyps. After a period of time, the two pieces of equipment absorbed the King energy to the upper limit, which made a faint black and red energy layer appear on the surface of the equipment. After reaching this level, it could no longer absorb. Afterwards, Zhou made another Dark Gold Broadsword, and after absorbing the King energy to the limit, Zhou sent this King Coral Round Skeleton, with a diameter of 100 meters to Jiang Haitao, asking Jiang Haitao to help cultivate it, and also gave 2 sets of Dark Gold equipment, 1 set for Jiang Haitao, and 1 set for Chen Xian. The size of the space on the stomach wall of the Phantom Scale is not enough to place the King Coral Round Skeleton. It is definitely not okay to always put living things in the system interface. Simply give it to Jiang Haitao, and let him cultivate it on his own island, so that he can continue to replenish the Dark Gold equipment with King energy in the future. In the following time, Zhou absorbed tungsten elements, while condensing brilliant gold energy, until the morning of the 141st day. Today, the King level pressure on Huanlin's body completely dissipated. For a moment, all the dead bloodworms in the seawater rushed towards Huanlin, but were blocked by the seamless golden scales. In order to avoid infection with dead bloodworms, Zhou asked Huanlin to close his eyes and mouth. Anyway, Huanlin could know the surrounding situation through biological radar, and basically did not need to use his eyes to see. After feeding Huanlin, Zhou released Wang Wei to go out and collect the rest platform. Then, Huanlin began to swim in the direction of the vascular grass. Not long after Huanlin left, a 5-meter-long fish creature with no scales and skin on its body, and all muscle tissues exposed swam over. It paused for a moment at the place where Huanlin had stopped before, and immediately swung its body to catch up quickly. At the same time, in the guild leader chat group, some medium-sized guild leaders were talking about the algae Leviathan that often appeared in the red algae forest. Although the 3 attributes of all medium-sized guild leaders have reached the upper limit of the first stage, they have no way to deal with the algae Leviathan that is 500 meters long and has dead blood energy attached to its body. Because the weapons in their hands can't break the scales on the surface of the algae Leviathan, they can't drill into its brain to destroy it. Cheng Yongming of the Land Guild, I think your guild members must have encountered the algae Leviathan when they went out to look for the red algae forest. Although it is only 500 meters long, its scales have a strange red energy, which makes the scales hard and unusual, and weapons have become decorations. Zhou Junyang of the Leviathan Guild, my guild members did encounter it, and I followed the guild members to try to kill it, but failed, and finally had to give up the red algae forest. Taishio from the Day After Day Guild. We must find a way to deal with the Leviathan of the light algae, otherwise the ordinary seaweed we grow will not be enough for all the guild members' transmogrified Leviathans. He Yue from the current market guild. Why don't we ask King Jiang? King Jiang may have a way to solve it. If he can help clear the Leviathan of the light algae in the red light algae forest, we will give up some of the red light algae as a reward. Chung Yongming from the Land Guild. I don't think King Jiang can necessarily kill the Leviathan of the light algae. I feel that conventional weapons are useless for the red energy that protects the scales. Zui Junong from the Leviathan Guild. Let's try. If King Jiang can kill the Leviathan of the light algae, wouldn't everyone be happy? Chung Yongming from the Land Guild. I hope King Jiang can deal with it, otherwise it will become more and more difficult to obtain red light algae in the future. Afterwards, the presidents of these medium-sized guilds sent several private messages to Jiang Haitao, asking him if he could kill the light algae Leviathan. If it was yesterday, Jiang Haitao would definitely not reply to the private messages from the presidents of these medium-sized guilds, but today, he has the dark gold suit given by Zhou, and he also absorbed the king energy released by the king coral polyp overnight, so it is not difficult to kill the light algae Leviathan, so he agreed to help these medium-sized guild presidents to clean up the light algae Leviathan, on the condition that half of the red light algae forest is red light algae. Such an outrageous request is simply robbery in the eyes of the presidents of various medium-sized guilds, but there is no way. If they don't clear the light algae Leviathan, they can't even collect a piece of red light algae. After determining the price, the first person to go with Jiang Haitao was Chung Yongming, because he was entangled with a light algae Leviathan in a red light algae forest. Chung Yongming asked the guild members to use their own transformed Leviathan to attract the light algae Leviathan away, and then use the travel voucher to bring Jiang Haitao over. King Jiang, be careful. That algae Leviathan is really hard to deal with. Chung Yongming reminded him. In fact, he still didn't believe that Jiang Haitao could kill the algae Leviathan. It's not that he didn't believe in Jiang Haitao's strength, but the scales of the algae Leviathan were too special. Jiang Haitao didn't reply, but just showed his kingly power, dispelled the dead bloodworms around, and rushed towards the algae Leviathan quickly. When he was about to approach the algae Leviathan, a giant dark gold sword of 10 meters appeared in Jiang Haitao's hand, and then he slashed at the algae Leviathan fiercely. Chung Yongming, who was watching all this not far behind, was slightly surprised when he saw the dark gold sword in Jiang Haitao's hand, and sighed at Jiang Haitao's terrifying power, but then shook his head. Although the dark gold broadsword looks unusual, there is red light energy inside the scales of the light algae Leviathan. No matter how powerful conventional weapons are, it is impossible for him to break through that layer of red light energy. Just as Chung Yongming shook his head and felt that a travel ticket was wasted, his eyes suddenly widened. Jiang Haitao's dark gold broadsword cut the scales on the surface of the light algae Leviathan with extraordinary ease, and then quickly drilled into its body. After a while, Jiang Haitao drilled out of the abdomen of the light algae Leviathan. At this time, the light algae Leviathan was already dead. President Chung, I have killed the light algae Leviathan for you. Send me half of the red light algae in this area later. Jiang Haitao said, and was about to end the journey and return, but was quickly stopped by Chung Yongming. King Jiang is really powerful. Not to mention half of the red algae, I can give him a whole piece of red algae. I just don't know what kind of weapon is that dark golden broadsword. Can you sell it to me? Chung Yongming was really shocked by the dark golden broadsword. He knew that Jiang Haitao was very strong, but he didn't expect that he had such a weapon that surpassed his cognition. Of course, you can name the price. As long as I have it, I can trade it. Chung Yongming said immediately. No, I only have one of this weapon. Jiang Haitao refused directly, and then ended his journey, and disappeared into blue light. Chapter 608. The news that Jiang Haitao had successfully killed the algae Leviathan soon spread in the guild president chat group, so the medium-sized guild presidents, who had encountered the algae Leviathan, came to Jiang Haitao for help. Jiang Haitao was not afraid, and was accompanied by the medium-sized guild presidents again, and then killed the algae Leviathan neatly, and easily harvested a large number of red algae. With these extra red algae, the Jianga Guild can allow more members to hunt creatures to obtain biological meat. With more biological meat, guild members can also explore further. The medium-sized guild presidents, who saw Jiang Haitao easily kill the algae Leviathan, had a further understanding of Jiang Haitao's current strength, and at the same time, they were envious of the dark gold sword in Jiang Haitao's hand. At this time, in the guild president chat group, some medium-sized guild presidents were discussing one thing. After Jiang Haitao killed the light algae leviathan and left, they immediately entered the stomach wall space of the light algae leviathan to look for the supply box, and then found the difference of the light algae leviathan. Looking at the huge gap in the center of the dense black root system, they realized that something seemed to have been taken away by Jiang Haitao. Cheng Yongming of the Land Guild. Is King Jiang here? Did you take something from the stomach wall space of the light algae leviathan? Taishio of the Day After Day Guild. Does your light algae leviathan corpse have a core in its body? Why didn't I find it when I decomposed the light algae leviathan corpse? Zhang Chong of the Strong Dragon Guild. I didn't see the core either. Could it be taken away by King Jiang? Zhou Junyan of the Leviathan Guild. I didn't find the core of the light algae leviathan either, but I don't think it was taken away by King Jiang. If King Jiang wanted the core, he would have added a condition of taking away the light algae leviathan corpse when he first negotiated the conditions, and we couldn't refuse it. He Yue from the Current Market Guild. I agree with President Zhu's point of view. I just took a look at the black supply box in the stomach wall space of the light algae leviathan. There are good things in it, especially the bottle of dead blood energy liquid defense. If King Jiang really cares about these things, he can just take away the body at the beginning. Zhou Junyan from the Leviathan Guild. I have just sent a message to King Jiang to ask. The light algae leviathan itself does not have a core. Seeing that Zhou Junyan has already asked Jiang Haitao, and told him that the light algae leviathan has no core in its body, regardless of whether this news is true or false, these medium-sized guild presidents have no way to deal with it. Because they currently have no ability to deal with the light algae leviathan, they will definitely need Jiang Haitao's help in the future. If they offend Jiang Haitao, they will never ask him for help again. There is indeed no core in the light algae leviathan, but Jiang Haitao did take something away, that is, the red light algae vesicle. Zhou Wen looked down on the items in the black material box of the light algae leviathan, but the red light algae vesicle that can speed up the growth rate of the transformed leviathan by 300% is still very useful to him. Zhou Wen looked at the 12 red light algae vesicles that Jiang Haitao sent him in the private message and kept 6 for himself. The remaining 6 were evenly divided between Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. After all, this red light algae vesicle cannot be continuously fed to the transformed leviathan, and there is no point in keeping too much in his hands. It was already noon. Zhou Wen had lunch, then checked the injuries of the brilliant sea snake, and confirmed that the injuries in the body were recovering rapidly, and then continued to absorb tungsten elements and condense brilliant gold energy. Zhou Wen had nothing to do, so he opened the regional communication channel to check the situation of the survivors in other districts. After a while, a blood-red dual message popped up in the regional communication channel. In the regional communication channel, dual messages are not uncommon. Survivors from different districts will use dual tickets to duel if they disagree, but this message surprised Zhou Wen. Because the initiator of this dual message is a survivor from District 6, and the opponent of his duel is a survivor from District 10, which is very unusual. Since Zhou Wen killed all the top survivors in District 6, the survivors in District 6 have spoken less in the regional communication channel, and even immediately exit the regional communication channel when they see the survivors from District 10. Moreover, the survivors in Area 6, who do not have a king, have no status in the regional communication channel, so they are always threatened to pay protection fees. If they do not pay, the survivors in other areas will organize a group of people to challenge the survivors in Area 6 indiscriminately, and finally Area 6 can only pay the protection fees obediently. In such a situation, the survivors in Area 6 dared to challenge the survivors in Area 10 at this time. Not only Zhou Wen was a little surprised, but also the survivors in other areas were also puzzled. You know, the survivors in Area 10 are recognized as strong, and the survivors in Area 6 are now recognized as weak. The weakest challenge the strongest. Isn't this courting death? However, not long after, this confusing duel ended, and the final winner was the survivor in Area 6, who initiated the duel. This result surprised the survivors in other areas for a while. Survivor from Area 8. When did the survivors from Area 6 become so strong? Survivor from Area 2. The survivors from Area 6 must have been lucky enough to find a survivor from Area 10, who is not very strong. Survivor from Area 5. It's not surprising that the survivors from Area 6 won. The survivors from Area 10 are just SOSO, far inferior to those from Area 5. Survivor from Area 1, really? Then go and duel with a survivor from Area 10. I see that the survivors from Area 10 are all living well, and they should have a lot of supplies. You will definitely get a lot of supplies if you win the duel. Survivors from Area 5. The survivors from Area 1 are violent, and they are indeed the descendants of bandits. Our country is a peace-loving race. How can you provoke conflicts without reason? Survivors from Area 1. You survivors from Area 5 are peace-loving? The people from Area 5 are the ones who robbed the most supplies from the survivors from Area 6. How dare you say that you love peace? It's so shameless. Just when the survivors from Area 1 and Area 5 were swearing at each other, another bloody duel message popped up. The initiator was the survivor from Area 10, and the target of the duel was the survivor from Area 6, who had just won the duel. After seeing the survivor from Area 10 take the initiative to initiate the duel, the survivors from other areas all thought that the survivor from Area 6 who provoked Area 10 was doomed, but the final result was still the survivor from Area 6 who won. Survivor from Area 2. Did the survivor from Area 10 lose again? Survivor from Area 8. What's going on? Could this survivor from Area 6 be a strong survivor from Area 6? Survivor from Area 5. I think you all overestimated the survivors from Area 10. The survivors from Area 10 don't have a noble king to lead them. Their strength is definitely not as good as ours from Area 5. The reason they won before must be that the strong survivors from Area 10 deliberately pretended to be ordinary survivors to deceive us. Chapter 609. Survivor from Area 8. I suddenly feel that what the survivor from Area 5 said makes sense. After all, they are few in number. If they don't pretend to be strong, they will probably be challenged frequently by survivors from other areas, and their numbers will decrease. Survivor from Area 5. Humph. Despicable survivors from Area 10, let me tear apart their false disguise. The next second, another bloody duel message popped up in the regional communication channel. The one who initiated the duel was this survivor from Area 5, and the one he was dueling was a survivor from Area 10. For a moment, the survivors from Area 5 in the regional communication channel were all excited, praising the survivor from the same area who initiated the duel, and at the same time promoting the strength of their Area 5. Survivor from Area 5. Look at the survivors from our area, and then look at the survivors from other areas. Area 10 is just pretending to be strong, and it scares you all so much that you don't even have the courage to question it. We stand people are still brave. Survivors from Area 5. How can people from other areas compare with people from our area? In my opinion, the other 9 areas should pay tribute to Area 5 regularly, otherwise let them know how powerful we are. Survivors from Area 5. Haha, well said, our Area 5 is the most powerful area. Survivors from Area 2. Didn't you just say you love peace? Why did you suddenly challenge the survivors from Area 10 to a duel? Survivors from Area 5. That's because the survivors from Area 10 cheated first. For such cheaters, we will use thundering means to let them know the price of cheating. Soon the duel began, but the duel between the survivors from Area 5 and the survivors from Area 10 did not last long. It ended in less than a minute, and the winner was the survivor from Area 10. After seeing this result, all the survivors in Area 5, who were just boasting in the regional communication channel, fell silent, and were then mocked by the survivors in other areas. Zhou waited in the regional communication channel for a while, and after confirming that no survivors in Area 6 challenged the survivors in Area 10 again, he closed the regional communication channel. There was no need to interfere with such minor frictions. Soon it was night. After a day and a night, the tungsten element in Zhou body had been replenished, and the condensed golden energy had reached 500. After Zhou finished dinner, and was about to go out to build a rest platform for Huanlin, a system prompt sound came to his mind. Ding! The vascular grass sea area has been reached, and the positioning is completed. It's here so soon? Zhou released Wang Wei to disperse the dead bloodworms around Huanlin's head. After coming outside, he looked into the distance, and saw a lot of cyan silk threads interlaced in the dark sea water in the distance, and round cyan light balls were connected on both sides of the cyan silk threads. Zhou and Huanlin swam towards the green silk thread in front of them. When they got closer, they found that the green silk thread was actually a giant vine-like plant trunk, and the green round light balls on both sides were the leaves of the vine plant. Many green light spots can be seen around the giant vine plant. As they got closer, the giant vine plant became larger and larger, and Zhou could see the green light spots clearly. They were creatures that looked like porpoises, about 300 meters long, without scales on their bodies, and their skin was very smooth. A layer of light green light was attached to their bodies. The dead bloodworms in the sea water died immediately when they touched the green light. At this time, a porpoise-like creature with a green light on its body surface quickly swam towards Zhou and Huanlin. When the distance was less than a kilometer, it began to slow down and approached cautiously. Joe looked at the green light on the surface of the porpoise-like creature, and directly took out the dark gold scale armor and dark gold sword, ready to fight at any time. However, the porpoise-like creature did not attack Huan Lin, but stared at Huan Lin with curiosity, and Huan Lin also stared at the porpoise-like creature curiously. As time went by, more and more porpoise-like creatures discovered Huan Lin, so they swam over to watch. Zhou saw that these porpoise-like creatures did not seem to have the intention to attack, so he put away the dark gold sword and tried to swim towards them. If they attacked him, it meant that Huan Lin would also be attacked if he approached. If he did not attack, he would first obtain the biological illustration information of the porpoise-like creature. Seeing Zhou approaching, some porpoise-like creatures retreated a distance to the rear vigilantly, and some did not move, but just kept looking at Zhou. In order not to scare away these porpoises, Zhou did not swim too fast, but approached slowly. After a while, Zhou finally swam in front of a brave porpoise. Because its body surface was protected by a layer of green light, Zhou attached a layer of brilliant gold pattern to his body when he touched its body with his hand. Not surprisingly, Zhou successfully touched the body of the porpoise and obtained the biological image information. Blue Shadow Leviathan, Stage, Adult. Body length, 300 meters. Weight, 50,000 tons. Food type, vascular grass wall fiber. Introduction. A gregarious leviathan living inside the vascular grass, with cyan energy attached to its body surface and swimming very fast. Since it's not a carnivorous leviathan, it shouldn't attack Huan Lin, right? Zhou thought after reading the illustrated information of the green shadow leviathan. However, we still have to be careful. Before and after returning to Huan Lin, Zhou used gestures to let Huan Lin avoid these green shadow leviathans as much as possible. After all, there are many green shadow leviathans in this sea area. If they accidentally arouse the hostility of the other party, it will be very troublesome. Zhou and Huan Lin bypassed these green shadow leviathans and continued to swim towards the giant vine plant, the vascular grass in front. The vine-like trunk of the vascular grass is about 1 kilometer in diameter. The trunk is winding and circling all over the sea area. Many trunks even grow out of the sea and explore the thick fog above. At this time, Zhou was standing on the sea wearing a wave-walking suit, looking up at a vascular grass trunk that was piercing the sky in front of him. I wonder if I can follow this trunk and go into the thick fog to see. Zhou thought as he looked at the thick fog above. Diving into the sea, Zhou swam to the location where Huan Lin was. There was a green circular leaf with a diameter of 10,000 meters at this location. The shape of the leaf was similar to that of a lotus leaf, and in the center of the leaf, there was a hole with a diameter of about 300 meters. At this time, a large number of Qingying leviathans were entering the interior of the vascular grass through the hole in the center of the leaf. Zhou would also let Huan Lin follow these Qingying leviathans and enter together. The vascular grass dilution required for Immortal Huanlian Energy Liquid Formula, and the vascular grass wall fiber required for Overlord Coral Polyp Dark Gold Mecha Skeleton Drawing, are all inside the vascular grass, so these two materials can only be found by entering the interior. Chapter 610. When Huan Lin was about to enter the hole in the center of the leaf, Zhou discovered that there were a lot of green vines growing on the inner wall of the hole. These green vines were very long, as thick as fingers. Compared with a 300-meter diameter hole, these green vines can be said to be very slender. Each green vine exudes a faint green light on the surface, and the hole looks like green hair, completely occupying the entire hole. Those green shadow leviathans did not care about these green vines, and went directly into the hole. The green vines brushed their smooth bodies without causing any damage. But Zhou frowned. He swam to a green vine, then took out the chelate knife and touched the green vine. The next second, a gap appeared in the area where the chelate knife touched the green vine. The cyan energy on the surface of the cyan vines showed a certain destructive power. It did not harm the green shadow leviathan, because the green shadow leviathan's body surface was protected by cyan energy, but the surface of the phantom scale had no energy protection. However, the destructive power of the energy on the surface of the cyan vines was not strong, and Zhou could completely ignore it by wearing the dark gold scale armor. After passing through these cyan vines, Zhou discovered that the purpose of these cyan vines growing at the entrance of the hole was to isolate the dead blood worms from the outside. The sea water inside the vascular grass was very clear, and the dead blood worms could not be seen at all, because if the dead blood worms wanted to enter the interior, they had to pass through the area of cyan vines as dense as hair, and the energy on the cyan vines would kill the dead blood worms that approached. After cleaning layer by layer, there would be no dead blood worms inside. How can the phantom scale get in? The scales on the surface of the phantom scale would definitely not be able to stop the cutting of these cyan vines. But if it stayed outside, Zhou Wen was worried that the weird flesh and blood would catch up and harm the phantom scale. Oh, I wonder if the membrane on the surface of the immortal royal lotus fruit can resist these green energies. Zhou Wen suddenly thought. The destructive power of this green energy is not strong, and most it is about the same as the dead blood energy, and the membrane on the surface of the immortal royal lotus fruit was cut open by him with a flame-splitting knife. Zhou Wen immediately took out the membrane on the surface of the immortal royal lotus fruit, and then touched it with the green vines. There was no trace left on the surface of the immortal royal lotus fruit membrane. Yes! Zhou Wen was delighted, and quickly passed through the area full of green vines, and came outside, and then wrapped Wanling's whole body with the immortal royal lotus fruit membrane. The immortal royal lotus fruit membrane was used to wrap the immortal royal lotus fruit with a diameter of 500 meters, and now it is more than enough to wrap the 355-meter Wanling. Then, Zhou Wen slowly passed through the green vine area with the tightly wrapped Wanling wrapped all over his body. Although the diaphragm of the immortal royal lotus fruit can indeed reach the green energy, it is better to be careful to avoid accidents. After a while, Wanling successfully entered the interior of the vascular grass. Because there were no dead bloodworms around, Wanling did not need to close his eyes, and Zhou Wen put away his royal power. The internal diameter of the vascular grass trunk is about 500 meters, and it emits a faint green light throughout the body, so the internal environment can be seen clearly without lighting. Wanling switched the scales on the surface of the body to the abyss mode. Zhou Wen put his hand between the gaps of the scales, and let Wanling lead him to explore this space. The next step is to find the two materials he needs. Although the interior of the vascular grass is filled with liquid at this time, it is not the vascular grass diluent, but just ordinary sea water. Zhou Wen also touched the green vines just now, and they are not the vascular grass wall fibers. After a while, Zhou Wen asked Wanling to stop swimming, because they had been searching inside the vascular grass for 4 or 5 hours, and they didn't see any items that matched the two materials. Don't we really have to go to the top of the vascular grass to find it? In the process of searching for the two materials, Zhou Wen saw many green shadow leviathans swimming towards the vascular grass that rushed out of the sea and probed into the thick fog. He knew that following the green shadow leviathans, he would most likely find the vascular grass wall fibers. After all, they were their food. But Zhou Wen knew how dangerous the thick fog was. If he encountered some kind of giant beast flying over and directly hit the vascular grass, he would have nowhere to run. It was because of this worry that he had not gone there, but he didn't expect that he couldn't find the two materials he needed in other places of the vascular grass. I hope nothing will happen. At this time, Wanling had already arrived at the area of the vascular grass that probed into the thick fog. Looking at the endless passage above, Zhou Wen prayed in his heart. Huh? A sound of rapid water flow spread out, and the phantom scale swam upward very quickly. The situation at this time was very similar to when it first entered the waterspout, but the water flow inside the vascular grass had its own upward momentum, so the phantom scale swam relatively easily. At the same time, in the vascular grass sea area, a fish without skin and scales on its body surface came to the hole outside the vascular grass leaf. The surrounding sea water was blood red, and a large number of green shadow leviathans were killed by this strange fish with a body length of only 5 meters. The strange fish body surface emitted a bloody light, and quickly rushed into the hole, cutting off a large number of green vines, and the dead bloodworms gradually invaded the inside of the vascular grass. On Zhou Wen's side, Wanling followed those green shadow leviathans, and swam upward for 30,000 meters, and successfully arrived at the top of the vascular grass. There is a huge transparent sphere at the top of the vascular grass, with a diameter of 10,000 meters. There is also a hollow green wooden cage outside the transparent sphere, and green vines like fluff grow on the inner wall of the cage. At this time, the transparent sphere in the green wooden cage began to emit a strong green light. The light has strong penetrating power, and shines very far in the thick fog. Soon, dense black spots appeared in the thick fog, all of which were fog lice. The fog lice passed through the gap in the wooden cage and entered the interior. Just as they were about to absorb the green energy released by the transparent sphere, the green vines on the inner wall of the wooden cage emitted green energy at this time, and then danced wantonly. Although the fog lice have the ability to absorb energy, they do not have the ability to use energy. After being hit by these vines with green energy, their bodies directly split, and fell into the digestive fluid at the bottom. Zhou Wen was inside the transparent sphere, where he could clearly see the process of the vascular grass trapping fog lice. Do the plants in this deep sea survive by trapping fog lice? When I first encountered the Immortal Victoria also used energy to trap fog lice in the thick fog. The transparent sphere was filled with liquid, and this liquid was the vascular grass dilution that Zhou was looking for. At the connection between the transparent sphere and the vascular grass, a large number of white fibers grew, and these white fibers were transmitting cyan energy to the surface of the transparent sphere. Chapter 611. The white fibers that deliver energy to the transparent sphere are the fibers of the vascular grass wall. When Zhou first entered this huge transparent sphere, he saw many green shadow leviathans eating those white fibers. Ding! Obtain vascular grass diluent X100. The entire transparent sphere is full of vascular grass diluent, but Zhou cannot collect it all at once. It may be because of the large amount. He needs to wave his palm to grab in the liquid to get a fist-sized vascular grass diluent. After obtaining 100 portions, Zhou did not continue to obtain in this transparent sphere. The vascular grass that was used to trap the fog lice in the thick fog was not only this one, but also other vascular grasses. Through the trunks connected between two vascular grasses, you can reach the tops of other vascular grasses, so there is no need to focus on one vascular grass. Moreover, he only had 100 portions of Immortal King Lotus fruit pulp in his hand. Even if he only obtained these 100 portions of vascular grass diluent and used them all to make Immortal King Lotus energy liquid, it would be completely enough. At this time, the vascular grass fibers on the top of the transparent sphere gradually stopped transmitting cyan energy, and then the vascular grass's trapping behavior also ended. The white grass fibers no longer released energy, so they had no destructive power. Seeing this, the green shadow leviathan waiting on the side immediately swam up and ate them. Zhou also stepped forward to obtain vascular grass tube wall fiber. Ding! Obtained vascular grass tube wall fiber X100. Zhou also obtained 100 portions of vascular grass tube wall fiber. It only takes 10 portions to make Overlord Coral Polyp Dark Gold Mecha Skeleton Blueprint once, so the consumption is not large. He will go to the tops of other vascular grasses to obtain some, which will be enough for use. Green Shadow Leviathan ate the fiber of the vascular grass wall, but he didn't eat it all directly. Instead, he ate a part of it, and then went to the top of other vascular grass to continue eating. This cycle would not affect the vascular grass. Zhou had already obtained the two materials of the vascular grass, so he no longer stayed inside the transparent sphere. He dived directly through an area full of green vines, and returned to Huanlin. There was also an area full of green vines on the top of the vascular grass, which should be to further prevent the invasion of dead bloodworms. After all, from what Zhou had just seen, the transparent sphere on the top of the vascular grass should be considered a very important part of the vascular grass, so it must not be entered by dead bloodworms. A few thousand meters downstream from the top of this vascular grass, you can see a fork in the road. This fork is connected to the trunks of other vascular grasses that have penetrated into the thick fog. At this time, many green shadow leviathans have entered this fork, and Huanlin also followed them into the fork. Afterwards, Zhou was led by Huanlin to the top area of the 5 vascular grasses, collecting 100 copies of the two materials each time. Now he has 500 copies of vascular grass dilution and vascular grass wall fiber in his hand, which is definitely enough for use. What is that? Zhou had just collected the two materials in the transparent sphere at the top of the 5th vascular grass, and he saw something out of the corner of his eye. He looked and found that a round leaf of the vascular grass was emitting a faint yellow light. The vascular grass is full of cyan energy, and in the thick fog filled with fog lice, the trunk and leaves of the vascular grass do not emit energy. Only the transparent sphere at the top will emit strong cyan energy when trapping fog lice. Moreover, Zhou had always felt familiar with the yellow light, but because of the thick fog that blocked his vision, he couldn't see clearly what was releasing the yellow light. However, the thick fog was dangerous, and he would not investigate it just because he was familiar with it. He suppressed his curiosity, and left the transparent sphere, and returned to Huanlin. But when Zhou came to Huanlin, he didn't know what happened. All the green shadow leviathans who were eating seemed to have received some kind of order, and swam towards the first Venus grass. What happened? Zhou's expression changed slightly. He probably guessed that the sudden abnormality of these green shadow leviathans might be related to the strange flesh and blood that had been chasing him. It's really haunting. Zhou didn't want to fight with the strange flesh and blood now, so he gestured to Huanlin and asked Huanlin to run away quickly. But just as Huanlin started to swim downward, a spiritual force enveloped Zhou. Zhou looked back and saw a rapidly moving blood light that instantly passed through the bodies of those green shadow leviathans and rushed towards his location. So fast. Zhou Wen's heart sank, and he immediately made a decision to wrap Huanling with the membrane of the immortal royal lotus fruit, let Huanling go first, and stay to delay time with the strange flesh and blood. Emperor Core. After seeing Zhou Wen, the fish creature transformed by the strange flesh and blood immediately grew a large number of flesh and blood tentacles on its body surface. The tips of the flesh and blood tentacles turned into sharp spears, and stabbed Zhou Wen quickly. Zhou Wen knew that he was no match for the strange flesh and blood, so his current task was to deal with the strange flesh and blood and delay time as much as possible. As long as Huanling could keep a safe enough distance, he could lead directly with it. Arc light feature open. Zhou Wen muttered in his heart. At the moment, when more than a dozen flesh and blood spears were about to pierce him, his figure turned into an orange arc light and disappeared. Zhou Wen's figure appeared hundreds of meters behind the strange flesh and blood, which was to attract the strange flesh and blood to chase him, and give Huanling time to escape. However, unexpectedly, one of the fish eyes of the strange flesh and blood just glanced at Zhou Wen, and quickly chased Huanling. Huanling was wrapped in the diaphragm of the immortal royal lotus fruit at this time, and his swimming speed was not fast. It was difficult to get rid of the strange flesh and blood for a while. Asshole. Seeing that the strange flesh and blood was getting closer and closer to Huanling, Zhou Wen cursed inwardly, and his figure flashed and rushed towards the strange flesh and blood quickly. In the process of rushing towards the strange flesh and blood, Zhou Wen's skin gradually turned black, and then a violent black and purple energy was released from the surface of his body. The next second, these emitted black and purple energies were like ignited gasoline, and they turned into black and hot flames. The black flames covered the whole body. Zhou Wen's purple eyes stared at the strange flesh and blood. He clenched his fingers fiercely, and the air in the center of his palm was compressed sharply. A gun bubble filled with black flames formed instantly. Swish! Zhou Wen threw the black flame gun bubble with great force. The black flame gun bubble passed through hundreds of meters in a moment, pierced a long cavity in the seawater, and directly hit the body of the strange flesh and blood. Bang! An explosion sounded, and the black flame gun bubble burst. The hot black flame spread quickly like ink falling into the water, covering the whole body of the strange flesh and blood. Chapter 612. Blue light flashed in the palm of his hand, and the blade of flame appeared in Zhou Wen's hand. He rushed into the area covered by black flames without slowing down. As soon as he entered, blood light suddenly lit up, and flesh spears with blood energy attached to them stabbed Zhou Wen frantically. Facing these flesh spears, Zhou Wen dodged quickly, and at the moment of dodging, he also swung the blade of flame. Why don't you use the black energy from before? Zhou Wen was a little surprised that the strange flesh and blood body was easily cut open, but out of caution, after the attack was successful, he immediately opened up a distance and blocked Huanling's escape route. At this time, the black flame produced by the explosion of the black flame gun bubble had completely disappeared, revealing the strange flesh and blood body with blood-colored energy on the surface. Suddenly, the 5-meter-long body of the strange flesh and blood began to wriggle violently, and the area cut by the cracking flame knife was directly discarded by it, so the length of the body was shortened to about 2 meters. Then, the only 2 meters of strange flesh and blood began to change constantly, gradually turning into a human figure, with the appearance of Zhou Wen, but the whole body was made of flesh and blood, and it looked like a human body without skin. Hand over the Emperor's core. This time, the strange flesh and blood that had transformed into a human form no longer spoke with thoughts, but spoke from its throat. Who the hell are you? What do you want the Emperor's core for? Zhou Wen said. He didn't know if the strange flesh and blood had the ability to communicate, but he still tried it. If it was possible to communicate, he would communicate with the strange flesh and blood more, which could delay some time. But the strange flesh and blood did not answer Zhou Wen's question. It just glanced at the blaze-splitting knife in Zhou Wen's hand, then spread its palm, and then moved its palm, and a flesh and blood long knife similar to the blaze-splitting knife was quickly formed. Seeing that the strange flesh and blood not only imitated his appearance, but also used flesh and blood to transform a blaze-splitting knife, Zhou Wen's heart did not fluctuate too much. In his opinion, there was no point in the strange flesh and blood imitating himself. Even if the flesh and blood long knife was very similar to the blaze-splitting knife, it could not have the same advanced energy form as the blaze-splitting knife. However, the next second, Zhou Wen's eyes became solemn, because after the strange flesh and blood took shape, a black energy was released from the palm of his hand, which spread to the flesh and blood long sword and completely wrapped the entire flesh and blood long sword. Not only that, the strange flesh and blood that changed into Zhou Wen's image also had a layer of black pattern similar to the golden pattern on its body surface. Suddenly, the figure of the strange flesh and blood in human form suddenly flashed, so fast that Zhou Wen didn't even have time to react. He could only swing the blaze blade in his hand, as much as possible to resist the black knife in the strange flesh and blood. Bang! The moment the blaze blade collided with the black knife, Zhou Wen felt a terrifying force that bounced his arm violently, and his body suddenly flew backwards and hit the inner wall of the vascular grass heavily. What was even more fatal was that his arm was directly torn off by this terrible force. The blaze blade, which carried great power, pierced through the inner wall of the vascular grass and flew into the thick fog outside with his torn right arm. Ah! Zhou Wen screamed subconsciously because his arm was suddenly torn off, but he immediately held it back because the strange flesh and blood swung the second knife at him again. This knife was slashed towards Zhou Wen's head, and the speed of the knife was still so fast that he couldn't react, and now he had no weapon that could resist the black knife. White horse. Just as the black knife was about to touch Zhou Wen's head, Zhou Wen mobilized the energy of the white horse Leviathan in his body. In an instant, Zhou Wen's speed attribute reached 10,000 points, and his reaction speed was greatly improved. Then he quickly bent over, and the black knife almost passed by his scalp, narrowly avoiding this fatal blow. She. The black knife cut into the inner wall of the vascular grass behind Zhou Wen, directly cutting a long hole in the trunk of the vascular grass, and a large amount of seawater all poured out from the gap. Zhou Wen immediately seized the opportunity, his figure turned into a flash of light, and rushed towards the top of the vascular grass through the gap. But before Zhou Wen ran far, the trunk of the vascular grass in front of him suddenly broke open, and a black shadow suddenly rushed out from it, and the black knife in his hand directly pierced his body. Puff! A large amount of golden blood spurted out from Zhou Wen's wound, and his body was also knocked away by the huge force of the black shadow. His hands and feet were separated from the trunk of the vascular grass, and began to fall rapidly downwards. Bang! Ka! Zhou Wen's severely injured body slammed heavily on the leaves of the vascular grass thousands of meters below. The wide and hard leaves trembled violently, and a large pit was smashed out of the surface by him, and cracks were all over the pit. Thump! As Zhou Wen fell, a black shadow suddenly appeared on Zhou Wen's body. It was the strange flesh in human form. Hand over the Emperor core. The strange flesh said again. 5 seconds. Zhou Wen counted the seconds silently in his heart. The white horse Leviathan form can only last for 10 seconds. Now 5 seconds have passed. He is ready to hold on until the 9th second before leaving together. Otherwise, with the current speed of the strange flesh, it might catch up with Huanlin. Although the white horse Leviathan form cannot beat the strange flesh with black energy, the strong physique of 10,000 points can still help him recover quickly. Without the blaze blade, he has no other way but to delay time. Bang! Seeing that Zhou Wen did not move, the strange flesh raised his foot and stepped on Zhou Wen's chest. The strange flesh wrapped in black energy showed extremely terrifying power. Zhou Wen did not dare to take it head-on, so he immediately raised his left arm to block his chest, but it did not have much effect. Zhou Wen's chest collapsed directly under the kick, his ribs were all broken, and his left arm, that was blocking, was twisted and deformed. Puff! Zhou Wen spat out a large mouthful of golden blood. He felt as if his chest was squeezed by a hydraulic press, and the blood in his body gushed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Bang! Zhou Wen had already smashed a deep pit in the vascular grass leaves, and then the strange flesh and blood stepped on them hard, and the leaves under Zhou Wen broke directly, and his body fell rapidly downward like a meteor. Bang bang bang. Zhou Wen's rapidly falling body smashed through several leaves below in succession, and each collision left a pool of golden blood. After suffering continuous heavy injuries, his body was already somewhat unable to recover. Chapter 6:13. On the surface of the sea of the vascular grass, in the dark fog above, a flashing white light suddenly dispersed the surrounding fog and fell on the sea at an extremely terrifying speed. Boom! At the moment the white light fell, the originally calm sea surface seemed to have encountered a bomb explosion, and suddenly splashed with huge water. Then, the impact of the fall spread on the sea surface, and layers of circular waves surged up, forming huge waves. 7 seconds. Zhou Wen, who fell, was already a little conscious at this time, but he still needed to hold on for another 2 seconds. At the same time, on a circular leaf on the top of the 5th vascular grass, yellow particles that looked like insect eggs suddenly cracked, and a series of light balls flew out of the insect eggs, and then rushed towards the sea surface below in groups. On the sea surface, the area where Zhou Wen fell, strange flesh and blood fell from the sky and fell heavily on the sea surface, causing the seawater to vibrate again and huge waves surged. Just as the strange flesh was about to chase into the sea, a beam of light suddenly shone from above. Looking up, the dark fog turned white, just like white clouds illuminated by the sun. The next moment, countless points of light flew out of the fog and rushed into the sea. At this time, Zhou in the sea was letting his body sink into the depths of the sea. The duration of the white horse Leviathan form had reached the 9th second. After these 2 seconds, the injuries on his body had almost recovered, but the missing arm could not regenerate. Just as Zhou was about to leave, his mental power suddenly detected something, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Swoosh! Zhou's spirit was shaken, and his figure turned into a white light, instantly traveling thousands of meters upwards and meeting those light spots. On the sea surface, the strange flesh and blood didn't know what these suddenly appeared light spots were, and it was not interested in knowing. It just wanted to obtain the Emperor's core, so it directly dived into the seawater and rushed towards Zhou's location. Bang! However, just a few seconds after the strange flesh and blood dived into the water, the sea surface suddenly exploded, forming a cone-shaped wave tilted with the sea surface, and at the top of the cone-shaped wave, a black shadow broke through the water mist and flew hundreds of meters in the air before falling on the sea surface. But the black shadow just fell on the sea surface, but because of the huge impact force carried by its body, it instantly smashed the sea water into water mist, and then rolled over and quickly ejected on the sea surface, just like skipping stones, sliding back and forth for nearly 1,000 meters. In the sea area where Zhou fell into the water before, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up under the sea surface. Buzz! A burst of energy suddenly spread out from under the sea, forming an energy sphere with a diameter of 1 kilometer. The dazzling energy sphere slowly rose from the sea level, like the rising sun in the morning, and the bright light dispelled all the darkness around it. It was dawn. Huh? After floating out of the sea, the energy sphere suddenly shrank and condensed into a human figure, which was Zhou. A large number of light spots condensed at the position of Zhou's torn right arm. After a few seconds, a brand new right arm was directly regenerated. I didn't expect that the photon mayfly actually lived on the leaves of the vascular grass. It was really timely. Zhou looked at his regenerated right arm and couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Zhou had absorbed a large amount of photon mayflies, and the energy of the white horse Leviathan in his body was full. His body had also been transformed into an energy body, and all 3 attributes had turned into question marks. Zhou's pupils, like light rays, looked in the direction where the flame-splitting knife had flown out before. His vision penetrated the thick fog and spanned 10,000 meters. He saw that the flame-splitting knife had lost its kinetic energy and was falling towards the sea below. The white light energy body suddenly shook, and the surrounding environment suddenly moved backward rapidly. 10,000 meters away came in an instant. Before the flame-splitting knife was about to fall into the sea, he reached out and grabbed the hilt. On the hilt of the flame-splitting knife, Zhou's torn right arm was still held. Zhou took his right arm off, and then released energy from his palm to destroy his right arm. The creatures in the deep sea were too strange. He dared not discard his arm at will. If it was picked up by some strange creature to be reproduced or assimilated, it would be troublesome. The surrounding scene quickly moved backwards again, and Zhou's figure returned to the sea where the vascular grass was. Swoosh! In an instant, Zhou's figure disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already 1,000 meters away. The strange flesh and blood that was just knocked away by Zhou had stood up and rushed towards Zhou's position, but the next second, a white light flashed, and a white figure appeared in front of it. The strange flesh and blood immediately reacted and swung the black knife directly at the white figure, but the white figure flashed, and the next moment it had dodged the attack of the black knife, and then clenched its right fist and swung it out quickly, and the fist was still white light, and in the blink of an eye, it hit the head of the strange flesh and blood. Even though the surface of the strange flesh and blood was protected by black energy, in Zhou's current energy body form, its head was almost broken from the neck. Zhou's punch directly sent the strange flesh flying into the sky, like an arrow that flew through the fog and flew toward the sky. Buzz! Zhou's body was shining with light, and he floated directly from the sea surface, and then disappeared instantly. In the thick fog that was 10,000 meters above the sea surface, the strange flesh gradually slowed down in its ascent, but just as the strange flesh was about to fall, a purple light suddenly rushed out from the thick fog behind it. Huh? The purple light wrapped in thick fog swallowed the strange flesh. However, when the purple light was about to leave, A white light suddenly flashed out and rushed into the purple light in an instant. The creature emitting purple light in the thick fog was actually a giant leviathan creature with a body length of 10,000 meters, and its body was covered with a layer of purple protective energy. But facing Zhou, this layer of purple protective energy was completely useless. He flashed through the purple energy protective layer and entered the body of the 10,000-meter leviathan. Zhou was extremely fast. The flesh and blood of the 10,000-meter leviathan creature seemed to be nothing at this time, and could not hinder Zhou even for a second. A few seconds later, Zhou came to the mouth of the 10,000-meter leviathan creature, and saw the strange flesh and blood that had just been swallowed. The blaze blade in his hand appeared, and he flashed forward and swung the knife to cut. Bang! The blaze blade and the black knife collided heavily, and the violent metal collision sound vibrated. Two energies suddenly surged out, forming an energy storm, which directly minced the flesh and blood in the mouth of the 10,000-meter leviathan creature into meat paste. Roar! The 10,000-meter leviathan flying in the thick fog wailed in pain, opened its mouth and wanted to spit out the foreign object in its mouth, but it couldn't spit it out at all. Because Zhou's current strength was above the strange flesh and blood, the moment the two weapons collided just now, the strange flesh and blood fell into a disadvantage, and was chopped by Zhou and flew backwards, directly entering the stomach wall space of the 10,000-meter leviathan. Chapter 614. A black shadow instantly passed through the 1,000-meter esophagus and hit the stomach wall of the 10,000-meter leviathan creature like a cannonball. The flexible stomach wall was directly hit by the black shadow, and a large hole was made. A large amount of blood flowed out of the wound. Before the black shadow got out of the stomach wall, a white light had flashed into the stomach wall space, and then rushed directly into the blood hole hit by the black shadow. The blood hole expanded instantly, and in an instant, blood gushed out like a waterfall. The black shadow was kicked away by the white light again, and the stomach wall of the 10,000-meter leviathan creature was completely penetrated. Two figures, one black and one white, entered the intestinal area. Bang! After the black shadow stabilized his body, he immediately swung the black knife in his hand and collided with the white light's cracking flame knife. The two energies vibrated and opened again, destroying the intestines of the 10,000-meter leviathan. Roar! The 10,000-meter leviathan creature twisted its body violently in the thick fog and kept roaring in pain. At this time, a piece of hard skin on the back of the 10,000-meter leviathan creature suddenly bulged, and the next second, the bulged area exploded, and two streams of energy, one black and one red, were released from it, and then rushed into two figures. Swish! Zhou's flame-splitting knife chopped down on the body of the strange flesh and blood, but was blocked by the black lines on the surface of the strange flesh and blood, and did not cause any damage, but the strange flesh and blood was not as strong as him, so it was chopped away again. The body of the strange flesh and blood cut a long gully on the hard scales of the 10,000-meter leviathan creature. From a distance, it looked like it was cut by some giant weapon. Swish! The strange flesh and blood was about to stand up, and Zhou suddenly appeared above it, with the tip of the flame-splitting knife in his hand facing down, and then holding the handle with both hands, stabbed towards the chest of the strange flesh and blood. Puff! The force of this attack was so great that the strange flesh pierced by Zhou's knife tip was directly pressed into the body of the 10,000-meter leviathan creature again by this force. The strange flesh instantly penetrated the scales, flesh, and intestines of the 10,000-meter creature, and passed directly from the bottom of the body, falling towards the sea surface 10,000 meters below. Boom! The noise caused by this fall into the sea was much louder than the previous two times, just like the self-explosion of the star meteorite Leviathan. The strange flesh was pressed against the chest by Zhou with a flame-splitting knife, sinking to the deepest part of the ocean at a very fast speed. No matter how Zhou would attack the strange flesh, he could not break the black lines on the surface of the strange flesh, and Zhou's white horse Leviathan form had a limited time. The photon mayflies in the vascular grass sea area had all entered his body, and became the energy of the white horse Leviathan, and he had no way to replenish it. If Zhou still couldn't kill the strange flesh and blood in the complete form of the white horse Leviathan, then he would be in danger in the future, because after the strange flesh and blood began to use black energy, its speed attribute was equivalent to more than 10,000 points, and the swimming speed of the phantom scale would inevitably be caught up. Since the blaze blade couldn't do anything to the strange flesh and blood, he could only try the water pressure. The water pressure of this planet was originally high, and the deeper you dive, the stronger the gravity you will receive. If the water pressure couldn't kill the strange flesh and blood, Then he could only trap the strange flesh and blood in a gravitational area where it couldn't escape. At this time, Zhou had already pressed the strange flesh and blood to 100,000 meters underwater, and it was still sinking faster and faster. The deeper it dived, the faster it sank. At such a depth, the sea water was pitch black, and the surroundings were very quiet. Only the white light emitted from Zhou body illuminated the limited area, just like a candlelight in the dark night. Splash, splash. The sound of turbulent water kept ringing in his ears, and the water pressure was getting stronger and stronger, but it had no effect on Zhou because he was an energy body, and this intensity of water pressure could not cause him any harm. But the strange flesh and blood was not like that. It had a body, and even with the protection of black energy, its body was compressed from 2 meters to 1.5 meters at this time. This was good news for Zhou, indicating that the water pressure was indeed useful for the strange flesh and blood. Continuing to dive, when it reached 200,000 meters underwater, the body of the strange flesh and blood shrank to only 1 meter, and perhaps it had a premonition of its own death, and the strange flesh and blood struggled more and more violently, trying to break free and escape. Zhou certainly couldn't let it escape, and it had no possibility of escaping. Zhou's current strength, whether in strength or speed, completely crushed the strange flesh and blood, so the struggle of the strange flesh and blood was meaningless. Suddenly, for some reason, the black energy on the surface of the strange flesh and blood dissipated inexplicably, and the blade of flame pierced through its body with unusual ease. Zhou was delighted when he saw this, and his figure immediately flashed back and forth around the strange flesh and blood. In an instant, he cut the strange flesh and blood into pieces. In the center of the strange flesh and blood's chest, there was a flesh and blood ball similar to a core, which he grabbed in his hand. Ding! Obtained the heart of flesh and blood X1. Ding! The heart of flesh and blood. After use, it can directly break through the upper limit of the second stage physical attribute, and at the same time has the ability to condense flesh and blood energy. When the flesh and blood energy fills the whole body, it can perform Giant View. Ding! Giant View. Release the flesh and blood energy, make the body expand 100 times, and become a flesh and blood giant. Fuck. After reading the introduction of Heart of Flesh and Blood, Zhou didn't know how to describe it. Wait, what's the matter with the black energy? Why is there no introduction at all? Zhou suddenly thought. If this, Heart of Flesh and Blood, can condense the black energy comparable to the Emperor-level energy, then he can really try to challenge the King-level Leviathan in the future, but the world system prompt does not have any relevant introduction. Zhou thought he had missed something, so he deliberately gathered the chopped weird flesh and blood body together, but after touching it piece by piece, the system prompt did not sound again in his mind. After confirming that there was really nothing, Zhou did not stay in the deep sea for long. The gravity here was already very strong. If he sank further, he might not be able to escape. Although he could leave with a companion voucher, he still had one thing to do now. Swish. Zhou's figure flashed and turned into a white light, passing through the deep sea water at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to capture. Bang! The sea surface suddenly exploded, and a white light shot up into the sky, rushing directly into the thick fog above. When fighting with the strange flesh and blood just now, he accidentally entered the body of a 10,000-meter Leviathan creature. That Leviathan creature was a large Leviathan, and it also had a purple energy protection layer. If there was a core, it might be an energy core. In an instant, Zhou came to the place where he encountered the 10,000-meter Leviathan creature just now, and then opened his pupils that seemed to be composed of light, and quickly searched through the thick fog. It turned out that the 10,000-meter Leviathan was falling towards the sea surface and seemed to be dying. Chapter 615. Very good, it saves me the trouble. Zhou's figure flashed, and the next second he appeared on the body of the 10,000-meter Leviathan, and then drilled into the body. First, he went to the stomach wall space to look for the supply box, and with his mental power expanded, he soon found a purple supply box, and then looked for the heart of the 10,000-meter Leviathan creature. The speed of the white horse Leviathan was extremely fast, and it soon found the heart. After cutting the heart, there was a purple core of about 5 meters inside. Ding! Purple Mist Core X1. Ding! Purple Mist Core. After use, you can obtain the Purple Mist feature. When the Purple Mist feature starts, a layer of purple mist protective energy is attached to the body surface, which can resist low-level energy attacks. The duration depends on the purple mist energy in the body. It's really an energy core. Putting away the Purple Mist Core, Zhou took out the dark gold broadsword and decomposed the corpse of the 10,000-meter Leviathan creature at the fastest speed, and finally put all the meat pieces into the system interface. After doing all this, Zhou Wen's white cold Leviathan energy was almost consumed, so he left and returned to Huanlin's stomach wall space. After returning to the stomach wall space, there was still a little white cold Leviathan energy left in his body. Zhou Wen thought that the white cold Leviathan seed root system that was fused with his body needed energy nourishment, so he wanted to stop the white cold Leviathan form directly. But he tried to control the white cold Leviathan energy in his body with his mind, but he couldn't stop it at all. It seemed that once he started using the white cold Leviathan energy, he could only wait until the white cold Leviathan energy in his body was exhausted to end the white cold Leviathan form. It seems that this white cold Leviathan form can't be used permanently. Zhou Wen was thinking that every time he used the white horse Leviathan form, he would keep a little white horse Leviathan energy in his body. Then next time, he could start the white horse Leviathan form again by mobilizing the remaining white horse Leviathan energy in his body. Since the white horse Leviathan form could not stop on its own, Zhou Wen no longer cared about it, and directly opened the purple material box he had just obtained. Ding! Obtained Purple Mist Leviathan Gene Potion X1. Ding! Obtained Energy Extraction Agent X1. Ding! Obtained Peer Voucher X1. Ding! Obtained Land Base X100. Ding! Obtained Purple Mist Leviathan Scale Armor Blueprint. Energy Extraction Agent. Immortal Huanlian Energy Liquid Formula requires 3 materials, 2 of which have been collected before. With the Energy Extraction Agent, you can start making it. Ding! Purple Mist Leviathan Gene Potion. After using it, you will obtain the Purple Mist Leviathan Gene, and you will have the ability to use Leviathan flesh and blood to condense Purple Mist energy in your body. You can use it only when your physical fitness reaches 500 points. This Purple Mist energy protection layer is useless to me. The effect of Purple Mist Core is energy defense, and Zhou Wen now has Golden Attribute, and the golden pattern formed by Golden Attribute is still in the form of Sea Abyss level energy, which is definitely more advanced than the large Leviathan. The following 3 items are nothing to look at. The equipment drawings are used directly, and then a piece of Purple Mist Leviathan scale armor is made. Because there is no energy protection, the hardness is not high, and it is not as hard as the dark gold scale armor that has not absorbed the energy of the Overlord, so it has no value. The current time is already night. When the White Horse Leviathan form is about to end, Zhou Wen goes out to build a rest platform for Huanlin. The strange flesh and blood has been killed by him, and there is no need to worry about being hunted down. After returning to the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen lay directly on the bed. Soon, a feeling of weakness spread throughout his body. The White Horse Leviathan form ended, and his body entered a weak state. He closed his eyes, and fell asleep immediately. When Zhou Wen woke up, it was already noon on the 142nd day, but because his body was still weak and unable to move, he asked Shen Xian to come and help feed Huanlin. When Shen Xian left, he handed over the Purple Mist Core and Purple Mist Leviathan Gene Potion to Shen Xian. In the following time, Zhou Wen lay on the bed to check the information in the regional communication channel. Seeing that there was nothing special, he prepared to return to the world communication channel to check Shirkongyun's novel to pass the time. But at this moment, more than a dozen bloody dual messages suddenly popped up in the regional communication channel. After quickly checking them, Zhou Wen frowned, because they were all information about 6 survivors dueling with 10 survivors. What does this mean? Yesterday, a survivor from Area 6 dueled with a survivor from Area 10. Zhou Wen could still treat it as a minor friction, but today, more than a dozen people challenged the survivors from Area 10 at the same time. This was obviously premeditated. Logically speaking, Area 6 does not have a survivor king, and should be the area most seriously invaded by the alien brain. It should not have the courage to retaliate against Area 10 now. In the regional communication channel, the survivors from various areas were bragging to each other and chatting about trivial things. After these dozen dual messages popped up, they immediately started discussing. Survivors from Area 2, is Area 6 crazy? They dared to challenge more than a dozen duels against Area 10 at once. These people are really not afraid of death. Survivors in Area 8, I noticed that Area 6 has been a bit abnormal recently. They don't have a king, so they can't clean up the alien brains. Do you think Area 6 has been ruled by alien brains now? Survivors in Area 1, didn't the survivors in Area 10 say that alien brains can't use the system interface? How can we choose dual targets without the system interface? Survivors in Area 5, maybe the survivors in Area 10 lied to us. In fact, alien brains can use the system interface, so that we can relax our vigilance against alien brains. Survivors in Area 9, Alien brains are the common enemy of mankind. Why did Area 10 lie to us? Are they looking for trouble for themselves? Survivors in Area 2, I think the information about alien brains that the survivors in Area 10 told us before should be correct, but the survivors in Area 6 are indeed abnormal. Something must have happened in their area. Just as the survivors in various areas were discussing Area 6, the dozen or so bloody duel messages pinned on the regional communication channel had ended one after another, and the winners of the duels were all survivors in Area 6, survivors from Area 9. All the survivors from Area 6 actually won. Are the survivors from Area 6 that strong? Survivors from Area 8. Does the alien brain have any way to greatly improve the survivor's strength in a short period of time? Survivors from Area 2. Maybe it's true. Are the survivors from Area 10 here? Come out and tell me if the alien brain has the ability to help survivors improve their strength. Survivors from Area 10. I'm not sure about that. Survivors from Area 10. I attended the peace agreement signing party and happened to witness Xiao Teng's body mutation. That level of mutation is definitely not a characteristic. Maybe the alien brain provided him with some kind of gene mutation drug. Chapter 616. Before, the only person in District 10 who cooperated with alien brain was Xiao Teng, and it was done in secret. Except for Zhou Wen, Jiang Haitao, and Chen Xian, who could confirm that alien brain could make genetic drugs by itself, others could not confirm it at all, and most of them were just guesses. Survivor in District 2, alien brain can make genetic drugs? If so, it can explain why the survivors in District 6 can improve their strength so much in a short period of time. Survivor in District 1. Wait, Xiao Teng? Isn't he one of the two major guilds in your District 10? He is actually cooperating with alien brain? Survivor in District 10. No, wrong. It's not Xiao Teng, it's Wang Teng. I said the wrong word. The survivor in District 10, who posted a message in the regional communication channel, hurriedly explained, and then quickly exited the regional communication channel. Is it really alien brain that is helping the survivors in District 6 to improve their strength? Zhou Wen looked at the analysis of the survivors in each district, and he felt that this possibility was very high. Because the alien brain cannot use the system interface, if the alien brain wants to know the situation of the survivors in each area, it must leave some survivors to use the system interface. While Zhou Wen was thinking, more than a dozen bloody duel messages popped up in the regional communication channel, which were still duels initiated by the survivors in Area 6 against the survivors in Area 10. When Zhou Wen saw these duel messages, his face immediately turned cold, and he sent a message directly to Chen Xian, asking her to clear all the survivors in Area 6 who initiated the duel. After a while, more than a dozen duels ended, and the winners of the duels were all survivors in Area 6. After Chen Xian received Zhou Wen's message, she immediately wrote down all the avatars of the survivors in Area 6 who initiated the duel, and after their duel ended, she immediately initiated a duel with one of them. After the preparation time before the duel ended, Chen Xian turned into a blue light and disappeared in the stomach wall space. The next second, he appeared in a blue light curtain. The duel space was the same as the survival planet he was on before, but the scene outside the light film had changed. It was no longer a dark deep sea, but a dark fog. Gradually, the two light curtains that looked like blue bubbles merged together. After the membrane that blocked the two duels in the center disappeared, the survivor from Area 6 on the opposite side slowly raised his head, staring at Chen Xian with a pair of scarlet eyes. I know you, the president of one of the two major guilds in Area 10. You are very powerful, and the survivors in other areas guess that you are the king of Area 10. The survivor from Area 6 said lightly. Red eyes? It seems that you are infected with dead bloodworms. After seeing the red eyes of the survivor from Area 6, Chen Xian knew why the survivor from Area 6 could defeat the survivor from Area 10. After being infected with dead bloodworms, as long as they don't die, they can form a state of symbiosis with dead bloodworms. The survivors provide nutrients for the dead bloodworms, and the dead bloodworms provide dead blood energy for the survivors. Dead blood energy is the lowest level of energy in Zhou Wen's eyes, but for those survivors who don't have energy attacks, dead blood energy is very terrifying. No equipment can stop the attack of dead blood energy. If it weren't for the dead bloodworm's fear of Wang Wei's fatal weakness, many people would coexist with dead bloodworms. It's all your fault in District 10. The survivors in District 6 suddenly roared. You killed our District 6 king, and spread the alien brain to our District 6, causing us to be unable to survive in the water ball protected by the tidal Leviathan. We can only coexist with dead bloodworms in the ocean full of dead bloodworms. The more the survivors in District 6 spoke, the more ferocious their expressions became, and the more angry they became. So we want to retaliate against your District 10 and kill all the people in your District 10. The survivor from District 6 said loudly with a crazy look. If I remember correctly, it was your District 6 that launched the cross-district conquest war against our District 10 at the beginning? You have fallen to this end, but it is your own fault. Chen Xian had no sympathy for the tragic self-narration of the survivor from District 6. This was all District 6's own fault. You? Die! The survivor from District 6 was immediately ashamed and angry when he heard Chen Xian's words. He roared, and the dead blood energy appeared all over his body. He rushed towards Chen Xian at a very fast speed. Chen Xian immediately responded, and the Caliceri knife appeared in his hand. When the survivor from District 6 approached, he slashed at the other party directly. Humph! The survivor from District 6 laughed grimly, and his 5 fingers formed into a knife shape. The hand knife with dead blood energy attached directly collided with the Caliceri knife. Bang! When the clawed broadsword came into contact with the hand knife of the survivor in Area 6, it was instantly broken into 2 pieces like paper. The president of the large guild in Area 10 is just like this. After killing you, I will go and kill all the guild presidents in Area 10, and then slowly hunt down those ordinary survivors. Ha ha ha! The survivor in Area 6 laughed wildly, his 5 fingers formed into claws, and he took a step forward and grabbed Chen Xian's head. But just when the survivor in Area 6 thought he was going to succeed, Chen Xian suddenly had an extremely long dark gold broadsword in his hand, and then chopped him off on the head. It's useless. Don't you know that these ordinary weapons are meaningless to me, who is attached with dead blood energy? The survivor in Area 6 was very disdainful, and his offensive in his hand did not decrease. He casually raised his other arm to block the dark gold broadsword that was about to be chopped down. Shwa! The dark gold sword fell, and the disdain on the face of the survivor in Area 6 froze for a moment, and then gradually turned into disbelief. No. No. The survivor in Area 6 showed fear at this time, but it was too late. First, his arm used to block the dark gold sword broke, and then his whole body was split in half from the middle. A lot of black blood was scattered all over the ground. A closer look showed that they were all twisting dead bloodworms. Chen Xian won this duel easily, but she also experienced the horror of energy attack. The Caliceri sword was already a very powerful weapon, but she didn't expect that a lighting was cut off by the opponent. If she hadn't gotten the dark gold equipment given by Zhou, she really couldn't defeat this survivor in Area 6. After exiting the duel space, Chen Xian reported the situation of the duel to Zhou, and also said the reason why the survivor in Area 6 became stronger in the regional communication channel. Living with the dead bloodworms is undoubtedly standing on the opposite side of all normal survivors. Tell the survivors in other areas to be careful and find the king of their own area, and let the king of their area clean up the survivors in Area 6 from time to time. Then, Chen Xian launched more than a dozen duels in a row, killing all the survivors in Area 6 who challenged the survivors in Area 10. This made the survivors in other areas think that Chen Xian was the king of Area 10. Area 1 survivor. The king of survivors in Area 10 should be President Chen, otherwise how could he kill the survivor in Area 6 who had dead blood energy? Area 8 survivor. It should be right. Dead blood energy is very powerful. When we first started hunting blood-toothed black scale bream, many powerful people's transmogrified leviathans were bitten to death by blood-toothed black scale bream. No matter how hard the scales are, they can't stop the teeth with dead blood energy. Chapter 6:17. Survivor from Area 5. Actually, there is no need to guess. Who of you will challenge President Chen to a duel? If she fails to challenge, she will be the king of Area 10. If she succeeds, she will not be the king. Survivor from Area 1. You are so smart. Why don't you challenge him to a duel? Survivor from Area 5. The survivors from Area 1 are such cowards. I have given you the idea, so you should verify it. Survivor from Area 1. I think you are looking for death. Then another duel message popped up in the regional communication channel. It was the duel message between the survivors from Area 1 and the survivors from Area 5. In the end, the survivors from Area 1 won. Zhou saw that there was no survivor from Area 6 challenging the survivors from Area 10 in the regional communication channel, so he closed the regional communication channel and entered the world communication channel to read her Commun's novel. It was nighttime, and Zhou could barely move. After getting out of bed, he immediately absorbed the last portion of the white Leviathan egg liquid in the locker, condensed a ball of white Leviathan energy in his body, and used it to nourish the roots of the white Leviathan seeds to prevent the roots from shrinking. Then he took out the heart of flesh and blood, and used it directly on himself. For a while, a large amount of blood-colored energy gushed out of the heart of flesh and blood. These blood-colored energies entered Zhou Wen's body like blood, and Zhou Wen could clearly feel that his physical strength was gradually increasing. After a while, the heart of flesh and blood was completely absorbed, and Zhou Wen's physical attributes successfully broke through the upper limit of 800 points and reached 903 points. 903 points, not far from 1,000 points. After eating the physical blood vein fruit that I had hoarded before, I should be able to reach 1,000 points directly. When the physical fitness reaches 1,000 points, he can use the King Coral Gene Potion. So, Zhou Wen couldn't wait to take out a physical fitness blood vein fruit from the locker, ate it in 2 or 3 bites, and waited for the system prompt sound of increasing physical fitness to sound in his mind. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no system prompt sound for increasing physical fitness, but the blood vein energy in the body increased by 1. What's going on? Have I eaten this blood vein fruit before? Zhou Wen wondered, but with his memory, he was still very sure that he had never eaten this blood vein fruit before. Could it be? After the physical fitness reaches the second stage, the blood vein fruit can no longer increase the attribute, right? In order to confirm his guess, Zhou Wen took out another physical fitness blood vein fruit that he had never eaten before, and after eating it quickly, there was still no prompt sound for increasing the attribute. It seems to be correct, alas. Zhou Wen sighed, a little disappointed. However, the physical fitness blood vein fruit is useless to Zhou Wen, but it does not mean that the strength and speed blood vein fruits are useless. Although his strength and speed attributes have reached the upper limit of 700, because the title adds an additional 103 points, he can also add 103 points to his strength and speed attributes to replace the points added by the title. When he breaks through the upper limit of the second stage, the two attributes can directly reach 803 points, which saves the time of replenishing 103 points of attributes. Next, Zhou Wen began to study the ability, Giant View, obtained by using Heart of Flesh and Blood. In the previous system introduction, in order to use Giant View, you need to fill your body with flesh and blood energy, but how to obtain this flesh and blood energy is not mentioned in the introduction. It should be obtained by eating the flesh and blood of Leviathan. Zhou Wen thought for a while, took out a piece of purple mist Leviathan flesh and blood, and then tried to eat a bite. After eating the flesh and blood of purple mist Leviathan, Zhou Wen could feel a trace of blood energy in his body, but it was very thin, even thinner than a hair. After determining the method of obtaining flesh and blood energy, Zhou Wen began to eat the flesh and blood of purple mist Leviathan in big mouthfuls, until he could not eat any more. But even so, the flesh and blood energy in his body only reached the thickness of a finger, which was equivalent to the progress of flesh and blood energy filling the whole body. Now it is equivalent to just filling one finger. This flesh and blood energy can only be accumulated slowly. Zhou Wen was a little full after eating, and he knew that he would not be able to use Giant View in a short time. Afterwards, Zhou Wen tried to mobilize the blood energy in his body, wanting to see if he could attach the blood energy to the body's surface like the strange flesh and blood. In that case, he would not need the Overlord characteristics, but after many attempts, the blood energy in his body did not move at all, and could not be used at all. Okay. Zhou Wen smiled helplessly, and then used the flesh and blood of the purple mist Leviathan to plant a blood vein fruit, and then gave it to Jiang Haitao, asking Jiang Haitao to give it to the core guild members to eat, and see what attributes it increased. Finally, it was found that it increased strength. Then, Zhou Wen planted all the other Leviathan flesh and blood he had hunted in the past few days into Leviathan flesh and blood fruits, and then gave them to the core members of the guild to verify the attribute category. Among them, the Fanged Leviathan blood vein fruit and the Overlord Leviathan blood vein fruit increase strength, and the Green Shadow Leviathan blood vein fruit increases speed. Zhou Wen added high-grade gold fertilizer to the 3 Leviathan blood veins, and the 3 Leviathan blood veins fruits could be harvested in 4 days. After planting the Leviathan blood veins fruits, Zhou Wen took out a portion of Immortal Victoria fruit, a bottle of energy extractor, and a portion of vascular grass diluent. These 3 materials are the materials required for the Immortal Victoria energy liquid formula. After Zhou Wen silently recited the recipe in his mind, the 3 materials were wrapped in blue light. First, the colorless liquid in the energy extractor entered the Immortal Victoria fruit, and then the Immortal Victoria fruit began to shrink and dry rapidly, and then a ball of rich pink energy liquid appeared from it, and violent energy fluctuations were emitted from the surface of the liquid. Finally, the vascular grass diluent entered it, diluting the rich pink energy liquid a little, and the violent energy fluctuations also became milder. Ding! Obtained Immortal Victoria Energy Liquid X10. Ding! Immortal Wanlu Energy Liquid. After use, a ball of Immortal Wanlu energy will form in the body, which can be used at any time. When used, the whole body is covered with Immortal Wanlu energy, and it has both attack and defense effects, which lasts for 1 minute. It can be used at any time. This alone is much better than the Dead Blood Energy Liquid. Dead Blood Energy Liquid covers the body surface with a layer of energy once used, while Immortal Wanlu Energy Liquid stores energy in the body and can be used at any time, which is much more convenient and more practical than Dead Blood Energy Liquid. Because in a battle between people, if you want to take Dead Blood Energy Liquid, the other party will definitely find ways to stop you after seeing it, but Immortal Wanlu Energy Liquid is stored in the body, so you don't have to worry about this. Chapter 618. One material can make 10 bottles of Immortal King Lotus Energy Liquid. Zhou took 1 bottle directly. After waiting for a while, he felt a pink energy ball the size of a ping-pong ball in his body. Zhou moved his mind and used the pink energy ball in his body. The next second, his whole body was covered with a layer of pink energy. Ding! You have used the energy of the Immortal King Lotus, which lasts for 1 minute. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Time was limited, so Zhou did not delay. He put on the copper diamond blood vein claw on one hand, turned on the blood vein characteristic, attached a blood vein energy to the surface, and then directly grabbed his other arm covered with the energy of the Immortal King Lotus. When the copper diamond claw with blood vein energy attached touched the energy of the Immortal King Lotus, the blood vein energy on the surface was consumed quickly, and the blood vein energy was consumed in a few seconds. The energy of the Immortal King Lotus covering the arm did not fluctuate at all. Obviously, the blood vein energy could not shake the energy of the Immortal King Lotus at all. Then, Zhou used golden energy to make a layer of golden pattern appear on his body. This time, he used his palm covered with the energy of the Immortal Royal Lotus, and his 5 fingers formed into claws to attack the arm with golden pattern. 5 fingers with pink light quickly grabbed the arm with golden pattern. The golden pattern was not destroyed, and the energy of the Immortal Royal Lotus on the fingers fluctuated slightly, but did not dissipate. In this comparison, the energy of the Immortal Royal Lotus was still a little worse than the golden energy. In addition to his own blood energy and golden energy, Zhou also had the Overlord energy in the dark gold equipment. In order to determine the strength of these energies, he used his 5 fingers with the energy of the Immortal Royal Lotus to claw at the dark gold scales. She! A sharp scraping sound was heard, and the surface of the dark gold scale armor was directly scratched by the energy of the Immortal Royal Lotus, leaving 5 claw marks about 1 centimeter deep, and the armor was severely damaged. Is the Overlord energy worse than the Immortal Royal Lotus energy? Zhou felt that he could not make a decision yet, because the dark gold equipment that absorbed the Overlord energy was not an energy form in essence. If he wanted to formally determine which of the 2 energies was stronger, he would need to wait until he had the Overlord characteristics, and then conduct another experiment. However, comparing the strengths of the several energies that Zhou had come into contact with, from weak to strong, they were Dead Blood Energy, Blood Vessel Energy, Overlord Energy, Immortal Royal Lotus Energy, and Brilliant Gold Energy. The White Horse Leviathan Energy, and the Emperor level energy of the Blade were not considered Zhou energies, so they were not included. After finishing these experiments, Zhou sent 3 bottles of Immortal King Lotus Energy Liquid to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian respectively. Although they now have dark gold equipment to deal with creatures or enemies in low-level energy forms, storing the energy of Immortal King Lotus in their bodies can also be a bit safer. Zhou sent the remaining 3 bottles to Lung Liang, Bai Lan, and Zhang Dongyang, 1 bottle each, as a life-saving trump card. Zhou himself has the Blazing Blade for attack and the Golden Pattern for defense, so he doesn't need the Immortal King Lotus Energy Liquid at all. When his physical fitness reaches 1,000 points, and he is given the Overlord characteristics, he will have an offensive energy stronger than the blood energy, and can be used in general battles. After a minute, the Immortal King Lotus energy on Zhou body dissipated, but he didn't feel a bit tired. Just like using the Dead Blood Energy Liquid before, this is a unique benefit of using this energy liquid. Although attacking or defending with energy consumes less physical energy, it still consumes some energy. Energy liquid does not consume any energy at all, but it is difficult to obtain energy liquid, so it is a kind of balance. After doing all this, Zhou had nothing to do. It was already late at night, so he began to absorb the gold core and tungsten elements. By the way, my physical fitness limit has been broken through now. I wonder if it will be faster to absorb the immortal energy in the Immortal King Lotus seeds. Zhou just drank a cup of black shell solution, and suddenly thought in his heart. So he took out the Immortal King Lotus seed directly and began to absorb it with his palm. After absorbing it for a while, his face was happy. The absorption speed is really faster. Zhou felt that the speed of absorbing immortal energy now was at least 10 times faster than before. It seems that absorbing immortal energy still has hidden requirements for physical fitness. Zhou thought in his heart, and secretly decided to improve his physical fitness to the upper limit of the second stage as much as possible, so that the speed of absorbing immortal energy should be faster. At present, absorbing immortal energy is the top priority. After all, this is a real rebirth, which is a level higher than the life-saving trump card of Baiju Leviathan energy. Life-saving is just to save your own life, while rebirth is to resurrect after death. The night passed quickly. Zhou absorbed immortal energy for a whole night, but there was still very little immortal energy in his body. Immortal energy is similar to flesh and blood energy. Both need to be filled throughout the body. Zhou absorbed it for a whole night, which is equivalent to filling half a finger, which is not as good as the flesh and blood energy of one finger he absorbed in one meal. I need to improve my physique quickly. Zhou thought to himself, standing up from the platform of his living area, temporarily putting away the immortal lotus seed, briefly inspecting the stomach wall space, and then began to feed Huanlin. It was already the morning of the 143rd day. After feeding Huanlin, Zhou went out to put away the rest platform. Because Huanlin no longer had the protection of the king-level pressure of the tidal Leviathan, Zhou needed to use the king's power to disperse the dead bloodworms around when he left Huanlin's mouth. After putting away the rest platform, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space, and Huanlin began to swim. Next, Zhou took out the flesh and blood of the purple mist Leviathan, and began to eat it in big mouthfuls. Because he was worried that cooking the flesh and blood of the purple mist Leviathan would affect the condensation of the flesh and blood energy, he always ate it raw. However, after coming to this survival world for so long, he has gotten used to it. Zhou ate until he was full before he finished eating. Then he digested the food while absorbing the immortal energy inside the immortal Victoria seed. At the same time, he opened the World Communication Channel to read Shi Kongyun's novel to kill time. But to Zhou surprise, Shi Kongyun did not update his novel today. What's wrong? Did something happen? Zhou whispered. Shi Kongyun is famous in the World Communication Channel for writing erotic novels, but he is essentially an ordinary survivor. Especially after coming to this planet, everyone is running for food to transform into Leviathan. Before on the survival planet, the survivors were relatively wealthy in the later period, and they could give him some rewards from time to time, so Shi Kongyun's life was not bad, which led to him always not writing erotic novels and running to pursue his own dreams. Chapter 619. But now, even if he writes pornographic novels every day, the survivors can't give him too much reward, so he can only feed his own Leviathan with red algae every meal. Not long ago, Zhou heard from Jiang Haitao that Shi Kongyun's Leviathan was seriously infected with red algae, so he asked Chen Xian to sell Shi Kongyun a bottle of red algae inhibitor at a low price, but it was only a temporary solution. However, even so, no guild would help him. Entertainment is entertainment after all, and it is only valuable when the survivors are rich. Now even the guild cannot completely guarantee that the Leviathan of its members will not be infected with red algae, so how can it have the energy to care about others? Zhou is the same, so he closed the World Communication Channel and opened the Regional Communication Channel to see if the survivor kings of other districts have cleaned up the survivors in District 6. After a quick look at the previous information, the survivor kings of other zones did clean up some survivors from Zone 6, but they only symbolically cleaned up a few survivors from Zone 6 who attacked their own zone. It was too easy for the survivor king to clean up the survivors from Zone 6 who coexisted with the dead bloodworms. After entering the duel venue, there was no need to do anything. He could just activate his kingly power and instantly drive the dead bloodworm bodies out of their bodies. If the body suddenly loses all the blood, even if the strong men from Zone 6 can temporarily survive by relying on their strong physique, they will definitely lose their ability to move immediately. Without the dead blood energy of the dead bloodworms, it would be easy to kill them. But these survivor kings just don't do it, because the survivors from Zone 6 hate Zone 10 the most. Letting the mad dog from Zone 6 bite Zone 10 is exactly what they want to see, so naturally they won't make any effort. It would be nice if there was a cross-district conquest voucher. If there was a cross-district conquest voucher, Zhou could ask Chen Xian to threaten the kings of other districts and ask them to clean up the survivors in District 6. Whoever dares not to contribute will be dealt with. Although the cross-district conquest voucher requires the personnel of the conquered area to participate voluntarily, and the king may not dare to participate because he is afraid of being killed, but not participating will definitely cause a huge blow to the king's prestige. So using the cross-district conquest voucher as a means of threat, the kings of other districts will definitely compromise. Huh? Just as Zhou was checking the messages in the regional communication channel, he found a survivor from District 10 who wrote a pornographic novel. At first glance, the avatar was Shi Kongyun. Good guy. It turns out that he ran to the regional communication channel to write a pornographic novel. This is to expand the business. Zhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He spent the next time in the regional communication channel. At noon, 10 duel messages popped up in the regional communication channel. They were all duels initiated by Chen Xian against the survivors in Area 6, and then all of them were killed. This was to deter the survivors in Area 6 from always dueling with ordinary survivors in Area 10. When it was afternoon, Zhou had almost digested the purple mist leviathan flesh in his stomach, so he began to eat purple mist leviathan flesh again, and ate himself full again. In the evening, when Zhou went out to build a rest platform for Huanlin, a big thing happened in the World Communication Channel of Area 10. Take a look at this picture. In the picture, in the dark seawater, in the middle area of the picture, there is a creature emitting red light all over its body. This creature has jagged spikes all over its body, and even the front end of its head has a jagged long snout like a chainsaw, which also emits red light. Fuck. The whole body emits red light, and the serrated snout at the front is a weapon. How big is this creature? At least 300 meters, and there are a lot of them. Today, I went out with my team to hunt blood-toothed black-scale bream. Because the ones near the water ball were almost killed, our team went to a farther place. Unexpectedly, we encountered a group of these creatures. These creatures rushed over and cut the transmogrified leviathans of my 4 teammates into pieces. If I was not far away from them and had a companion ticket in my hand, my 4 teammates would have died. Did your teammates get information about this creature? They got information. If my teammates could contact those creatures, they would be dead now. Alas, I hope there are not many of these creatures that emit red light all over their bodies, otherwise how can we go out to explore in the future? However, not long after, another team appeared in the World Communication Channel and encountered the attack of the serrated creatures. They were even more miserable. All 5 leviathans died. They were able to leave together, with the help of a survivor from another team. Then, more and more survivor teams encountered serrated creatures. Only a few were able to escape together. Most of them died with their leviathans. For a time, the survivors in the World Communication Channel were panicked, and did not dare to leave the water ball. But if they did not leave, they could not get red algae. It was a dead cycle. Leviathan creatures covered with dead blood energy? Zhou looked at the news in the World Communication Channel and realized that there seemed to be a lot of such creatures near the water ball, which seriously affected the development of the survivors. Organize people to clean up those dead blood energy creatures that suddenly appeared. Zhou sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian at the same time. Among the current survivors, only Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, who have dark gold suits, can deal with creatures covered with dead blood energy. After Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian received Zhou's message, they immediately organized all guild members, and then explored the surrounding sea area with the water ball as the center. As long as they found the sawtooth creatures, they would keep a safe distance and wait. The 2 major guilds, Brother Jiang and Survivors, suddenly mobilized all guild members, which naturally attracted the attention of the survivors immediately. It seems like something big has happened. King Jiang and President Qin suddenly gathered all the guild members. They mobilized so many people. Could it be that the survivors from other districts are coming to kill us? Is there a possibility that King Jiang and President Qin saw the jagged creatures we mentioned in the communication channel just now, and felt that they threatened us, so they summoned all the guild members to prepare to clear out those jagged creatures? Isn't that too beautiful? Although the guilds are no longer suppressing us survivors, they won't be so kind to us. I feel that the 2 major guilds are going to clear out the jagged creatures. As I said, too many casualties among us ordinary survivors are not good for the guilds. Indeed, and now there is more than one district. There may be wars between districts in the future. The development of us ordinary survivors is still very important to the guild. Chapter 620. Just as the survivors were discussing the purpose of Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian's sudden big move, the presidents of various medium-sized guilds in the guild president chat group were also asking about the situation. After the presidents of the medium-sized guilds confirmed that Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian were indeed going to clean up those jagged creatures, they also chose to join. Of course, the presidents of the medium-sized guilds definitely did not have the strength to kill the jagged creatures. They joined to increase the search efforts, so that they could quickly find those jagged creatures that appeared in groups. After all, these creatures also had an impact on their guilds. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian did not refuse. The more people who searched, the better, so that all the jagged creatures could be cleared out at the fastest speed. Then, 20 medium-sized guilds began to organize manpower, also with the water ball as the center, and conducted a carpet search in the outer sea in a circular shape. Fuck. The medium-sized guilds also went out. What happened? It can't be that the survivors from other areas really attacked. Okay, it's confirmed. They're going to clean up those jagged creatures that suddenly appeared. I just asked a member of a medium-sized guild I know, and he told me this. Wow. The guild really went out for all of us. Don't be so self-indulgent. This is just what the guild has to do from the perspective of the overall situation. No matter what, it's good for us. If the guild doesn't come out to clean up on a large scale, we will definitely be in danger when we go out to explore. I don't care. I only know King Jiang is awesome. I don't care. I only know King Chen is awesome. What King Chen? President Chen, maybe she is the king of our District 10. What's wrong with me calling myself King Chen? Bullshit. The king of District 10 is obviously King Jiang. President Chen is not worthy of being called the king. But before, when the survivors of our District 10 were dueled by the strong men from other districts, it was King Chen who came forward to kill all those people, and the same was true for District 6 recently, while King Jiang did nothing. In comparison, who do you think is the king? That is Jiang. The king has to hide his identity. The king of our District 10 has not appeared, which means that the king wants to hide his identity. President Chen has been so high profile. Who do you think is the king now? Can he ignore us ordinary survivors just to hide his identity? Why didn't he care? Didn't President Chen take action? Maybe it was King Jiang who asked her to take action. And didn't King Jiang mobilize all guild members to clear out the serrated creatures that threaten our safety? Isn't King Chen the same? Anyway, I think King Chen is the king of District 10. The survivors in the World Communication Channel chatted, and the topic went off the track. They all started to talk about whether Jiang Haitao was the king of District 10 or Chen Xian was the king of District 10. At this time, Jiang Haitao sent a message in the World Communication Channel. All survivors can follow the members of each guild to act together. After the sawtooth creatures are killed, they can decompose the bodies together. The biological meat obtained by decomposition can be kept by themselves or traded with the guild. As soon as this message came out, the survivors who were still arguing about whether Jiang Haitao or Chen Xian was the king immediately stopped arguing. All of them took their own transformed leviathans and followed the members of other guilds to leave the water ball. It would be a fool not to be active in such a chance to pick up leaks. At this time, members of the two guilds Brother Jiang and survivors have found more than a dozen groups of sawtooth leviathan creatures, with more than 10 in a group. Because after killing, only one guild member would definitely not have time to decompose more than a dozen leviathan creatures, and in the deep sea, the biological bodies sank very quickly, so ordinary survivors could only decompose them together, but the items in the stomach wall space would definitely belong to the guild. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian did not follow the guild members, but stayed on the island where the guild planted seaweed. As time passed, the number of serrated leviathans found by various guild members increased, reaching hundreds. The two felt that it was almost time, so they notified their guild members to accompany them. The next second, they turned into blue light and disappeared. When they appeared, they had already come to the side of their respective guild members, and not far ahead were groups of serrated leviathans. Behind this guild member, who transformed into leviathan, there were many ordinary survivors watching. Haha, we are lucky. We didn't make this trip in vain, said an ordinary survivor. Yes, we are really lucky. Another ordinary survivor echoed. The reason why ordinary survivors say they are lucky is that they think Chen Xian may be able to kill this group of serrated leviathan creatures, but they will definitely not have the energy to clean up the serrated creatures in other places afterwards. After all, these leviathan creatures covered with dead blood energy are too terrifying. Just when the ordinary survivors were sighing about their good luck, Chen Xian suddenly burst out 3 energies from her body. She activated 3 characteristics, namely, red characteristic, refined copper characteristic, and rapid characteristic. The effects of the 3 characteristics are respectively, the strength attribute is increased by 4 times, the physique attribute is increased by 7 times, and the speed attribute is increased by 3 times. With such an increase, Chen Xian's 3 attributes have been greatly improved, with the strength attribute reaching 2,500 points, the physique attribute reaching 4,000 points, and the speed attribute reaching 2,000 points. The moment Chen Xian activated the 3 characteristics, his figure disappeared from the back of the guild member's phantom leviathan, turned into a red light, and rushed into the group of more than a dozen jagged leviathan creatures. Then, dark gold scales appeared on Chen Xian's body, and a dark gold broadsword appeared in his hand. When he reached the head of a jagged leviathan creature, he cut the scales on the surface of the head with one knife. The dead blood energy on the scales was useless. Chen Xian directly entered its brain, rushed out of it in less than 2 seconds, and then went to the head of the next jagged leviathan creature. Chen Xian killed these leviathan creatures very quickly. In less than 30 seconds, he had killed them all, and then without wasting any time, he left directly to the next area where the jagged leviathan creature's skirt was found. Those ordinary survivors, who were waiting to decompose the corpses behind, were stunned. They didn't even see what happened clearly. They only saw that there was a red line in the group of jagged creatures, and a short time passing through the heads of all the jagged creatures. Should we help this member of the Survivor Guild collect the things in the Leviathan's stomach wall space now? An ordinary survivor suddenly said. Ah? Oh. Yes. Only then did the ordinary survivors come to their senses, and immediately let their transformed Leviathans carry the jagged corpses of Leviathan creatures to prevent them from sinking into the deep sea. Chapter 621. This kind of scene is also happening on Jiang Haitao's side, and it is even more exaggerated, because Jiang Haitao's 3 attributes are higher than Chen Xian's, and the characteristics are all gold-type characteristics, and the energy emitted is more shining. The 3 characteristics that Jiang Haitao activated are mana characteristics, golden brilliance characteristics, and golden shadow characteristics. The specific effects of these characteristics are that the strength attribute is increased by 4 times, the physique attribute is increased by 8 times, and the speed attribute is increased by 3 times. Under the increase of these 3 powerful characteristics, Jiang Haitao's 3 attributes have been greatly improved, with the strength attribute increased to 3,000 points, the physique attribute increased to 5,400 points, and the speed attribute increased to 2,400 points. Because of the golden brilliance characteristics, Jiang Haitao was completely wrapped in golden light, and the light emitted almost blinded the ordinary survivors who came to decompose the corpse. Moreover, Jiang Haitao's speed in killing the jagged Leviathan biota was also a little faster than Chen Xian. It was over in more than 20 seconds, and then he was directly teleported to the next area that needed to be cleaned up. The 2 of them continued to teleport through the invitations of the guild members, clearing the serrated Leviathan biota in various areas. Before their own characteristics ended, they successfully cleared all the hundreds of serrated Leviathan biota found by the guild members. The cleaning task has been completed. Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian ended the initial invitations and returned directly to the island where their guild planted seaweed, and then entered the stomach wall space of the phantom Leviathan. Next, the 2 of them will enter a weak state. Although all the survivors now know how powerful they are, there is no guarantee that there will not be someone who wants to take the opportunity to assassinate them. It is safer to stay in the phantom Leviathan. There were hundreds of serrated Leviathan groups, each with about a dozen, and a total of thousands. After witnessing the terrifying power of the 2 guild leaders, the ordinary survivors, who came to decompose the corpses, did not dare to have any evil thoughts. They all honestly commanded their own transformed Leviathans to carry the corpses of these serrated Leviathans, and then let the only guild member on the scene enter the corpses one by one to obtain the material boxes and cores of the serrated Leviathans. After the guild members drilled into the bodies of the serrated Leviathans, they naturally obtained the illustrated information of this Leviathan first, and then sent it to their guild leaders. Sawtooth Leviathan, stage, adult. Body length, 300 meters. Weight, 80,000 tons. Food type, carnivore. Introduction. A social Leviathan creature that lives in the endless sea. It has serrated bone spurs all over its body. When hunting, it will swim past its prey at high speed. The serrated bone spurs on its body will separate the prey's body like a hacksaw. The serrated long snout on its head is even more lethal. The scales on its body can be made into armor, and the serrated long snout can be made into weapons. After Zhou Wen read the Sawtooth Leviathan biological illustration information sent by Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian almost at the same time, he asked them to instruct their guild members to use the drawings obtained from the exclusive material box to peel off the scales and serrated long snout of the Sawtooth Leviathan. These materials are made into equipment, which can be used with dead blood energy liquid for guild members in the future. In the current situation where there is generally no energy attack, dead blood energy is definitely a powerful means. There is still no core in the body of the Sawtooth Leviathan. Its exclusive supply box is the same as that of the Lamp Algae Leviathan, which is also a black supply box. Except for the blueprints, the items inside are almost the same. The specific items are a piece of land base, a bottle of dead blood energy liquid, complete, a Sawtooth Leviathan Sawtooth Armor Blueprint, a Sawtooth Leviathan Sawtooth Greatsword Blueprint, and a bottle of red light algae inhibitor. Zhou asked Jiang Haitao to send him a bottle of dead blood energy liquid, complete. After taking it, he experimented and found that it was a composite version of dead blood energy liquid, attack, and dead blood energy liquid, defense. It is still useful for people who don't have energy attack methods. This time, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian cleaned up hundreds of Sawtooth Leviathan groups, but found that the guild members of the Sawtooth Leviathan group were not all members of the two guilds of Brother Jiang and survivors. Most of them were members of medium-sized guilds. But Zhou did not ask other medium-sized guild leaders to hand in the supply boxes they obtained, because now Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian both have dark gold equipment and Immortal Wanlian energy liquid for self-defense, and dead blood energy liquid, full, a low-level energy liquid, is no longer necessary to control all of them. Although the strength of the medium-sized guild leaders is much stronger than that of ordinary survivors, their strength in facing those creatures with dead blood energy in this deep sea is actually no different from that of ordinary survivors. Giving the supply boxes of the Sawtooth Leviathan to the medium-sized guild leaders is to give them certain means of energy attack or defense, otherwise, they can only wander around the water ball forever and cannot go into the deep sea, which is definitely not conducive to the overall development of the survivors in Area 10. Next, Zhou has been paying attention to the news in the World Communication Channel. After all, Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian are now weak. If someone challenges them to a duel, he will go there as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the guild leader chat group, the leaders of various medium-sized guilds were talking about their rich harvest. Leviathan guilds with Junyang, haha, King Jiang and President Chen were really generous this time. They didn't ask us to hand over the Sawtooth Leviathan supply box. My guild members got 2 exclusive supply boxes, which contain 2 bottles of dead blood energy liquid, full. Current market guild Hiwei, my luck was bad. Only 1 guild member found a group of Sawtooth Leviathans, and I only got 1 bottle of dead blood energy liquid, full. Land guild Chung Yongming, I also got 1 bottle. Although I also got a kind of dead blood energy liquid, defense, in the exclusive supply box of the light algae Leviathan before, the effect doesn't seem to be as good as this one. Zhang Chong from the Strong Dragon Guild, it's good that you all have 1 bottle. I didn't get any. But then again, King Jiang and President Chen are really strong. Have their 3 attributes exceeded the upper limit? Tai Xiao from the Day After Day Guild, it should be. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, through the retelling of my guild members, and the photos posted by the survivors in the World Communication Channel, King Jiang and President Chen's strength is obviously far superior to ours. By Lon from the Black Knife Club Guild, since everyone has gained benefits this time, you should all behave yourself, and don't take advantage of the weakness of President Jiang and President Chen to start a duel. Chung Yongming from the Land Guild, how could it be, President Bai, are we so despicable in your eyes? Chapter 622. Tai Xiao from the Guild Day After Day, yes, I think that instead of warning us in the guild leader chat group, you should warn those small guilds in the World Communication Channel. By Lon from the Guild Black Knife Club, I have already asked the guild members to send warning messages in the World Communication Channel, and there is no need for guild leader Tai to remind me. Tai Xiao from the Guild Day After Day, that's good, guild leader Bai is really thoughtful, Bai Lan's way of speaking in the guild leader chat group has always been very impolite, always like giving orders, but no one dares to say anything, because Bai Lan has a very powerful big brother behind him, and these medium-sized guild leaders suspect that Bai Lan's big brother may also be a strong man, who has broken through the attribute limit. Because when they asked King Jiang for help to solve the algae Leviathan they encountered in the red algae forest, Bai Lan did not show up. Logically, the members of the Black Knife Club explored the deep sea at a fast speed, and it was impossible that they would not encounter the algae Leviathan, but they did not ask King Jiang for help. Except for the small probability that the members of the Black Knife Club were lucky and did not encounter the algae Leviathan, it is likely that there are strong people in their guild who can kill the algae Leviathan. The algae leviathan has dead blood energy on its scales, so conventional weapons cannot destroy it, but in fact, there is another way to kill the algae leviathan besides destroying the scales. That is to enter the mouth of the algae leviathan, penetrate its upper jaw, and enter the brain, but this method is more risky and requires the activation of characteristics, so the presidents of various medium-sized guilds are unwilling to do it. After all, it is very dangerous to be weak. It was already night, and Zhou Wen saw that no one had challenged Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian to a duel, so he began to absorb the immortal energy in the immortal Victoria seed. In the World Communication Channel, the survivors who had obtained a large amount of blood and flesh of the sawtooth leviathan by decomposing the corpse were very happy. Usually, when their team went out to hunt a 100-meter blood-toothed black-scaled bream, there was a risk of injury to the transformed leviathan. Today, they got more for free than they had ever gotten in one outing, so how could they not be happy? After returning to the water ball, many survivors immediately went to the shops of various guilds to exchange the blood and flesh of the sawtooth leviathan for ordinary seaweed, and gave their transformed leviathan a normal meal. Some survivors also exchanged for red light algae inhibitor. King Jiang and President Chen are really strong. Such a powerful sawtooth leviathan was easily killed. Is this the strength of the president of a large guild? Yes, I thought President Chen could only clean up a group at first, but I thought he could solve it in an instant. His strength is so strong that it is beyond cognition. King Jiang is also strong. I knew King Jiang was strong, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Is he still a human? Haha, knowing that King Jiang and President Chen are so strong, we don't have to worry about the kings of other districts causing trouble for us in the future. For a while, the World Communication Channel was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. As for who is the king between Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, it doesn't matter anymore. On the morning of the 144th day, Zhou Wen absorbed the immortal energy for a night, but now there is only 1.5 fingers in his body, but the tungsten element has been replenished. For a night, no survivors went to duel with Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian. Maybe the warning from Bailon worked, or maybe the survivors have realized the gap. After inspecting the stomach wall space, Zhou Wen began to feed Huanlin, and finally went out to put away the rest platform. Zhou Wen opened one way, and just came out of Huanlin's mouth. He saw many fish creatures around Huanlin. These fish creatures are slender, only about 10 meters long, with no scales on the body, and the whole body is white. But there are 3 bright white lines on both sides of the body, and the whole body is emitting a faint white light. The fish creatures did not attack Huanlin, but just swam around Huanlin. Zhou Wen swam to a fish creature curiously, and found that these fish creatures did not seem to be afraid of people, so he touched it directly to obtain the biological illustration information. Free boat yellowtail, body length, 10 meters. Weight, 3 tons. Food type, free algae. Introduction. A fish that lives in a free algae forest. The free energy on the surface of the body has the effect of clearing abnormal infections in other creatures, and can be eaten. Cleaning abnormal infections in other organisms? Seeing the introduction of the free-swimming yellowtail, Zhou Wen immediately thought of the 10th zone survivor's transformed leviathan, who was infected with red algae all over his body due to long-term consumption of red algae, which seemed to be an abnormal infection. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen immediately gestured for Huanlin to go to the place where the free-swimming yellowtail gathered. Since he encountered free-swimming yellowtail here, it means that there is a free algae forest nearby. After a while, Huanlin came to an algae forest emitting white light. These seaweeds are floating algae, all floating on the sea surface. Ding! Get free algae X1. Ding! Free algae, one of the low-level energy cube materials. Low-level energy cube materials? Zhou Wen was a little confused, but the current focus was not these free algae, but the free-swimming yellowtail living in the free algae forest. The free-swimming yellowtail exudes a weak white energy, but this energy is almost non-aggressive, but it can kill the dead bloodworms in the seawater, and prevent the dead bloodworms from entering the body of the free-swimming yellowtail. Zhou Wen directly caught a lot of free-swimming yellowtail, and then sent them to Lung Liang through the system interface, asking Lung Liang to find someone to experiment whether the free-swimming yellowtail can remove the infection from the transformed leviathan infected with red light algae. Originally, this kind of thing should be done by Jiang Haitao or Shen Xian, but last night, in order to clean up the sawtooth leviathan as soon as possible, both of them activated 3 powerful characteristics, and their bodies became weak. After a night, they could not recover. After Lung Liang received the free-swimming yellowtail sent by Zhou Wen, he found Bailon, and asked Bailon to find someone to experiment. After all, Bailon is the president of the guild, So this kind of public thing should be done by Bailon. So, Bailon directly asked his guild members to go outside and find 3 survivors whose leviathans were seriously infected with red algae. Brother, do you know why the Black Blade Club asked you to come? An ordinary survivor asked another survivor brought by the Black Blade Club guild members. I don't know. I was just worrying about what to do with the infection of the leviathan on the island I built. Yesterday, the guild members I followed did not find the Sawtooth Leviathan group, and finally got nothing. Alas. The survivor sighed at the end, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. My leviathan is also seriously infected. If it continues, the leviathan will die. The third survivor pointed to the leviathan, with a 1-meter-long red algae trunk growing all over his body, and said helplessly. Chapter 623. Who isn't? My leviathan is almost the same as yours. This deep sea is really hell. They don't even give leviathan normal food. The first survivor said angrily. Just as the 3 ordinary survivors were complaining to each other, Bailon was brought to the 3 people by the leviathan from the island where he lived. You 3, bring your leviathan and follow me, Bailon said, and swam towards the island where his guild planted seaweed. The 3 ordinary survivors looked at each other, not knowing why Bailon, the president of the Black Knife Club, was looking for them, but they didn't dare to say much, so they could only follow silently. Entering the island where a large amount of seaweed was planted, the 3 ordinary survivors looked at the ordinary seaweed around them. Their eyes were shining. If they could feed their leviathans with normal seaweed, maybe they could alleviate the infection of the red light algae. When the 3 came to the center of the seaweed island, they saw many small fish with white light on their surface. The 10-meter-long fish were indeed small fish in the eyes of the survivors. Just when they were confused, the small fish emitting white light swam towards their phantom leviathan. The 3 survivors took out their weapons immediately, and wanted to kill the fish approaching their phantom leviathan. Although these fish looked small, they were unknown creatures after all. They dared not let these small fish approach their phantom leviathan rashly. What are you doing? Put away your weapons, and stay by the side and watch obediently. Bailon saw the actions of the 3 people, and said unhappily, this was a task assigned by the boss, and he couldn't mess it up. But, President Bai, what are these fish for? A survivor asked worriedly. Stop talking nonsense. I told you to stay still, and don't force me to deal with you. Bailon was too lazy to talk nonsense and warned directly, and a weapon appeared in his hand. Seeing Bailon take out the weapon, the 3 of them shut up immediately, and didn't dare to ask any more questions. They watched the white fish swim around their transformed leviathan. At this time, a free-swimming yellowtail fish swam to the transformed leviathan infected with red light algae. An organ like a sucker on its lower jaw directly extended dense spikes, and then sucked the sucker on the skin of the transformed leviathan, and the spikes in the sucker pierced into the skin. Afterwards, more and more free-swimming yellowtail fish attached to the transformed leviathan in this way, and there were hundreds of them on each transformed leviathan. Seeing that these white fish seemed to be sucking the blood of the transmogrified leviathan, the 3 people standing by looked anxious, but after they met Bailon's unfriendly eyes, they could only remain silent. Ever since the survivors on the survival planet who changed leviathans were finally destroyed along with the survival planet, the survivors realized the importance of the transmogrified leviathans, and also knew that the survivors and the transmogrified leviathans were bound together. If one party was lost, the other party's road to survival would also end. Therefore, the current survivors attach great importance to the transmogrified leviathans. Although even if they lose the transmogrified leviathans, they can get a job planting seaweed in various guilds and live a relatively easy life. But if one day, the tidal leviathan suddenly leaves this planet and goes to the next planet, then the survivors who have not transformed leviathans will definitely be left on this planet, and then they will die. Although the 3 of them had a serious infection of red algae, and could not live for a few days, they could not let these white fish suck blood to death now. Just as the survivor was about to forcibly disperse the white fish sucking blood from his own leviathan, an unexpected scene appeared. The red algae in the area where the white fish sucked blood actually showed signs of withering. The survivor who was about to take action was stunned. President Bai, what exactly are these white fish for? Another survivor watched the red algae growing on the surface of his own leviathan withering little by little, and an idea that made him ecstatic emerged in his mind. But he was worried that he was overthinking, so he boldly asked Bailon. I don't know either, but you can find out the information about this creature by touching it. Bailon had checked the biological illustrations of the free-swimming yellowtail, and knew that the free-swimming yellowtail could help other creatures clear abnormal infections in their bodies, but the experimental results were not yet clear, and it was not yet certain whether the free-swimming yellowtail could really clear the infection of red algae, so he simply let the 3 survivors see for themselves. The 3 survivors carefully touched the free-swimming yellowtail, and then quickly checked the biological illustrations. After seeing the introduction information of the free-swimming yellowtail, their eyes lit up. President Bai, can these free-swimming yellowtail really help the transformed leviathan clear the infection of red algae? A survivor said excitedly. I don't know, aren't we doing experiments now? Bai Lan shook his head. Knowing what the free-swimming yellowtail was doing, the 3 survivors became excited. If the free-swimming yellowtail could really clear the infection of the red algae, then their transformed leviathan would not die. This would be great news. After a while, the free yellowtails separated from the transformed leviathan one by one. The white light on their bodies dimmed a lot, and then they began to swim quickly in the surrounding ordinary seaweed, as if they were looking for something. Bai Lan saw the abnormality of these free yellowtails, and immediately sent a private message to Zhou. After Zhou knew about it, he thought about it, and sent a large amount of free algae to Bai Lan. After receiving the free algae, Bai Lan placed it directly, and the free yellowtails swimming around immediately swarmed to it after seeing the free algae. At this time, the white light on the bodies of some free yellowtails completely disappeared, and even many red bubbles appeared, as if they were about to grow red light algae. But after these free yellowtails began to eat the free algae, the white light on their bodies gradually recovered, and the red bubbles gradually shrank. Go check the situation of your own transformed leviathan, Bai Lan said to the 3 survivors. The 3 survivors nodded immediately, and then carefully checked the condition of their own leviathans. The sick leviathan was miraculously much more energetic at this time, but the red algae on its body was not completely removed. It seems that the number of free-swimming yellowtail is too small, Zhou murmured. He had already learned the result from Bai Lan. From the results, free-swimming yellowtails can indeed remove the red algae infection in the body of the leviathan, but it also has a certain burden on them. If you want to completely remove it, you need a large number of free-swimming yellowtails. Chapter 624. Need a large number of free-swimming yellowtail? That's easy. Zhou looked at the free-swimming yellowtail in the free-swimming algae forest. There were a lot of them, so he just caught them. However, Zhou did not start catching fish directly, because according to Bai Lan's report, the free-swimming yellowtail actually absorbed the infection into its body, and then cleared the infection through its own free energy, and the way for the free-swimming yellowtail to obtain free energy was to eat free algae. Therefore, Zhou first sent a large amount of free algae to Bai Lan, and specifically instructed Bai Lan to distribute the free algae on the sea surface outside the water ball to cultivate the free algae. The reason why these free algae are cultivated outside the water ball is that this kind of free algae seems to capture dead bloodworms as nutrients for growth, so it cannot be cultivated in a water ball without dead bloodworms. After a while, Zhou had sent the entire free algae forest to Bai Lan, and Bai Lan followed Zhou's instructions and mobilized the guild members to quickly spread the large amount of free algae sent to the sea surface around the water ball. After confirming that Bai Lan had spread the free algae, Zhou began to catch the free boat yellowtail, because this kind of fish is not very afraid of people, so it is easy to catch. When it was noon, the entire free algae forest and the more than 30,000 free boat yellowtail living here were all transferred to Area 10 by Zhou. After doing this, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space and let the phantom scale continue to swim to see if he could find a second free algae forest. After all, more than 30,000 free boat yellowtail were not enough to help more than 2 million phantom leviathans clear the red light algae infection. On the island, where the seaweed was planted in Black Knife Club, Bai Lan released all the more than 30,000 free-floating yellowtails sent by Zhou. Because there were free-floating algae here, these free-floating yellowtails did not run around. Free-floating algae can be cultivated outside the water ball, but these more than 30,000 free-floating yellowtails are definitely not allowed. If they are left outside and seen by the survivors, they will definitely be killed in a short time. Therefore, they can only be cultivated in a centralized manner. In the future, they only need to send people to collect free-floating algae outside the water ball to feed them. Of course, the free-floating algae cultivated outside must also be patrolled to prevent some survivors, who are unaware of the situation from collecting them and feeding them to their own transmogrified leviathans. Then, Bai Lan asked the guild members to bring the 3 ordinary survivors here, and then continued to let the new free-floating yellowtails clean up the remaining red light algae infection in the 3 transmogrified leviathans. The original purpose of looking for these 3 people was to test whether the free-swimming yellowtail could clean up the red algae infection in their transformed leviathans. Since the experiment was conducted, some accurate data must be obtained, such as how many free-swimming yellowtails are needed at one time to clean up the red algae infection in the body of a transformed leviathan that was seriously infected with red algae. Next, the 3 transformed leviathans were successively attached to their bodies by hundreds of free-swimming yellowtails. In the end, the red algae growing on the surface of the body completely withered, and the mental state of the transformed leviathan also returned to a lively state, which made the 3 ordinary survivors extremely happy. The final result of the experiment was that it took about 1,000 free-swimming yellowtails to restore a transformed leviathan that was seriously infected with red algae to normal. The free-swimming yellowtail that has been cleared of infection once cannot continue to clear infection in a short period of time. In other words, more than 30,000 free-swimming yellowtail can only clear the red algae infection in 30 transmogrified leviathans in a short period of time. Therefore, it is definitely impossible to help all survivors transmogrified leviathans clear infection. Then, the 3 ordinary survivors confirmed that their transmogrified leviathans had completely recovered to normal, and each of them had a smile on their face. At first, the 3 of them were found by the members of the Black Knife Society, and they thought that they had accidentally offended the members of the Black Knife Society, but now it seems that this is a surprise from heaven. President Bai, thank you so much. If it weren't for these free-swimming yellowtails, my transmogrified leviathan would definitely not last for a few days. A survivor thanked excitedly. Yes, thank you so much. The other 2 ordinary survivors also looked happy. They thought that the road to survival was coming to an end. Who would have thought that this desperate situation was reversed by President Bai all of a sudden? It felt like a dream. Okay, you can go now, Bai Lan said lightly. Okay, President Bai, can we post the news about the free-swimming yellowtail in the World Communication Channel? An ordinary survivor asked. The news that the free-swimming yellowtail can help the transformed leviathan clear the infection of red algae is definitely good news for all ordinary survivors. But whether it can be sent out depends on Bai Lan's intention. After all, the importance of those free-swimming yellowtail is best known to these 3 ordinary survivors. If the news is sent out casually, it may cause trouble for Bai Lan. Whatever you want, Bai Lan said, and drove the 3 ordinary survivors out of the island, where the guild planted seaweed. Bai Lan didn't care about the 3 ordinary survivors sending the information about the free-swimming yellowtail in the World Communication Channel, because he was going to announce it directly in the World Communication Channel later. As for being jealous of other medium-sized guilds, he was not afraid at all. Soon, the 3 ordinary survivors posted the news that the free-swimming yellowtail could remove the red light algae infection for the transmogrified leviathan in the World Communication Channel. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The transmogrified leviathan is infected with red light algae, which is the current dilemma of most survivors. Seeing that there is a creature that can remove the red light algae infection for the transmogrified leviathan, they are naturally very concerned. Is it true? Why do I not believe it? Of course it is true. My transmogrified leviathan has recovered. When it was swimming just now, the red light algae on its surface fell off by itself. My transmogrified leviathan has also recovered. At first, we were a little scared when Guild President Bai came to us. We didn't expect that he would help us treat our transmogrified leviathan, haha. If what you said is true, I also want to treat my transmogrified leviathan. My transmogrified leviathan is now a little bit infected. By the way, what do I need to exchange for a treatment? I don't know. The 3 of us are here to do experiments, so we didn't give anything. Lucky guy, why didn't I do the experiment? Just when the survivors were talking about what kind of transaction they needed to treat the transmogrified leviathan, Bai Lan sent a message in the World Communication Channel. I do have creatures that can clear the infection of red light algae. 100,000 red light algae can be cleared at a time. By the way, I have cultivated a lot of free algae on the sea outside the water ball. Don't collect them, otherwise my guild members will find out, and you will bear the consequences. Chapter 625. When the survivors in the World Communication Channel saw the news confirmed by Bai Lan, they were all very excited. Moreover, the price of one treatment was not expensive. Almost every survivor team could afford 100,000 copies of red algae. Soon, many survivors gathered in front of the island where the Black Knife Club Guild planted seaweed. They all brought their own transmogrified leviathans. At this time, the bodies of these transmogrified leviathans were covered with 1 or 2 meters of red algae. At a glance, it was clear that the infection was very serious and could not be delayed any longer. Bai Lan asked the guild members to pick some transmogrified leviathans with more serious infections and charge them, and then let the symbionts of these transmogrified leviathans enter the island one after another for treatment. During this period, Many other guild presidents wanted to go in to see how the treatment was done, but were stopped by the Black Knife Club guild members. Some survivors were skeptical at first, but after seeing the sick leviathans covered with red algae in her, and the red algae on their bodies withered after they came out, and their mental state was much better, they finally believed that Black Blade Club really had a way to treat the red algae infection. After a period of time, 30 seriously infected leviathans returned to normal, and more than 30,000 free yellowtails had basically cleared the red algae infection once, and could not continue, so Black Blade Club also stopped treating the leviathans. The sudden stop of treating the leviathans made the survivors, who had been waiting outside for a long time, complain, and were reluctant to leave, blocking outside the seaweed island, but the white and blue did not tolerate them. They swung their weapons, and chopped anyone who dared to block outside. Under the shock of Bailon, the survivors who had been gathering outside the seaweed island of Black Knife Club for a long time, and refused to leave, suddenly dispersed. On Zhou side, Huan Lin continued to swim, while he fried 2 kinds of fish meat in the stomach wall space with a hot hearth furnace, namely, the lamp algae fish and the free boat yellowtail. After coming to this deep sea, Zhou encountered only these 2 edible fish, and he couldn't eat too much of the lamp algae fish, otherwise he would be infected with red lamp algae. After the 2 kinds of fish meat were fried, Zhou ate them quickly, and then, the long-lost reminder sound of increasing attribute points sounded in his mind. Ding! Eat the lamp algae fish meat, strength +1, constitution +4, speed +1. Ding! Eat the free boat yellowtail fish meat, strength +2, constitution +5, speed +3. 9 points of physical fitness, not bad. Zhou currently needs to increase physical fitness. Strength and speed have 100 points of spare space given by the title, Leviathan Hunter +100, so don't worry about it for now. Because his physical fitness has reached the upper limit, Zhou tried to increase his physical fitness by absorbing the negative oxygen ions released by the negative oxygen ion mushrooms last night, but it didn't work after absorbing it for a whole night. At present, he can only increase his physical fitness by eating biological meat. After eating 2 kinds of biological meat, Zhou took out the flesh and blood of the purple mist leviathan, and continued to eat, and kept eating until he was full. Now, Zhou eats 2 meals of purple mist leviathan flesh and blood every day. If he doesn't rest at night, it will be 4 meals a day. Each meal can provide him with about the same amount of flesh and blood energy as 1 finger. After these 2 days, the flesh and blood energy has reached the level of 5 fingers. There was nothing to do next, so Zhou digested and absorbed the immortal energy, but after a while, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The mecha brain has been cultivated. Please input consciousness. Zhou turned his head and looked at the neural algae bubble culture chamber. At this time, the spherical brain in the culture chamber had grown to the size of a watermelon and was golden in color. Input consciousness? How to input it? Zhou thought quickly, and thought of the scene when he just started to control the diamond flying knife, so he released his mental power to the golden spherical brain. Then, Zhou felt that his mental power was absorbed by the golden spherical brain. As time passed, as the golden spherical brain absorbed more and more mental power, he felt that there was a vague connection between him and the golden spherical brain. However, what Zhou did not find was that when he input mental power into the golden spherical brain, an abnormal mental power flew out of his mind and entered the golden spherical brain. Ding! The mecha brain successfully inputs consciousness, and the mecha brain has been completed. Alright? Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Zhou stopped transmitting his mental power. The time he just transmitted his consciousness consumed a lot of mental power. Then he stared at the golden spherical brain in the neural algae bubble culture chamber, carefully for a few seconds. The mecha brain is complete, but it is useless at the moment. Just when Zhou thought that the mecha brain was temporarily useless, the mecha brain in the neural algae bubble culture chamber suddenly trembled, and then a thin golden tentacle stretched out from the mecha brain, and then slowly drilled out of the neural algae bubble culture chamber through the diaphragm. Is this an alien brain? Zhou frowned, but did not show too much panic. After all, with his current 23 intelligence points and the title of King of Survival, the alien brain posed no threat to him. The mecha-intelligent brain quickly climbed out of the crystal sea view box with its tentacles, and then approached Zhou. Zhou did not stop it, because there was a faint connection between him and the mecha-intelligent brain, and he could feel what the mecha-intelligent brain wanted to do. Finally, the mecha-intelligent brain climbed onto Zhou's head, and then changed the ends of more than a dozen slender golden tentacles into suction cups, which were attached to Zhou's forehead. Then, Joe suddenly felt that his consciousness had shifted, as if he had entered the mecha-intelligent brain. The next second, a mental force was released from the mecha-intelligent brain, directly passing through Huan Lin's body, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. He could clearly detect everything within this range. The mecha-intelligent brain can actually enlarge my mental power detection range, Zhou thought, and his consciousness returned to his brain, and he said with some surprise. However, my mental power consumption has also increased. The mental power detection range has increased 5 times, but it is not without cost. The cost is that the mental power required has increased almost 10 times. Even so, this effect of expanding the range of mental power detection is still very good. It may not be used at ordinary times, but there will always be a time when it is useful. After the mecha brain showed its usefulness, it slowly crawled back to the neural algae bubble culture chamber. The mecha brain also needs energy to move itself, so it cannot be active outside for a long time without the mecha.